Episode 341, Mixed Reactions. Alex reached into the water and pulled out Lee's body, dropping it onto the shore. Lee's head was bent at a strange angle, and his eyes were wide open in a vacant stare. The martial artists gathered around the body, venting their anger. "So he's dead at last," said a man with a cold look on his face. "He died too easily," said a woman with a hateful look. "Our brothers have been avenged," screamed another man with bloodshot eyes. Several of the younger martial artists were in tears, mourning the death of Brody Kent. Some tried to kick Lee's body, but others stopped them. Lee was dead, and desecrating his body would achieve nothing. Belinda was in awe of Alex. His martial arts skills were so advanced, particularly for such a young man. Jessup had been watching from a short distance away, and he had smiled when he had seen Alex defeat Lee. People from the martial arts community walked over to Alex to congratulate him. "You're very skilled. Thank you for saving the martial arts community," said a man. "Yes, thank you for saving us," said another. "I can't imagine what would have become of us if you hadn't been here," said a woman with tears in her eyes. "It's no problem," Alex said modestly. "I'm part of the martial arts community, so I'm happy I could help." "Alex!" Debbie called anxiously, running over to join him. When Debbie had watched Alex and Lee fight, her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. If Callisto hadn't held her back, she would have run recklessly into the lake to help Alex. Debbie touched his face as her eyes roamed over him, looking for injuries. Tears glistened in her eyes. "Debbie, I'm okay," he said, smiling gently at her. "Don't worry about me." She threw herself into his arms. "I was so scared," she said, crying. "If I'd known it would be so dangerous, I would have tried to stop you from coming." "Silly girl," he said, teasing her. "I'm strong and I know how to fight. You should have more confidence in me." He patted her back, comforting her. Kathy sighed when she saw Alex and Debbie holding each other. "Do you know Alex or something?" Melody asked, noticing the look of envy on Kathy's face. "Why are you looking at him that way? You know you have to remain single to remain in the Iron Fist sect." All members of the Iron Fist, including Belinda, looked at Kathy. "No, of course I don't like him," Kathy said. "Don't be silly." She turned her face away, avoiding their gazes. Belinda's eyes narrowed as she looked at Alex. Melissa stood within the crowd, covering her mouth with her hand to avoid calling out and giving herself away. "They're not dead," she thought, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from her. "I haven't killed anyone." She wanted to apologize to Alex and Debbie face to face, but she was afraid of how Alex might react. She took one last look at Alex, and then she turned around to leave. Chris was frozen in shock after watching Alex kill Lee. Once again, Alex had thwarted his plans. "How am I going to tell my father?" he wondered. Julian had hoped that Lee would kill everyone, and now he was worried. The Stedman family might be able to recover from this, but the Devant family would not be so lucky. He hadn't expected Alex to turn up and defeat Lee. When Alex had first arrived, Julian had expected him to die, and he had felt that he would finally get revenge for his injury. But he could never have imagined how it had all played out. After what had happened to Lee, Julian was scared stiff. At least Alex had only damaged Julian's legs. It could have been much worse. "Chris?" Art's voice came through the phone. He had been yelling for a while, but Chris hadn't even heard him. "Dad?" Chris answered, still in shock. "What's happening?" Art asked. "Has Lee killed Alex yet?" "No," Chris said, trembling. "Alex killed Lee." Art went quiet. And then Chris heard a loud thud as his father's phone fell to the ground. "Dad," he cried out. "Dad, are you okay?" "Don't shout," Julian whispered, tugging at his sleeve. "We need to get out of here before Alex sees us." Chris nodded, and they sneaked away from Silver Lake. The disciples of each sect went down to the lake, one after another, and picked up the bloodied robes belonging to their masters. It was decided that the little group of followers who had accompanied Lee that day would be taken in by the Sunrise, Tiger, and White Dragon sects, where they would be trained properly. Some of the martial artists asked Alex where he had trained. Only a few of them knew about the Moon Palace in the Appalachian Mountains. Alex knew it would be impossible to conceal his identity. No matter what he said, they would discover the truth. So he told them all about Georgina, Zora, and Xavier. But he said nothing about his status as a disowned member of the Ambrose family. All the sects had suffered heavy losses, so although they wanted to celebrate Alex's victory, this was not the time or place. First, they had to mourn their dead. Everyone from the martial arts community began to go back to their homes. Before leaving, they said goodbye to Alex, inviting him to visit their sects when he had the time. "Alex, your martial arts skills are impressive," said Grayson Ashbury, the leader of the Pouncing Leopard sect. "We would love to have you visit us at any time, and thanks again for saving the whole community." "You're welcome," Alex said, shaking Grayson's hand. "And I promise to visit when I have time." "Good," Grayson said. Then he and his wife led their disciples away, leaving Silver Lake. The last sect to leave was Iron Fist. Belinda led several female disciples over to Alex. He was just about to say goodbye when Debbie exclaimed, "Kathy!" She stared in shock at Alex's ex-girlfriend. Belinda and the other Iron Fist disciples looked at Kathy and realized something was going on. Kathy lowered her head, saying nothing. Alex gently pulled Debbie aside and shook his head, motioning for her to not say anything. "Do you two know each other?" Belinda asked. "No," Kathy said, looking uncomfortable. Alex said nothing. Since Kathy hadn't admitted to knowing him, he wouldn't contradict her. "Okay," Belinda said, dismissing the matter. "Then I'd like to introduce you to Alex. Come and give him a proper greeting." Episode 342, Strained Relationships. "Oh," Kathy said, surprised. She did as Belinda had told her and walked over to Alex. She kept her eyes averted as she nodded at him. "Hello, Alex," she said. Belinda watched her every move, suspicious of her behavior. "Alex, thank you for your assistance today," Belinda said. "We're leaving now, but I'm sure we'll see you soon." Then she left Silver Lake with her disciples. "Alex," Debbie said, wanting to ask Alex how he felt about seeing Kathy again. Alex smiled at her, knowing what she was about to ask. "It's over," he said. "Kathy has her own life, so let's just leave her to get on with it. Agreed?" "Okay," Debbie said, nodding. She was happy with his answer. Her biggest worry had been that Alex would be tempted by Kathy. Almost everyone had gone, and Jessup couldn't wait any longer. Accompanied by Rufus, he walked over to Alex and Debbie. A month ago, when he had learned that Debbie had been poisoned, he had been worried sick. He hadn't expected Debbie's miraculous recovery, and he was thrilled that she was better. "Debbie," he said, smiling as he looked at her healthy complexion. "Grandpa," Debbie responded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. She was touched by his interest, as she didn't often see her relatives. "Oh, don't cry," Jessup said. He stepped forward, wanting to hug Debbie, but Rufus pulled him back. "Dad, we're in public," Rufus reminded him, keeping his voice low. "You need to be more careful." Jessup knew Rufus was right. If Debbie's identity were to be exposed, then it would be a disaster for both Debbie and the Clifton family. So no matter how emotional he felt, he had to restrain himself. "Yes, well, I'm glad you're okay," he said awkwardly. "Dad, let's go home," Rufus said. "We shouldn't hang about." Then they left Silver Lake together. "We should get going too," Alex said, looking at Debbie. "Yes, we should," Debbie agreed, hugging his arm. "Debbie, you're holding me pretty tightly," Alex said, winking at her. "Yes, I know," she said, laughing. She was so proud to be with Alex and wanted the world to know. As they walked out the gate, the police were packing up and getting ready to leave. Chelsea watched Debbie and Alex walking arm in arm, and she felt a little jealous. "Officer Wood," Alex said, spotting her. "I didn't know you were here." "Hello," she said, happy that he had spoken to her. "You saved the whole martial arts community. I'm impressed." "Thanks, Officer Wood," Alex said. "We're going now, so goodbye." With that, he hailed a taxi and took Debbie and Callisto back to Johns Hopkins University. Chelsea sighed as she watched Alex leave, and she thought back to the time in the interrogation room when she had shared her first kiss with Alex. She felt a little hurt that she had shared something so special with him, and now he acted as if nothing had happened. Could he really have forgotten about it? She remembered every detail and knew she would never forget. Chelsea forced herself to stop thinking about Alex and went back to work. A man standing next to Silver Lake switched off his camera and left. Back at the university, everything was back to normal. Alex's boss, Tony, was too scared of the Clifton family to say anything to Alex about his long absence from work. Debbie and Callisto went back to the dormitory, and Alex went to rest. Chris returned home. As soon as he walked in, he looked around, shocked by the scene in front of him. The living room looked as if a bomb had hit it. Art was sitting on the sofa in the middle of it all, smoking. "Dad," Chris said, walking over to his father. He was worried when he saw how tired Art looked. "Don't be too upset. We still have a chance. When the Blood Brothers arrive in Baltimore, I'm sure they'll deal with Alex. He won't defeat them." Art snorted and looked up at Chris. "Do you really think we can turn this around?" he asked. "No, son. We lost. We lost completely, and there's no hope. The Blood Brothers can't help us. They're worthless." Lee's failure had shaken Art, and he was extremely disappointed with the Blood Brothers. They had failed him twice now, and he was furious. "Dad, don't say that," Chris said. "We need Tyson's help to get back what we've lost. If you speak to him like that, then you'll make him angry." His father's thoughts were dangerous, and Chris knew he had to calm him down. The telephone in the living room rang, and Chris knew it was the Blood Brothers. Lee had always been in close contact with the Blood Brothers, so they knew about Lee's meeting with the martial arts community. Art was the only one who could answer this call, but he was far too angry and was spoiling for a fight. "Dad, answer it," Chris said. "We can't offend the Blood Brothers." Art slowly walked over and picked up the phone. "Mr. Stedman, what's happening?" a man asked. "How many martial artists have Lee killed? Have they been defeated yet?" Tyson was busy, so he had asked someone else to contact Lee and find out what was going on. They were all confident that Lee would have won easily. Art clenched his fist, really wanting to yell at the man. Chris watched him, his heart pounding. He knew his father couldn't afford to shout at anyone from the Blood Brothers gang. If he did, then not only would they receive no further help, but the Blood Brothers would send someone to avenge the insult. "No," Art said, forcing himself to remain civil. "Lee was killed. He had been misinformed regarding Alex's death, and he turned up just as Lee was about to kill all the martial arts leaders. Alex fought with Lee and killed him." "What? How's that possible?" The gang member was shocked. Lee was one of their strongest fighters, so how could he be dead? "Okay, I'll let Tyson know what happened as soon as he gets back." With that, he ended the call. Art fought for control. The Blood Brothers had failed him twice, causing him to lose a great deal of power, and now he couldn't even vent his anger at them. It was infuriating. He swept everything off the desk, sending it crashing to the floor. "Stop it," Chris said. "What's wrong?" "I'm a coward," Art roared. "Alex has repeatedly ruined my plans, and the Blood Brothers have cost me the influence I acquired over many years, and I can't say anything to them. I'm nothing compared to them. It's pathetic." He shook his head and sighed. "Dad, everything will be okay," Chris assured him. "We'll regain our territory and influence. Our family will recover." The doorbell rang, and Chris went to answer the door. Standing on the doorstep was the man Chris had sent to follow Alex to the Appalachian Mountains. "You said Alex was dead," Chris said, snarling at him. He was so angry that he shoved the man, knocking him to the ground. "Mr. Stedman, I'm sorry. I made a mistake," the man said, holding up his hands. "But we've discovered something that may be of interest to you. Please, give me a chance to explain." Episode 343, Pleasing the Gods. "Tell me," Chris demanded, wondering what the man had discovered. "Thank you, Mr. Stedman," the man said, getting to his feet. "When you said that Silver Lake would be the biggest fight in the history of the martial arts community, I wanted to see it for myself. But when I got there, the police weren't letting anyone in, so I climbed over the wall and found a quiet place to watch the action. By then, Alex had already killed Lee. I was surprised to see Alex alive, and I was too far away to see clearly. Fortunately, I had a camera, and I used it to bring things into focus." He handed the camera over to Chris. "I found something interesting," he continued. "I'm not sure what's going on, but I think you might be able to figure it out." Chris looked at the camera and started playing the recording. Jessup Clifton was standing by the lake, the man said. After everyone else had left, Jessup walked over to Alex, and I didn't think anything of it. After all, Alex helped the Clifton family a month ago, and I thought Jessup just wanted to congratulate Alex. He paused for a moment before continuing. But it's not that simple. Jessup seemed to be more concerned about the woman called Debbie. Chris watched the video and saw Jessup walk up to Alex. The recording clearly showed him greeting Debbie first, and he appeared to be excited. Chris thought of his previous suspicion. Was it possible Debbie and Jessup were related? Mr. Stedman, I can read lips, the man said. And in the video, Debbie calls Jessup Grandpa. I'm sure of it. Oh? Chris was surprised. Grandfather? He thought. Is Debbie really Jessup's granddaughter? There was obviously some connection between them, but he had never heard about Jessup having a granddaughter. Besides, Melissa had said that Debbie had come from poverty and was now a student at Johns Hopkins University on scholarship. So if Debbie really was a Clifton, then why had the family deliberately hidden her identity? When Jessup couldn't control his emotions, Rufus reminded him that they were in public and that he needed to show restraint, the man said. The Cliftons clearly don't want anyone to know about Debbie. There must be a reason for that. Chris was lost in thought as he looked at the video again. He couldn't understand why the Cliftons were hiding Debbie. You did well, Chris said. You can go. The man left and Chris went back inside, still trying to work out why the Cliftons were being so secretive. He knew if the Clifton family's relationship with Debbie became known, it would have a negative impact on the Cliftons. Perhaps Chris could use that to his advantage. A crowd of people gathered in a secluded area in Canada. The Black Orchid cult members were in high spirits, because this was the day they would honor their gods. In the middle of the clearing, a log cabin stood by itself. Banging noises came from inside, accompanied by the screams of several young women who had been locked inside. They should be honored to have been chosen, but they were disgracing themselves by crying and begging for mercy. "Let us go!" came a cry. "Please let me out of here!" cried another. "I want my mom!" came a bawling cry. The current leader of the Black Orchid sect was a bearded man called Cassius Sumpter. He stood outside the cabin and looked up at the moon. Then he nodded to another man, who stalked over to the cabin and walked inside. As soon as he stepped inside, the crying inside stopped abruptly, as if the women had been frightened into silence. The other cult members began to chant, the sound rhythmic and almost hypnotic. Several of them began to sway, their eyes closed and their heads tipped back. The ominous silence from the cabin continued for many long minutes. Finally, the man stepped out of the cabin and nodded at the leader. "It is done," the leader announced. "May the gods be pleased." "May the gods be pleased," the cult members repeated. Cassius spoke to his disciples, reminding them of the importance of performing their rituals to protect themselves from disaster. And then the ceremony came to an end. Later, 4 of the senior priests sought out Cassius, who was standing in front of a window, looking at the night sky. "Master, perhaps the problem is that we're missing the Phoenix Jade Pendant," one priest suggested. "No, the Phoenix Jade is simply a tool," Cassius said, shaking his head. "That's not the problem. We've been using ordinary women in the ritual instead of the chosen one. I'm afraid that if it goes on like this, then the gods will become angry, and then the whole world will be destroyed."
Cynthia Clifton died 20 years ago," said the priest, "and the Phoenix pendant is lost to us. We've searched the entire continent, and we haven't found a trace of it. How can we possibly find the Chosen One to appease our gods?"
They all fell silent, considering the matter. "Is the world doomed to destruction?" Cassius called out to the gods. "No, revered gods, we are happy to do whatever you ask of us. But in this one thing, we cannot meet your needs. If you can hear my prayer, then please tell me what to do." A shooting star flashed across the night sky.
"Thank you,"
Cassius shouted, bowing his head. The 4 priests breathed a sigh of relief.
"It's pointing us in the direction of the eastern United States," Cassius said. "The Chosen One must be there. Go to the United States and find her. No matter what happens, you must bring the Chosen One to me."
Episode 344, The Chosen One.
"Yes," a priest agreed. "Should we inform the Clifton family and ask for their help?"
The Black Orchid cult had been established hundreds of years ago. At one time, there had been many branches spread throughout the continent, but now only this one branch remained. Long ago, the Clifton family had been entrusted with the Phoenix Jade Pendant, which was sacred to the cult, and the Cliftons had always been important to them. But 20 years ago, the Chosen One, Cynthia, had secretly gotten married, which had broken all the rules. The cult's leader had been furious, and he had almost killed the entire Clifton family. The Jade Pendant had been lost, and no one had known what had happened to Cynthia's daughter. If the baby had survived, then she might be the new Chosen One. So the cult leader had allowed the Clifton family to live and urged them to look for the Jade Pendant and the baby girl. But 20 years later, the Clifton family had found nothing.
"No,"
Cassius said. The 4th priest was surprised, but he knew that the Clifton family had almost completely lost touch with the Black Orchid cult over the years. Their vast contact had been 8 years ago, when Rufus Clifton had traveled to Canada to visit.
"I think the Chosen One is probably Cynthia's baby girl," Cassius said. "If the Clifton family found her, then it's possible they've betrayed us and hidden her." "That is a great sin," one of the priests said, his voice hushed. "The gods will be angry, and it won't just be the Clifton family who will be punished. We will all be held responsible. Are the Cliftons crazy?"
"The Clifton family no longer seems to be sincere in their devotion," Cassius said, sighing.
"If we discover that they have indeed betrayed us, then how should we deal with them?" one of the priests asked.
"They have violated our sacred laws, and they have provoked the anger of the gods," Cassius said, frowning. "We must destroy the Clifton family to appease them."
"Yes, to appease our gods,"
the 4 priests responded together. Then they bowed to Cassius and left to track the whereabouts of the Chosen One.
"Please be patient with us, honored gods," Cassius prayed, lifting his hands to the sky. "Your people have gone to look for your Chosen One, and I believe we will soon be able to provide you with a beautiful, kind-hearted woman."
News of the decisive battle at Silver Lake had spread throughout the martial arts communities and beyond to ordinary people. Of course, many of the details had been exaggerated, but the basic story was accurate. It was well known that many famous people in the martial arts world had gathered at Silver Lake, and Lee had defeated them. But then, a young man called Alex arrived and killed Lee. Alex's name was on the lips of many people,
but no one knew what he looked like or where he'd come from. In the absence of facts, people began to invent their own theories. Some said that Alex was a descendant of a strong martial arts family, while others said he was a nomad who wandered the world. The more powerful families knew Alex was a security guard who had helped the Cliftons win their fight against the Stedman family. No matter what version of the story people heard, Alex was big news. Even the security guards and students at Johns Hopkins University were discussing the fight at Silver Lake. Of course, they didn't realize they were talking about the same Alex who was a security guard on campus. Jessup wanted to see his granddaughter. Now that the fighting was over and Alex's reputation had grown, Jessup felt secure in his position as the overlord of Baltimore's underworld. He decided to invite Alex for a celebration dinner. After all, it would be suspicious if he didn't invite him for everything Alex had done for him. And, as a bonus, Jessup would be able to see his granddaughter without arousing suspicion. "Dad, is it really a good idea to host a dinner for Alex?" Rufus asked, worried about his father's plans. "Won't that draw too much attention?" "Rufus, you're being too cautious," Jessup said, smiling at him. "Relax, it's just a simple celebration. There won't be any trouble." "Yes, Dad," Rufus said, knowing he wouldn't be able to change his father's mind. Rufus made some arrangements, and then he called Alex to tell him that Jessup wanted to hold a celebration dinner the following night. All the upper-class people in Baltimore would be invited. Rufus asked him to bring Debbie with him as his girlfriend. Alex understood Jessup wanted to see Debbie, so he promised to be there. When Alex told Debbie, she was thrilled, as she wanted to spend more time with Jessup. The next evening, Alex and Debbie took a taxi to the street corner where the Clifton family home was located. Callisto hadn't been invited, so she had stayed on campus. Alex and Debbie began to walk along the street when they saw a few young people standing by a car, talking about the fight at Silver Lake. "Hey, did you hear about the meeting at Silver Lake? The Sunrise, Black Swallow, Iron Fist, and Tiger Sex were all there, but they were beaten by Lee Harshaw, and Brody Kent was killed." "Yeah, and not just Brody. Lee killed several leaders of various sects. The martial arts community was almost destroyed." "I know. This situation was really dangerous. But then, a young man called Alex appeared and fought with Lee. Everyone thought Lee would destroy him. But then, the unexpected happened." Episode 345, Alex Isn't That Special. Another man picked up where his friend had left off. Alex was extremely skilled in martial arts. He held off Lee and then kicked at him, breaking his neck and sending him flying into the water. Lee smashed into the lake, sending water everywhere. Another man joined in, embellishing the tale. The lake was dyed bright red with Lee's blood. When Lee was dying, he couldn't believe it and said, "Oh, the martial arts community is too strong for me." Then he died. Wait, didn't Alex snap his neck? Someone asked. Then how could he speak? Everyone laughed. Alex and Debbie had heard the youths talking, and the story had become so ridiculous that they chuckled, drawing attention to themselves. The young people weren't happy, and they blocked Alex and Debbie from walking along the street. "What's so funny, loser?" asked one young man. "Are you laughing at Alex? He's our idol, so if you laugh at him, you're disrespecting us, and we'll make you sorry." Alex fought back a smile, amused at their reaction. "You're mistaken. he said. I just think you're overdoing it. Alex isn't that special. What do you know? The man asked, his lip curling into a sneer. He's probably even more skilled than we said he was. He's an absolute miracle, and he saved the whole martial arts community. If you slander him again, you'll pay for it. Alex shook his head. Okay, I'm sure you're right, he said politely. Now, would you please step aside and let us pass? Several of the men looked at each other and laughed. There's only one house on this street, a man said. Don't tell me that you're going to the Clifton house. He burst out laughing. Are you trying to be funny? You clearly don't belong here. Look at you. Alex was speechless. They should know not to judge people by their appearance. Don't you know anything? Another man asked. The Cliftons are holding a celebration dinner for Alex tonight. All the important people in Baltimore will be there. We're rich, and even we aren't important enough to be invited. We're only here because we want to see Alex with our own eyes. These people are waiting just to see me? Alex thought, stunned. He decided it would be better to leave as soon as possible to avoid being recognized. Oh, okay, Alex said. Well, if you'll excuse us, we need to get going. You're not going anywhere, someone called. You insulted our idol, and now you have to apologize to us. Yeah, another man called. If you don't apologize, then you can't leave. Alex is the hero of the martial arts community, said a third man. How dare you ridicule him? A car pulled up beside Alex, and Chelsea stepped out. She was wearing a red dress and a pair of black high-heeled shoes. There was no sign of her usual ponytail. Instead, she had arranged her hair into a bun, and she was wearing light makeup. What are you doing? Chelsea asked, looking around at the group of young people. The men stared at her, realizing that she was going to the dinner at the Clifton house. Since they knew how important the Cliftons' guests were, they were careful to be polite to her. It's nothing, said one man. This guy slandered Alex, so we... Slandered Alex? Chelsea interrupted, gaping at him. This guy is Alex. How could he possibly slander himself? Don't be stupid. Everyone was confused. Was this guy really Alex? They turned and looked at Alex, who was feeling quite embarrassed by now. They realized he had previously said he was going to the Clifton house, and now a rich lady had backed him up. Could it possibly be true? They stared at him for a moment, and then they fell to their knees, stammering out their apologies. Please forgive us. We didn't know it was you, said a young man. Yes, if we'd known, we would have never spoken to you like that, cried his friend. Alex, we're sorry. Please don't hold it against us, said another man. Alex laughed at their panicked expressions. He really wasn't angry. Get up, Alex said, bending down to help them to their feet. It's fine. I'm just an ordinary person, and I'm not looking for attention. I'd rather live a peaceful life. Yes, of course, the men said, nodding. Alex smiled at them. Officer Wood, shall we go in together? Alex asked Chelsea, thinking that she looked especially pretty when she was dressed up. Chelsea agreed, and then she, Alex, and Debbie walked to the Clifton house. The young people watched as Alex went inside. The whole interaction had felt like a dream. He really is Alex, and we almost challenged him, one man said, shaking his head. Oh, we're so lucky we didn't offend him, said another man. Can you imagine what would have happened to us if we had taken it too far?
They all fell silent as they thought about what had happened to Lee. Episode 346, Family Banquet. When Alex walked into the Clifton family's banquet hall, everyone applauded. They all stood up and smiled at him with deep admiration, but also fear in their eyes. Jessup's eyes seemed to be moist. He tried to restrain his feelings as he shook hands with Alex. He regarded him as the hero who had saved his family. He said, "Alex, you've been a blessing to my family. Now all 4 generations have gathered here today to welcome you to our family." Alex replied, "Mr. Clifton, thank you so much for your kind words. I'm honored to receive such a welcome by your family. Mr. Clifton, I have brought you Debbie." Everyone attending the banquet had dressed in their finest festive outfits. They all looked dignified and full of joy. The Clifton family had been around for hundreds of years and had experienced many changes of fortune, but they had recently been through their most risky period, and it was only because of Alex that the family still prospered. Other than his recent victories, the rest of the family had been in a state of decline and complacency. "My darling Debbie, I hope that Alex is treating you well," Jessup said to Debbie with undisguised love clear in his eyes. After his daughter had died, he transferred all his love to Debbie. She blushed and her eyes flashed with happiness. "Thanks to Alex, everything is well with our family," she said. Then she looked at Alex and thought, "I'm the happiest woman in the world. My grandfather and my future husband both love me dearly and treat me with so much respect." She looked up at both her husband and her grandfather. Although Alex had saved them, Jessup was still the head of the family. That's good. Today we'll drink and celebrate together. I feel so happy." Jessup showed a rare smile. Chelsea watched how Debbie and Alex looked at each other and was suddenly overwhelmed with loneliness and melancholy. She told herself, "I'm finally out of my police uniform and all dressed up in my favorite dress, but who is it for? I can't help but feel sad." The banquet was the grandest family celebration that the Clifton family had ever held. Few people from outside the family were invited. Jessup had felt it important to invite the Wood family, but very few others. As Alex and Debbie walked down the red carpeted corridor, people turned to them and greeted them warmly. One of the members of the Clifton family was so excited that she raised her hand to her mouth and cheered loudly. "Alex, we love you. You're our family's idol." People who heard her laughed joyfully. Another woman said with a smile, "Zelda, be careful what you're saying. Remember your husband. He won't be happy with you for talking that way with another man." "I just said what everyone's thinking. My husband won't be angry," Zelda replied. She was shrewd but believed in speaking her mind. She didn't want to conceal her appreciation of Alex. "Alex, I'd like to shake your hand," a young man said seriously as he stretched out his hand. Naturally, Alex didn't refuse, and they shook hands earnestly until other people watching started reaching out their hands, and Alex happily shook them. He didn't know who most of the people were, but they were all polite and friendly to him. Jessup laughed, but he didn't stop him. His usually cold face was smiling from ear to ear in genuine happiness. He thought, "Young people have their way of doing things. Let Alex feel how grateful the Clifton family are to him. I will leave the burden of running the Clifton family to him one day." As Alex and Debbie approached him, Jessup cleared his throat and said, "Today, We're holding a banquet to celebrate Alex's victory for our family. If it hadn't been for him, our family would no longer exist. I therefore ask you all to put your hands together in both respect and gratitude for Alex and Debbie. This banquet is in their honor. Alex will therefore be taking my place at the head of the table." Everyone felt inspired by Jessup's words. The Clifton family had been around for over 100 years, and the family had a strong sense of tradition, and no outsider had ever been honored in such a way. One young man called out, "Grandfather, no! You always sit at the head of the table." "Don't say any more," Jessup said deeply. He turned to the two elegant chairs at the head of the table and said, "Please, sit down, Alex. There's no need for you to refuse my request." The room was silent when they heard this request to Alex. "Mr. Clifton, I could never take your seat. You've already honored me enough, and it's important that the rest of the family aren't upset," Alex said. Debbie watched the scene and felt uneasy. Her grandfather had been through so much that she felt he should sit at the head of the table. "None of you understand. It's a great honor for the Clifton family to have Alex sitting at the head of our table, and it would make me extremely relieved to make way for him," Jessup said meaningfully. Alex felt that he could no longer resist Jessup's request. Everyone saw the importance that Jessup attached to Alex, so they also respected the young man. In addition, they already loved and admired the beautiful Debbie, although few of them knew the full story of her history. Jessup told everyone, "Today's banquet is called the 100 Cattle Banquet. Our family has a long tradition of holding 100 cattle feasts. 100 cattle have been brought especially from Canada, where they were raised on very special grass. As a result, the meat today should be the best and most expensive that you've ever tasted. Please enjoy it." A beautiful woman walked in carrying a plate of food that smelled delicious. The whole banquet hall was full of wonderful aromas, and even Alex felt overwhelmed. "Please, allow Alex to try it first to demonstrate our respect and gratitude," Jessup said. The woman presented Alex with a beautiful silver and jade fork. He took it, selected a piece of meat from the plate, and put it in his mouth. He tasted it for a long time before he declared, "It's absolutely delicious." Alex praised our family's feast of 100 cattle. His exact words must be written into the Clifton family's records. "Do you understand?" Jessup shouted. "Yes, sir," confirmed an older gentleman who was sitting next to him. He began writing. The banquet was very enjoyable, and everyone had a good time. There were endless toasts, and the atmosphere was warm and relaxed. As it was coming to an end, Jessup whispered to Alex, "Alex, please follow me. I have something to show you." "Oh?" Alex said as he stood up. Jessup took him by the hand and led him across the corridor and out to the courtyard. Episode 347, The Underground Palace. Jessup stopped walking in a quiet courtyard far away from the banquet hall. Jessup stopped walking and repeated, "Alex, there's something I need to show you." Then he slowly twisted a hidden mechanism on a huge rock, causing the rockery to divide into two pieces and an entrance to appear suddenly. Jessup entered the gap, and Alex followed him. there was a long row of steps under the entrance of the cave. As they made their way down the steps, the hole closed behind them and the lights went on. It was a very secret place for the Clifton family. It was like an underground palace, and very few people had been allowed to go there. The fact that Jessup took Alex there showed how much he trusted him. Jessup pushed open a jeweled door and said, "Alex, my family has accumulated wealth for so many years that it would be impossible for one generation to spend it all. People from outside the family have underestimated the Clifton family's financial resources. Even if we were to lose all our properties, that would only be a tiny proportion lost from our actual wealth. Please, take any item that you would like." Alex was a little surprised, but he wasn't very interested in money or valuables. He said, "Mr. Clifton, you've planned well for the future. I admire you greatly. But I won't take anything. Thank you for your trust." Jessup was surprised. He said, "These jewels are indescribably beautiful and valuable, and yet you're barely looking at them. When you and Debbie are married, I'll bring her to choose many items for herself. Now come with me." Jessup took a long breath as he said this. He had a low opinion of his children and grandchildren, and he had already regarded Alex as his closest relative. Alex was the only person apart from him who knew about the underground palace. After walking for several minutes, they arrived in a tiny room. Compared with the other rooms, it was very plainly decorated and even smelled a little damp. Once he had entered the room, Jessup reached up into a small niche on the wall and carefully took out a piece of white jade. Alex's eyes were immediately drawn to the object, which was around a white phoenix that glowed gently in the light. It was flawless. The most eye-catching part of the phoenix was its head, with prominent eyes and fierce features. Alex knew that the phoenix was fabled to be a ferocious creature. He sensed that the object was both ancient and mysterious. Jessup stroked the jade and said, "Alex, have you ever heard of the Black Orchid cult?" "No. Who are they?" Alex remained motionless, although he felt a deep sense of foreboding from the object. He listened intently as Jessup carefully explained the relationship between the Black Orchid cult and the Clifton family. He continued to feel a strong sense of uneasiness in the presence of the phoenix. "Alex, the Clifton family and the Black Orchid cult have now been separated, but we still obey their orders. However, I have never given them this jade phoenix. Some of the rules of the cult are outdated and cruel, and I'm afraid of what might happen if this falls into their hands. The cult is also the reason that Debbie and I can't be together, despite the fact that we're so close." Jessup was deep in thought. He was calm, but he also seemed to be anxious. At that moment, a ringing bell disturbed him from his contemplation, and he looked shocked. He was carrying a high-tech alarm on his body, which wouldn't ring unless there was an emergency. "We must go," he told Alex as he quickly turned and walked out carrying the phoenix. Alex followed him. 10 minutes earlier in the banquet hall, the tables had been overflowing with food and wine, and there was a lot of joyful chatter and laughter. Debbie was eating, but also occasionally glancing at the door, wondering why her grandfather and Alex hadn't returned. Suddenly, she heard the thundering of a drum coming from outside the hall. The sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. 4 men in lion costumes followed a smaller man, who was beating a drum slowly into the hall. Rufus stood up and asked, "Who let you in? We didn't order any performers." In Jessup's absence, Rufus took charge. The drummer took a step closer and said, "We heard that the Cliftons were holding a family banquet. We hope that you would hire us to entertain you." When Rufus looked closely, he realized that it was Noel Jacobs, a local performer who regularly came to Clifton's mansion to perform for money. He often played, sang and danced for them, and was paid fairly for his efforts by the family. "You're smart to try your luck. Here's $1,000 for you to share between you, but we don't need you to perform for us today." However, the men in the lion costumes had already started to dance. Everyone cheered as they moved gracefully through the crowd. The dancers were elegant and skillful, and everyone applauded. When several people took out their cell phones to record the performance, the lion suddenly stopped dancing. Noel was still beating his drum, but he turned to the dancers and yelled angrily, "Hey, what are you doing? Why have you stopped dancing?" He stared at the dancers. They suddenly removed their costumes to reveal themselves. They were 4 big men with cruel expressions. "What are you doing?" Noel screamed in horror as the 4 men slowly walked toward him. They no longer looked meek and humble as they had when he hired them, but suddenly seemed strong and aggressive. One of them knocked him to the ground, rendering him unconscious before he could say any more. The whole audience was in uproar as the Clifton family security guards rushed toward the men. Rufus also rushed forward. "Who are you and what do you want? Guards, seize these men." Rufus's eyes were fierce as he stared at the 4 mysterious attackers. They needed to be captured to preserve the reputation of the Clifton family. "Are you challenging me?" asked one of the men with a Canadian accent. Although his voice was very quiet, it penetrated the atmosphere and reverberated throughout the hall. "Noel insulted us, so he had to die. In a moment, you will all die too." The men were surrounded by Clifton family members and security guards, but they looked relaxed and in control. Episode 348, The Chosen One. The 4 men were priests of the Black Orchid cult. Their names were Zeke, Orion, Jax, and Neo. They had been ordered to sneak into the U.S. from Canada to find information about the Clifton family. They had already been searching for several days, and they had now pretended to be dancers at the family banquet so that they could disguise themselves as dancers and enter the hall freely. Although they were surrounded, the eyes of the 4 men never left the room. If anyone tried to escape, they would kill them in a heartbeat. Although the Clifton family was once connected with the Black Orchid sect in America, the 4 priests were not there to reminisce about the past. They all had cold expressions as they looked at the guards. They knew that as a powerful family that had survived for over a century, the Cliftons shouldn't be underestimated. When the man said, "You'll all die," the family was in a state of uproar. The young men, particularly, were desperate to attack the 4 strangers. One young man said, "There's only 4 of you and 300 of us. Do you really think you can take on all of us? You're crazy." Even Chelsea couldn't help but smile. Only ignorant foreigners would dare to be so presumptuous about the Clifton family. She thought, "I'm afraid they won't be so arrogant for long. Soon, they'll feel the true strength of the Clifton family. Besides, Alex is nearby. He'll deal with them." "Come on, then. What are you waiting for? I'll give you one last chance to leave," said another family member. "Don't talk nonsense. I've been learning some new martial arts techniques. This'll be a great chance to practice," said another. Everyone laughed. The 4 men felt that everyone was laughing at them and for a moment didn't know what to do. "Well, don't say we didn't warn you," one of the strangers said coldly. He grabbed one of the security guards and whirled him around in the air several times. The man's face turned red, and after struggling to stand for a moment, he collapsed to the ground where he was and passed out. Everyone in the room was suddenly silent with shock. The man was a senior security guard and a martial arts master, but he had been knocked out in a single move. Rufus was appalled, and yet he was becoming increasingly anxious. He thought, "Why aren't Dad and Alex back yet? I'm sure that as soon as Alex gets back, he'll beat these attackers, no matter how powerful they are. He'll save the family." He knew that his father had an emergency device that he could activate, but that he shouldn't unless he had no other choice. If he panicked and activated it too rashly, his father would scold him for losing his cool. Instead, Rufus said in a deep voice, "Everybody, please step aside. What are you four strangers doing? Tell me what my family have done to offend you. Why have you invaded our celebration and started hurting people? Tell me what you want." The man who had beaten the security guard was called Zeke. He was the leader of the four and was a senior and knowledgeable member of the sect. He knew that beating the security guards so easily had the effect that he had hoped for. The family were all terrified, and he could sense the respect in Rufus's voice. He knew that Rufus would do anything to defend his family. He smiled sinisterly at Rufus and said, "You're a sensible man, and I can tell that you respect us and appreciate the gravity of your situation. Tell me, where is Debbie?" "Rufus, don't tell him anything. There are hundreds of us. There's no way they can beat us all. Don't be polite to these scumbags," one of Rufus's young brothers roared, his eyes full of contempt and hatred. The man had already hurt one of their own. "Shut up. My father isn't here, so I have the final say," Rufus said coldly. He turned back to the man and said, "Debbie? Why are you looking for Debbie? She's just a young woman. What do you want with her? She can't have done anything to upset you." Rufus was puzzled. "You misunderstand our quest. You assume that we're looking for Debbie because she's done something to offend us. That's not true. We're looking for her because she is the chosen one, and it's her fate to come with us. We're here to ensure that she lives up to her fate. Where is she?" Although he spoke odd, his voice was soft and melodic. Everyone was quiet as they listened to him. Rufus naturally refused to identify Debbie so easily. He didn't know who the four foreigners were, but he could sense cruelty in them. Unfortunately, as the man mentioned Debbie's name, several family members looked at her without thinking. The men followed their gazes and saw that there was only one woman who appeared to be as beautiful, pure and serene as the woman they were looking for. The leader told himself, "If I guess correctly, this is the chosen one of the new generation of the Black Orchid cult. Her temperament and appearance seem to be perfect. We've been guided to her, and I am grateful." With his face full of piety, he murmured a few words of gratitude to the sky. He felt grateful that they had found her so quickly, and that their trip would not be in vain. When they had arrived in the U.S., he had heard that Debbie was the granddaughter of the Clifton family. As soon as he saw her, he noticed her resemblance to Cynthia Clifton. Her face was so familiar that he was certain she was the one they were looking for. However, he could not rely solely on his intuition. The four of them had always proceeded with caution, and they needed to be certain that she was the right one. At that moment, a distant cousin pushed his way through everyone to find Rufus. He whispered a few words in his ear. The cousin had been sent as a spy to attend a black orchid ceremony 8 years previously. After observing the strangers for a while, he confirmed to Rufus that they were priests from the Black Orchid cult. Rufus was shocked when he heard who they were. He understood from his father that the cult's influence had been greatly diminished over the years, and that the Cliftons had worked to distance themselves from the group. But as the eldest son with more access to his grandfather's great store of knowledge and experience than some of his other family members, he was also very aware of the power of such cults. He understood completely why his father had refused to disclose the blood relationship between Debbie and his family. It was vital that it didn't become public knowledge. "How can I hide Debbie?" Rufus asked himself. But he realized that it was too late when he saw one of the priests was already standing next to her. The man smiled and said, "Miss Clifton, your mother has been waiting for you in Canada for a long time. We've been sent to collect you and take you back with us to join her. Please, come with me." Debbie was shocked. A trace of joy appeared in her eyes as she imagined a reunion with her mother. But it soon vanished as she thought, "It's impossible. How could my mother be in Canada when I know for a fact that she fell off the cliff and died?" The priest was almost sure that Debbie was Cynthia's daughter. He knew that he could use the Jade Phoenix to confirm it, but he didn't think it was necessary. "We worship you, for you are the chosen one," he said to Debbie as he dropped to his knees in front of her. His body was completely prostrate, which was the posture of worship. The other 3 priests also kneeled on the ground and looked up at Debbie with tears of joy streaming from their eyes. Episode 349, The 4 Warrior Priests. Debbie stood up with a pale face. She didn't understand why these strange people were worshipping her. The 4 men looked at her in awe. They were overwhelmed by her beauty. None of the previously chosen ones had been nearly so endearing. "Who are you? You said you're from Canada? We don't know each other," Debbie said nervously. She looked like a frightened deer. Zeke replied, "We're from the city of Ottawa in Canada. Miss Cynthia specially sent us to find you and bring you home. She misses her daughter so dreadfully that she can't eat or sleep. Fortunately, we've finally found you here in the U.S." As he lied smoothly, his gaze fell to the ground, but he remained acutely aware of the people around him. Among the 4 men, his martial arts skills were the most advanced, and he was confident he could deal with any attack. He had no morals, so was extremely useful to the cult leader. "Debbie is Cynthia's daughter?" someone asked what everyone was thinking. There was a commotion in the hall, then a quiet air of contemplation. Most people were suspicious because they were sure that Cynthia had died 20 years previously. Only Rufus knew all the facts surrounding Debbie's history, and he quickly called out, "Debbie, don't listen to him. These men are enemies. Come here quickly." With a wave of Rufus's hand, dozens of people rushed up to help, but the priest was too quick. He stepped forward and grabbed Debbie's arms. She wriggled and tried to get away as she screamed, "Let me go! What are you going to do?" Zeke replied respectfully, "What I said is true. You are the chosen one, and you must come with us to Canada." As he held Debbie still with one hand, he started chanting. He waved an incense ball in the other hand, and a pungent smell pervaded the hall. One after another, people covered their noses and stepped back to avoid breathing in the noxious gas. Zeke didn't seem to care that Debbie was also breathing in the poisonous gas, despite his orders that she shouldn't be harmed. He looked at her calmly as she closed her eyes and collapsed onto a chair behind her. Then he summoned the other priests, and they gathered around him. He said, "What about Jessup? Where is he? Is he too much of a coward to come out from his hiding place and face the cult of the Black Orchid?" One of Rufus's cousins shouted, "Kill them! They have to be stopped!" Others joined in, and soon, most of the young men were shouting aggressively at the priests. They wouldn't let them get away with trying to kidnap family members or insulting the head of the family. The priests all started calling out, hoping to taunt Jessup out of hiding. "Hey Jessup, do you still not dare to come out and face us? Well, it won't make any difference whether you dare to show your face or not. The result will be the same. We're taking Debbie with us." The four men looked very aggressive, so none of the family dared to physically challenge them. The leader shouted to Jessup again that if Debbie was indeed Cynthia's daughter, and the Clifton family had concealed this fact, it was a betrayal of the Black Orchid cult and punishable by death. The young men of the Clifton family had heard enough. They were becoming increasingly furious and wanted to rip the four men apart for what they were saying and what they were threatening to do. "Be careful," Rufus exclaimed when he saw his cousins and uncles struggling to contain their fury. Then he watched in horror as Neo stamped his foot, roared like a lion, and violently seized the arms of one of his cousins who was a martial arts expert. The attacker's palm was like a sharp blade that cut into his brother's scalp, causing blood to gush out as he passed out on the floor. The sound of Neo, Orion, and Jax's strange cries reverberated throughout the hall as they skillfully dealt with the procession of young men who attacked them. In almost no time, all of the younger males of the family were lying beaten on the ground. The rest of the family was shocked. They could never have imagined that their relatives could be beaten so easily. "Come on, everyone. We have to beat them," someone shouted. Those still standing were filled with grief and indignation, and even the women and children grabbed chairs, knives, or forks to use as weapons. Some were just waving their fists at the men, but everyone was united against this common enemy. "Wow, do you really think you can beat the warrior priests of the Black Orchid?" Jax asked, as he looked at the remaining family members with a sinister laugh. As he was speaking, a teenage boy approached him from behind, waving a machete. Jax didn't look around, but simply waved his right fist, which connected with the youth's head and knocked him to the ground. The boy writhed on the ground with blood pouring from a cut on his temple. Jax approached the youth, touched the red blood with his finger, and laughed cruelly. He punched him hard in the face, and the boy lost consciousness. Hearing a scream, Debbie looked at her aunt, Naomi, who had rushed over to the boy and was kneeling on the ground, nursing his head in her lap. She stroked her son's hair and cheeks and whispered, "Sawyer, you're going to be okay. It'll all be okay." Everyone heard the fear in Naomi's voice and felt desperate. She gently lay on the ground next to her son and curled up with him, hugging his body close to hers. She was crying hysterically. "Somebody do something! Do something about these evil priests!" Naomi's eyes were frantic as she looked up at the men. Sawyer was her only son. He had been away at school and had only just returned to her. "Run!" someone shouted, and several people took the opportunity to run to the door screaming. However, when they got to the door, they found that they were locked in and couldn't escape. Orion and Neil were waiting by the doors for the cowards who tried to flee, and they quickly beat them to the ground. The smell of blood filled the hall. Rufus was terrified. He reached for the alarm on his body, but it wasn't there. He wondered desperately where his father was and whether he was safe. Where could the alarm have gone? He saw that Zeke was slowly walking toward him with his eyes locked onto his, and he felt a great sense of foreboding. Looking around the room, he saw that everyone was in a state of panic. Episode 350, There's No Escape. "Don't even try to escape," Zeke said. His voice sounded so sinister that most people froze. There were more than 300 people in the hall, but they were no more than ants to the priest. Chelsea quickly picked up her cell phone and tried to call the police station. Hello, I request immediate police support." But there was no response. It seemed that suddenly her phone had no signal. Rufus calmed his thumping heart and looked around him. All the exits were blocked, leaving him with only one option. He had to fight. And he decided that he would fight to the death. The thought calmed him, but he was also overwhelmed with a sense of sadness. "Form a front line of attack!" Rufus glared at the men and roared at his family. "The 4th generation of the Clifton family will be in the front line. The 3rd generation go behind them, and the older and the weak are at the back." He tried to stay calm so that he could organize his family to deal with the 4 warrior priests. "Alex, please get here quickly," he pleaded under his breath. He knew that without his help, his family would lose this battle and pay a heavy price. To give people courage, he told them, "Alex will be back any minute. We just have to hold out a little longer. Let's keep up our spirits and fight back with all our strength until he gets here." The 4 priests laughed when they heard Rufus's lie. Then they quickly launched a fierce attack on the front row of the Clifton family. They were the younger family members, and most of them were fit and energetic. Many were trained in the martial arts, as was tradition for the Clifton family. However, they were no match for the warrior priests who beat them to the ground one after another. In short time, more than 100 people were lying on the ground, and the floor was covered in bodies lying prone and unconscious. Rufus was breathless at how quickly his family members had been dispatched. "I'll fight you," Rufus yelled, and was about to rush forward to attack the assailants, but he was held back by 2 of his cousins. They each had tears in their eyes as one of them said, "Rufus, you mustn't fight them. Your father isn't here, so you have to be in charge. You must stay safe." "In charge?" Rufus thought in a panic. The situation was a disaster. For the whole Clifton family to be beaten at once was unimaginable. The family would be ridiculed by everyone in the city. He tried to take control. "All fighters to attack immediately," he yelled. When the family heard Rufus's new plan, they all grabbed any weapons they could lay their hands on and charged at the 4 priests. However, most of the remaining family members were older or weaker than the front line, and their opponents were too strong. With little effort, the intruders beat them all to the ground. "Right, men, let's finish this," Zeke shouted to the others, and they intensified their attacks on the remaining family members. Their attacks were ferocious, and they used anything they could as weapons. One of them picked up the dining table and used its top to knock out 3 men at once. The scene was chaos. "Rufus, they've knocked out my son," one of Rufus's brothers wailed. "I'm going to kill them," he shouted wildly. Then 5 of his cousins rushed past to help him. The priests had started to relax, knowing that they had almost won, when the brother charged at Zeke holding out a knife in his hand. Taking advantage of his lack of concentration, he managed to inflict a huge cut down on Zeke's body. He yelled out a cry of triumph as he saw what he had achieved. Zeke's eyes almost exploded with anger, but the younger brother wasn't afraid. He ran at him again with the knife held in front of him, but Zeke managed to hit him over the head with a chair leg and knocked him to the ground before he could hurt him again. Rufus yelled, "No!" Tears were running down his cheeks when he saw what had happened to his brother. Among his family, that brother was the strongest, but now he was struggling on the floor, still trying to lunge the knife toward the priest. Horrified, Rufus watched as Zeke grabbed his brother's arm and broke it with a loud snap. He finally dropped the knife. The victim's face twisted in agony, but he continued to try to kick his opponent. Zeke laughed as he stamped on his leg and snapped the man's shin bone. "Do you still want to fight?" He laughed at the man writhing on the ground. His victim spat in the face of the priest, who smeared the bloody saliva across his cheeks, making his whole face look cruel and menacing. He brought his heel down on his victim's face, finally knocking him unconscious. Rufus watched on in horror. He thought, "My brother, you fought as long as you could. You are the true hero of the Clifton family, and we shall honor you." As he looked at the bodies that continued to pile up, Rufus realized that his only hope was to find the alarm. He focused on searching for it throughout the entire hall. The cult members continued to attack and quickly beat members of the family, tossing them to the ground like discarded trash bags. By that time, there were only around 50 people left fighting out of the 300 who had initially stepped forward. Those remaining were starting to despair when they suddenly heard a jingling sound. It was Jessup, who had finally received the alarm and was trying to contact Rufus. "Father!" Rufus shouted. "It's Father!" He stared at the device with tears streaming down his face. No one else could speak. All they could do was glare with hatred at the 4 priests. "What's that noise?" Zeke asked Rufus. "Did you call the police?" "That's impossible. I blocked all the signals within range of this hall." Before Rufus was able to respond, Zeke flew at him and grabbed the alarm. He threw it to the ground and stamped on it. The device went silent. "No one can escape their punishment," Neo said in a sinister voice. Then he reached out to grab Rufus, but the younger man was very agile. He rolled on the spot and then dodged out of reach. "How dare you dodge away from me? You're the one in charge here. But where is Jessup?" Neo asked. Rufus was silent, He wasn't sure what he should do. Was it right to summon his father? But he knew they needed Alex to have any chance of beating these 4 warriors. If they couldn't beat them, they might all die. "I'll fight you," Rufus yelled as he rushed forward. He had to fight with everything he had. Episode 351, Revenge. Prepare to die. Zeke rolled up his sleeves and punched Rufus so hard he was lifted off the ground. He fell heavily from the air and landed with a dull thud. Rufus vomited blood and struggled to regain his feelings in his legs, but he could not stand up again. "What about Jessup Clifton?" came Orion's voice, narrowing his eyes as he stared down at Rufus. Rufus only looked at Zeke, extreme hatred in his eyes. They glared at each other coldly, each desperate to destroy the other. "Commander, why are you wasting time talking nonsense with this man? Just kill him! Wherever Jessup is hiding, we'll find him. He won't be able to escape us." Jack stepped forward, poised and ready to kill. "It would be too easy just to kill him. I want him to suffer," Zeke said. He reached out a finger and gently touched the top of Rufus's head. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Rufus's face, and he clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he felt as if thousands of insects were biting him all over his body. The itching and pain continued for a while. In some ways, it was worse than death. "Just kill me," Rufus gasped. His face was twisted in pain, and he could hardly breathe. "You think it's up to you?" The priests laughed. Suddenly, a loud noise rang through the hall. The gate opened, and then Jessup and Alex quickly entered. "What's happening here?" Jessup was extremely frightened. He could no longer keep calm. He ran around the hall, looking at one side, then the other. The bodies of his family were spread everywhere, some unconscious, others moaning lowly as they tried to pick themselves up. It was terrible. "No, please no." Jessup's voice was hoarse and his eyes were closed, shutting out the horrible scene. "Will my family survive?" The Clifton family had been strong for many generations. He was overcome with shock and grief at the sight of their home being invaded in this way. Just as he was about to faint, Alex grabbed his arm, stopping him from collapsing. "No," Alex whispered firmly. "You can't fall." Feeling a powerful force flow into his body, Jessup stood tall. He looked at his family, heart clenching as he saw a group huddled in a corner crying. Then he turned to the priests. His voice was sad but indignant. "You'll pay for what you've done." "Jessup Clifton, you finally arrived. I'm sorry, but you'll have to die now." Zeke smiled evilly. "This is what happens when you are unfaithful to the gods. Understand?" Jessup laughed, a knowing smile stretching across his face as he held up the white, round phoenix stone from the family vault. As soon as the stone was raised, a faint light came out of it. A halo of light surrounded the stone, and as the light grew stronger, another glow across the room grew to match it. This new glow emanated from Debbie, radiating through her skin like a beacon. The pair of lights grew brighter and brighter until finally, the halo surrounding the stone dissipated, breaking off into spots like starlight. Watching all this occur made the priests shiver. They couldn't believe what they had witnessed.
The Phoenix has verified the identity of the saint, they murmured. There's no doubt that she's the chosen one. The time has come after all.
Jessup sighed with great sadness and anger.
How can you hurt innocent people?
He asked, but he was ignored. The priests had been given their sign. Now they could get rid of the Clifton family. It's time to finish this. Zeke quickly gathered himself and focused on Jessup. He leapt into the air, his body seeming to soar, and he stretched his arm out, reaching for Jessup's throat. Jessup knew that the Black Orchid fighters were powerful and well-trained. He closed his eyes, preparing himself for his imminent death. Therefore, he did not see the sudden flash of light, or that Alex had sprinted forward and pushed the priest away. There were loud claps of thunder and a roaring sound. The wind blew violently and covered the ceiling in dark clouds. The priest stumbled backward from the force of Alex's push, rolling several feet away before he regained his footing. Alex, however, remained firm and unmoved.
What's this?
The old priest exclaimed. He looked at Alex, stone-faced, his heart full of anger. Jessup hadn't come to the meeting alone, and he had brought an expert fighter with him. Even so, Jessup had miscalculated. Even with this fighter, there were 4 priests, and they were all invincible. Jessup had made a careless mistake.
You'll pay for what you've done.
Alex repeated Jessup's word. His voice was cold. He stood in a fighting stance, his hands stretched out and his face contorted with rage. His razor-sharp eyes focused on the priest and started to glow. The light glowed like stars in the night sky and gave the Clifton family courage. Those who were huddled in the corner weeping turned their heads and dried their tears, looking hopefully at Alex.
Alex, be careful!
Jessup's eyebrows were raised, furrowed in fear and worry. One of his grandsons approached him, frightened and pale.
Grandfather, let's take advantage of this distraction and get out of...
Shut up! Jessup was furious. They couldn't abandon their friends and family at a time like this. Is that the best you can do? Alex taunted Zeke. Let's fight then, the priest growled. He had forgotten about everyone else and was solely focused on Alex. He felt an unbridled rage at Alex's disrespect. His sentiments were shared by the other 3 priests, as they all felt that they had been greatly insulted. They were famous all through Canada for their skill, but they were also impulsive and careless. Alex knew that if he implied that their martial arts weren't good, he could take advantage of their recklessness and defeat them. Without hesitation, the priest jumped and extended his fists, pouncing at Alex like a fierce tiger in pursuit of its prey. His black clothes billowed and whipped in the air as he punched, the moment of his fists pushing gusts of wind toward Alex's head. Using all of his power, the priest relentlessly attacked. Even his fists sparked as he moved. He had mastered the art of destroying his enemies and intended to crush Alex like a bug in one quick move. His boxing was fast as lightning, and he managed to push Alex back. But Alex had no intention of giving up. He lifted his fists, ready to fight his opponent again. Alex grabbed Zeke's hand, and the hall began to shake, as if it was being hit by an earthquake. "You dare grab me, young man? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zeke raised his other arm, as if preparing to strike. The ground shook under their feet, the ceiling lamps swinging and flickering. Smoke and dust rose off the ground and surfaces, spreading everywhere. "Mr. Alex!" the crowd yelled. Everyone was worried, unable to see what was happening through the dust and smoke. Will Alex be able to defeat Zeke? They feared. The smoke and dust covered Alex so much that they could hardly make out his figure. As it slowly dispersed, he became more and more prominent to Jessup's dismay. Alex now stood several heads shorter than his attacker, almost as if his legs had been cut off. Jessup dropped his head, tears threatening to fall when Alex spoke out. "Don't think too highly of yourself." His voice rang out, clear and penetrating through the fog, silence, and cold. "How can this be?" Jessup watched, stunned, as Alex wiped the blood from his face. As the smoke and dust settled again, Jessup could make out what had happened and saw that he had been wrong. Alex was not injured at all. In reality, he was standing in a deep pit, looking up at the priest. Zeke stood above him, bleeding and holding his stomach with his hands. Alex had managed to turn the force of Zeke's attack on him. Although it had pushed him to the ground, Zeke was the only one who had been hurt by the attack. Episode 352, The Priests of the Black Orchid. "You're good," Zeke grumbled, wiping the blood from his lip. His eyes were full of murderous hate, but he was also surprised. He had struck Alex with the power of a god, and still, Alex remained unharmed. It was unbelievable, and the priest couldn't help but note that it was something that hadn't happened in years. The other 3 priests consulted with each other. "We fought hard today. Let's take him on together." They rolled up their sleeves, revealing their snow-white skin, and faced Alex. In turn, Alex cautiously climbed out of the pit. Zeke may have gone down easily, but Alex knew he shouldn't underestimate the others. The priests had all trained vigorously in various styles. They surrounded Alex, walling him off from the other bystanders in the room. A dark presence hung around them, so evil and frightful that it suffocated the onlookers and made their hair stand on the back of their necks. "Attack!" Suddenly, all 4 priests held a crescent sword in their hands. Each blade dazzled under the cold moonlight. Their sharp tips twinkled as the priests stepped toward Alex. Neo leapt several feet in the air and aimed his sword down at Alex's head. Zeke rejoined the fight, making a thunderous howl and pointing his sword at Alex's throat. Jax attacked Alex from the back, and Orion attacked his legs. The attacks of the 4 priests were fast, and their swords were powerful and heavy, strong enough to crack the stone. They stood like 4 road blockades, and Alex became aware of how much danger he was in. No matter where he turned, he could be fatally hit. Even so, he didn't feel like he was in danger or needed to be worried. If he could get out from amongst the priest, he would be out of danger. He folded his arms and jumped straight up, the blade of Zeke's sword grazing his hands as he rose. The crescent sword was made of the hardest material in the world. It was a sharp sword that could cut through any material, or so it was thought. Instead of hurting his hand, Alex's body withstood the sword's cut. A sound like a bell rang out, strong and clear, and Zeke's sword broke into 2 pieces against Alex's skin.
What?
Zeke was shocked. He couldn't help but stare at the broken sword in his hand. Alex took advantage of this hesitation and knocked the hilt away. Before Zeke had time to register what had happened, Alex swung his fist. Zeke flew back and fell heavily to the ground.
Zeke!
The other 3 priests' faces went red with fury, and they angrily turned back to Alex. The second attack had begun. Using the sharp half of Zeke's sword, Alex and the elusive Jax exchanged blows, resulting in Alex successfully knocking Jax's shoulder. Jax groaned, holding his shoulder as he escaped from Alex's reach. Now, only Neo and Orion remained, blind with rage. They fought Alex together, alternating in their attacks to try to defeat him. It was more difficult for Alex to dodge this onslaught, and the priests were getting close enough to tear and rip his clothes. Alex ferociously kicked Orion, who let out a strange cry as he doubled over in pain. Hoping to catch him off guard, Neo swung at Alex, the sharp blade just missing his nose. Alex clamped the sword between his hands, bringing the 2 of them face to face, which gave him a moment to observe his opponent. He stared into Neo's wolf-like eyes. He looked like he could tear another man into pieces. He had bulging arm muscles, and his face was sweating. He held the hilt tightly, so Alex was unable to twist the sword out of his grip. If he pulled in one direction, Neo pulled in another, and they struggled, each pulling and pushing with all their might. Suddenly, Alex released the sword. Neo was caught off guard and lost his balance, allowing Alex to step forward and swipe Neo's legs. Neo was able to dodge it, but Alex was quick and threw himself into Neo's chest. He slammed into the priest like a cannonball, and Neo collapsed to the ground and rolled over. He covered his injury, struggling to catch his breath.
Where's Debbie?
A voice called out. Alex turned toward the hallway, but it was empty. Looking around the hall, he noticed that Jax and Orion were no longer there. The battle had been so intense that no one had noticed the priests had escaped and taken Debbie with them. Alex rushed out and jumped on the roof. He looked out everywhere, but there was no sign of Debbie or the priests. The situation was so urgent, but even though Alex felt a burning pain in his chest, all he could do was return to the hall. Only by pressing the 2 remaining priests would he be able to find where Debbie had been taken. The priests lay in the hall for a long time, seriously injured. The members of the Clifton family hugged each other and cried, then checked on their injured relatives. There were more than 300 people in the Clifton family, and many were still unconscious or suffering from their injuries. The Cliftons were frightened from the enormity of the attack. They felt great anger toward the priests, but still took turns to thank Alex for saving them.
Thank you, Mr. Alex.
And
bless you, Mr. Alex,
filled the hall. But Alex could hear the grief and sadness in their voices. He struggled to accept their praise, lost in his misery. Because he had been caught up in the fight, he hadn't been able to save Debbie. The crowd in the hall was growing excited now, imagining all the torturous ways they could punish the 2 priests. They had wounded many of the Cliftons and had attempted to kill Rufus. Everyone hated them and looked at them coldly. Zeke was extremely pale, but he still had a smile on his face. He laughed miserably. "Young man, you won. Never in a million years could I have imagined a day like this would come." "You devil! You scum!" A woman ran out with a knife in her hands. She aimed for Zeke's face, but she was stopped before she could get close enough. "Back up!" Alex yelled, stepping forward to block her path. With Alex's back to them, Zeke and Neo used the last bit of their strength to carry out one final act. Quickly reaching into their pockets, they each pulled out a cyanide pill and bit into them, grimacing momentarily before becoming still. Alex sighed inwardly. The two men didn't want to face the consequences of their actions, so they committed suicide. He had wanted to force the priests to tell him everything about the incident, and most importantly, what they wanted with Debbie. Now his chance was gone. Jessup was in tears. Rufus looked ready to keel over. Chelsea soon arrived with her fellow officers. She made a point of approaching Alex to offer her sympathy. Soon afterwards, heavily armed police officers arrived at the scene. They were completely shocked by the damage and tragedy in front of them. "Alex," Jessup called. "I know what you're thinking and that you want to find Debbie. Don't worry. She's not in danger yet. I'll tell you everything I know." Episode 353, The Sacrifice. Some distance away, two people struggled together to cross a vast field covered in snow. From time to time, the howling sound of the lone wolf echoed over the plains. "We'll be home soon," Orion said breathlessly. "You don't think this weather will be a problem, do you?" Jax asked. He held a walking stick in his hand, his beard covered in snow. On his back, he carried a big cloth bag, which held Debbie, the holy daughter of the Black Orchid cult. "If something happens to the saint, we'll be executed when we return to Canada." "I've passed on some of the Black Orchid magic to the holy daughter to make her more resistant to the cold," Orion replied. "Don't worry. Even if we freeze to death, she won't be in danger." "Well, let's hurry up." As they walked, Jax coughed fiercely. They were both suffering from serious internal injuries. If it had not been for their extreme loyalty to the Black Orchid cult, they would have collapsed on the roadside a long time ago. Back at the Clifton Manor, Jessup finished telling Alex everything he knew. Now Alex knew everything about Debbie. Her past, everything that had happened to her in the present, and the location of the Black Orchid group. That was where he must go. Without any delay, Alex got up to make his way to Canada, taking the Phoenix with him. Jessup offered to send a party with him to rescue Debbie, but he refused, requesting that Jessup keep his mission a secret. The journey would be dangerous, and time was pressing. Alex needed to leave now, and it was best that he go alone. Bringing others would only slow him down. After their difficult journey, Orion and Jax finally arrived at the Black Orchid headquarters. Cassius listened to their reports, but he was not satisfied. "So, the White Jade Phoenix is also in the hands of the Clifton family?" he questioned. "Yes, Master, but we had no time to retrieve it. Escaping was critical. Priest Zeke and Neo had fallen, seriously injured,
and they were captured by a young man named Alex. We did everything we could to bring back the saint.
It was a miracle that Orion and Jax had been able to bring Debbie to Canada. If they had stayed at the manor, they would either have been killed by the angry Clifton family or taken away by the police. But Cassius was not happy with them at all. He stood up from his seat and raised his eyebrows. "It's pointless for me to get angry over such a small matter," he said dismissively. "What I know is that when the situation became difficult, you both ran away. Have you no dignity? Go, repent to the gods." Orion and Jax both grew pale, but they knew there was nothing more to say. They slowly got up from the ground and retreated. A moment later, 2 heavy thuds were heard outside the door, and the moonlight hovered over 2 figures, grimacing quietly before becoming silent and still. In the Black Orchid's religion, repentance meant death. Under Cassius's leadership, these rules would never change. With a disgusted wave of his hand, Cassius silently ordered a servant to drag the bodies of the 2 priests away. The moon hung in the late night sky, dotted with glimmering stars. It was a rare sight to behold. Out in the open air, a ceremony was beginning. On the mysterious altar, a torch was burning, and a strange woman was beating a drum in her hand. She chanted and jumped back and forth, on, around, and under the altar. At the bottom of the altar, there were huge stone pillars, with Debbie locked in iron chains to the middle pillar. Her skin glistened under the firelight. She woke up, pain and confusion in her eyes as she looked at her surroundings, wincing painfully at the chains. "The real saint is different from other women." Cassius stood respectfully aside and expressed his sincere admiration. "I think the ceremony will go much better this time. The gods have been waiting for this moment for too long. So have the disciples. After the ceremony is completed tonight, the gods will protect all the disciples, giving them good fortune and long life, and the Black Orchid group will spread the gods' word to the world." The rhythm of the drums sped up, and the witch danced wildly to the beat. She started to chant the spells faster and faster. "Soon it'll be time for the festival to begin," said Cassius. 2 attendants emerged from both sides of the stone pillar. They were dressed in the solemn black clothes of the Black Orchid group and held 2 huge torches in their hands. They stood on either side of Debbie. She finally realized what was happening. She struggled with the iron chains wrapped across her body, but she knew it was futile. She knew that the end of her life was coming. The members of the Black Orchid cult merely regarded her as a sacrifice to their gods. They had shamelessly lied to her about her mother, assuring her that Cynthia was in Canada. But it was clear now that they had only wanted to use her for their gain. As Debbie stood there, images of her life flashed before her. She imagined she could see her mother's tearful face. She thought about her lovely grandfather and Alex. She looked back on their time together, and her heart stirred as she felt the intensity of her love for him. "Alex, I love you. We'll be together in the next life," she suddenly yelled. There was no sadness or fear in her voice. She felt as if Alex was by her side. "Look, do you see that? The brightest star? That's me. I will always be with you. Right there in the sky," she cried, looking up at the stars. Alex, can you hear me? Do you hear me calling to you?
She yelled out with all her strength. She closed her eyes and cried. She didn't want to leave Alex. Hey, crying again? I want you to know, my love, no matter how far you go, I'll always appear when you call my name. Next to the stone pillar came a man's bright voice. A magical voice. Debbie was shocked and looked around. Suddenly, the man she loved more than anything dropped down from the sky beside her.
This can't be, she thought. I must be hallucinating.
But she knew this was real. Alex had managed to reach the ceremony in record time. It had taken a great deal of trial and error as he traveled. But finally, he found a way to tap into his internal power to speed his progress, sending him flying to Debbie. He glowed with power, lighting him up as brightly as the moon. Her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing Alex appear out of nowhere surprised her, but she couldn't help but smile. She felt no need to question how he had done it. In her eyes, Alex could do anything.
Alex!
She broke down, the tears now flowing incessantly as she laughed. He was finally here.
I thought I'd never see you again.
Don't be silly, Alex said, smiling. We're going to be together for the rest of our lives. We'll have a family, travel the world, and do everything we want to do.
Oh, Alex!
Debbie choked out, overcome with emotion once again. They completely ignored the ceremony occurring before them, causing the woman to stop and disapprovingly watch the young lovers as they talked to each other.
What is this? She hissed.
This is blasphemy against the saint and a violation of our order, Cassius thundered. As the leader of the Black Orchids, he would not allow anyone to interfere with their most sacred ceremony. A strong wind circled him. His hands trembled, and he rose and raced toward Alex like a rocket. Episode 354, An Unstoppable Foe. Cassius burst through the air toward Alex. He looked as if he could destroy the world with one kick. Alex sensed him coming and turned to face him. He bent his left leg forward and spread his arms out wide. Lowering his body to the ground, he quickly moved back out of Cassius's path. Alex's movement caused Cassius to falter slightly, but not enough to lose his footing. Alex remained poised and ready. This leader wouldn't be as easy to trick as the priests he had sent to kidnap Debbie. A look of surprise flashed across Cassius's face when he failed to knock Alex down. But he stood his ground and stared intensely into Alex's eyes. A heavy silence descended over the two as one regarding the other, anticipating the next move of their unexpectedly skilled opponent. Dark clouds covered the bright moon. A gloomy air descended upon the scene of the ceremony. A cold wind blew through. Then, Cassius curled up his hands and circled Alex. Alex put his hands on his hips, his eyebrows furrowed and eyes glowing like fire. Nothing would stop him from saving Debbie. He calmly watched Cassius take step after step, ready to resist his next attack at any time.
You're from Baltimore?
Cassius asked, his eyes glowing green in the dark. Yes, Alex answered. There was something strange about Cassius, especially the way his eyes glowed. It indicated to Alex that Cassius must have taken some kind of drug. maybe one that increased his power. He wondered what kind of enhancements the drug offered him. He got a chance to assess this when Cassius made his move. He ran up to Alex like a ghost, going straight through his body. He was faster and more skilled than the 4 Black Orchid priests. Alex had to lean over to quickly grab his fist. But as he seized it, he realized it felt as if Cassius's hand had no bones. It was like he was striking at nothing and couldn't hurt the other man. "What technique is this?" Alex mumbled under his breath. Putting his hand away, Cassius regained his composure. He kicked his leg out to sweep under Alex. A faint sound of thunder and wind whistled through. Alex stretched out his right leg to block Cassius's attack. But when their legs touched, Cassius's legs seemed soft, absorbing the force of Alex's blow. It completely stole Alex's power, wasting the energy he had put into the kick. He was worried. If this had been a normal fight, he would not have been afraid. However, this Black Orchid leader seemed to have mastered some ancient martial arts moves, so he could fight Alex without overexerting himself. Debbie stared at Alex without blinking. There was worry and concern in her eyes. She was so scared for him that she forgot to be worried about her safety. Alex took a breath. He knew that the more anxious he was, the harder it would be to achieve his goal. "My usual strategy isn't working," he thought. "I won't be able to defeat this man like the others. He's too fast. And if I try to hit him, he can manipulate his body and deflect my punch." He immediately changed his approach. He began to fight more fiercely and cover Cassius with a flurry of attacks. All he heard was a cry as Cassius's body fell back. But despite his punches, Cassius couldn't be defeated. No matter where Alex hit him, his head, his feet, anywhere, Cassius's body absorbed the blows. Each joint could be knocked freely and not be damaged. Distracted by this development, Alex paused in surprise. Cassius was quick to take advantage of his hesitation. He suddenly burst out and unexpectedly rushed toward him. His original defensive position became an offensive one. And now, Alex was the one who needed to protect himself. But neither man appeared to be making much progress. It appeared that the fighters couldn't beat each other. Cassius was growing impatient. His clothes were torn, his muscles bulging as he and Alex continued to go back and forth. The dark clouds had drifted past now, the moonlight shining brighter and brighter over the altar. Cassius made his move. A burst of green light shot from his arm, forming the shape of a crescent sword. He struck Alex, but caused no damage or pain. If anything, Alex shone brighter under the moon. They had both met their match. No matter what moves they pulled on each other, no matter the fighting style, they could not defeat one another. They were interrupted by fireworks flying and exploding in the air. Cassius was bewildered. This was the signal of the start of the ceremony. It was time to offer the gods their sacrifice. "Fire!" he called out suddenly. Alex was taken aback when he saw a few members of the group running toward Debbie, torches in their hands. It seemed they were going to burn her alive. His heart thudded in his chest as he ran to her side. "Debbie!" Alex hurried as panic filled his body, his mind racing. He was hit. He could taste the metallic sting of blood in his mouth, but he kept pushing to get closer to Debbie. He ran a few steps before he finally fell to the ground. He was shaking slightly,
but he used his remaining steps to try and crawl to the pillar.
"Debbie," he whispered hoarsely.
Debbie was heartbroken and cried helplessly. Alex was pale. The blow from Cassius had destroyed their love and their future. If Alex was unable to save Debbie, she would be burned by fire. His mouth was bleeding. He murmured and continued to crawl toward Debbie, dragging himself inch by inch. She strained against the chains and stretched out her hand to try to grab hold of him. Just as he was about to get close enough to touch her, Cassius quickly stepped forward and pushed Alex's hand away.
"Begin!"
Cassius's voice was harsh. He closed his eyes, ready for the ceremony to start. The torch fell on the wood at Debbie's feet. The fire grew bigger and bigger. She was completely trapped in the fire and surrounded by the flame. Alex gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes. He was about to witness the death of the love of his life in a sea of fire. It was too painful.
"Light! Where did the light come from?"
Cassius opened his eyes at the exclamation and saw a strange light coming from Alex's body. The light was as bright as the moon, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Episode 355, Salvation. Countless spots of light slowly converged over Alex. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him, but they couldn't process what they were seeing. It was very rare that Cassius looked surprised, but he stared in wonder too. Each spot of light was soft and bright, floating and shining like fireflies. Even Alex was shocked. Then he remembered. The Phoenix. That's where all the light was coming from. The white jade stone shone bright like the moon. The light spots drew together, and the people watched as they formed a huge figure. There was a tail, feathers, and a beak. The lights had formed the Phoenix. The Phoenix, with its head held high, walked slowly across the altar. Every step seemed to shake the earth. Everyone was stunned. But then, as if hit by an epiphany, they fell to their knees and held their hands to the sky. "The gods! Our God has appeared!" they murmured. "Gods, please show us your power!" On the sacrificial ground, all the members of the group knelt solemnly. The Phoenix shook its head and ruffled its feathers. It was majestic. It nodded to the believers, then wrapped itself and Debbie in the fire before releasing her from the chains and gently resting her on its back. Debbie didn't expect such an ending, and neither did the other followers. Alex's eyes were teary, and Cassius was stunned. Cassius had thought that sacrificing a saint to heaven would bring joy to the gods, and yet that was not what had happened. His face became dark and purple with confusion and fear. It seemed that offering Debbie as a sacrifice had not been what the deity wanted. "God, I am guilty. Please punish me." He knelt, his palms facing upward, and accepted the miraculous event with reverence and respect. Under the moonlight, the Phoenix carried a happy and confused Debbie around the altar. She felt like she was dreaming. Slowly, very slowly, the Phoenix lowered its head, and the light spots dissipated. Debbie was put down. She touched the head of the Phoenix affectionately and nestled beside it until it disappeared completely. The whole area was silent, the dark crowd still kneeling. no one wanted to get up. The Phoenix's revelation could not have been clearer. It had wanted the saint to live in this world. It had saved Debbie from the fire, while its followers had done nothing but blindly follow their leader. For the first time in his life, Cassius felt like he had committed a great sin. But rather than blaming or punishing him, the Phoenix had ignored him. A feeling of injustice spread through the Black Orchid group. The members were angry and condemned their leader from where they still knelt on the ground. It was Cassius who had insulted the saint and her noble lover, behavior of which the gods did not approve. But just as the believers were beginning to feel it was time to completely abandon Cassius, he slowly crawled to kneel in front of Debbie, his head hanging low with guilt. "Holy daughter, please, allow me to name you the new leader of the Black Orchids. You have been selected by the gods themselves. Please, allow us to recommend you as the new leader. You were chosen." The believers cheered in agreement. Debbie had no idea what to do. All she cared about at that moment was Alex. He was still crouched low to the ground, nursing his injuries. "Please rest assured that we will cure your distinguished guest." Cassius waved his hand, and a servant came with a stretcher to carry Alex away. Alex waved at her weakly. "What am I supposed to do? Don't leave!" She stomped her foot in frustration. Alex smiled. "Debbie, do you have any other choice now?" She stood dazed as she watched him being carried away. She couldn't do this. "If the Chosen One does not promise to be our leader, the gods will impose their most severe punishment. We'll all be exiled from this place." Cassius looked up at her, his eyes bulging. He was not being pretentious or threatening as he said this. He had every intention of leaving the group at her word. "Holy daughter, please have pity on our ignorant disciples." A sound like an earthquake rumbled through the square, and all the people mumbled their agreement with Cassius's words. The gods' rules were not to be broken. All the members could do was be humble and hope that the saint would accept them, even though they had nothing to offer. If Debbie did not forgive them and chose to exile them instead, no one would argue or disobey her orders. Under the moonlight, they begged Debbie to save them. They cried that they would be loyal to her, and she could trust them in their words. The leader of the Black Orchid group had a responsibility to the members. Debbie was duty-bound to fulfill this role. Alex was right. She didn't have any other choice. She took a deep breath and then stepped forward. "Get up, everyone. Get up. I will be your leader. You're all forgiven." Her soft voice echoed through the square. "Thank you all." "God's grace! Thank you, my lady!" The square was filled with cheers. Cassius was the first to stand up, and all the members followed his example, waiting for Debbie to continue. Tears streamed down his face. It was so exciting and heartening to have a leader who obeyed the will of the gods and had saved all their lives. After spending a month in the Black Orchid Temple, Debbie had regained her health and strength. She was sitting on the highest throne of the temple in a broad chair made of gold and silver, listening to Cassius's report. He was dressed in black and stood up respectfully. "Lady Clifton, I understand you must leave us. You should take 500 disciples with you for protection."
Debbie's face was solemn. She wore the traditional dress of a noblewoman and a crown with the symbol of a deity. Alex sat beside her, quiet and serious, wearing the clothes of a diplomat. These were the rituals of the Black Orchid cult, and the customs they were expected to respect. Alex and Debbie had been taught by the elders how to fulfill these roles. Debbie listened to Cassius's request, keeping her expression blank so as not to betray her thoughts or feelings. She looked at Alex quietly, and he shook his head. She understood immediately and said in an irrefutable tone, "Tell the disciples that is unnecessary. If I have any instructions, I will send someone to convey them to you." "Yes, my lady." Cassius stepped back and did not dare to say more. She raised her voice so everyone present could hear her. "When I leave, the Black Orchids can't kill whenever they wish. Everything should be done according to the law. The Black Orchid religion needs to be reformed. These reformations will be controlled by Cassius." "Thank you for your generosity, my lady. Thank you for your trust and leadership." Cassius put his right hand on his chest, tears glistening in his eyes. He had never cried before, but since the arrival of their new leader, his cold, hard heart had begun to soften. Episode 356, Taming the Polar Bear. Cassius and many of his believers accompanied Debbie and Alex to the border, shouting out their goodbyes. "Don't forget us. If you need anything, just let us know." Members of the Black Orchid cult came forward, one after another, to say goodbye to their new leader. In the past month, Debbie had been generous with her time, and they had grown fond of her, so now they didn't want her to leave. Under the careful care of Cassius, Alex's injury had completely healed, so there was no longer any need for them to stay in Canada. In the far north, there was little but snow and ice for as far as the eye could see. A huge lake, which had completely frozen over, reflected the surrounding snow, and the unrelenting whiteness was blinding. Tyson Slade sat by himself in the middle of the lake. Covered with flakes of snow, he was motionless, looking almost like an ice sculpture. In his hand he held a fishing rod, which disappeared into a round hole that had been cut into the surface of the ice. For a long time there was no movement. A polar bear stood some distance away, watching the man. Then it began to advance on him, silently placing one giant paw in front of the other. It planned to attack. Tyson gave no sign that he had seen the bear. He pulled out his fishing rod and saw a small fish on the end of the line. As he moved, little shards of ice were thrown from his body, dropping around him. He placed the fish into a basket, and in mere moments, the fish stopped moving. Tyson had been here for a week, and it was astounding that he hadn't frozen to death during that time. He put a fresh hook on his fishing rod and dangled it back into the hole in the lake. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to sense the vibrations that told him a fish was nearby. When a small fish took the bait, he gently pulled it out of the hole. The noise of a helicopter intruded on the silence as it circled over the lake and landed. A middle-aged man called Luther Duncan stepped out. "Sir," he called out, moving closer. "What?" Tyson asked. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my seclusion?
His expression was grim, and his tone of voice was as icy as the surroundings.
I risked my life to come here with important news, Luther said, indignant at his cold welcome. First, you must apologize for disturbing me, Tyson said.
He recognized Luther and expected him to know better than to defy orders. Luther hesitated, but then he kneeled on the ice in front of Tyson.
I'm sorry, sir, he said. I shouldn't have bothered you.
He kept his head down, hoping Tyson wouldn't kill him.
Well, what's this important news?
Tyson asked, not even looking at Luther. Instead, he slowly lifted his fishing rod, removed a fish from the hook, and threw it into the basket. Luther was not a high-ranking member of the Blood Brothers gang, but he had made himself useful over the years, and many of the leaders depended on his assistance. Tyson often used him to send out instructions to the gang.
Sir, I have news from Baltimore,
Luther said, scrambling to his feet.
That Lee has crushed the martial arts community?
Tyson asked, sounding unconcerned.
I expected that.
No, Luther said, his voice shaking. Lee was killed.
Oh?
Tyson asked, finally turning to look at Luther. His hands trembled a little, jiggling the fishing rod, but his voice remained steady.
Is the news confirmed? Who killed him?
Yes, it's confirmed, Luther said. He was killed by a security guard called Alex.
Is that right?
Tyson asked, frowning. One of our top gang members couldn't beat a simple security guard? That's ridiculous. Sir, everyone is laughing at us, Luther said. They're calling the Blood Brothers a joke. Yesterday, a gunfight broke out in Mexico, killing 39 of our people. And we lost 3/5 of our territory. It happened after everyone had heard about Lee's death. And I suspect we'll be facing more of these incidents. We must take revenge and ensure everyone knows we're strong. Otherwise, others will rise up against us.
I never expected to see our gang brought so low, Tyson said, sighing.
We need your help, Luther said. This is the second biggest crisis the Blood Brothers has ever faced. After Lee's death, several other gangs have started plotting against us. They all look down on us now. Tyson laughed, not saying anything. Then he turned to stare at the advancing polar bear, which was so startled that it missed its paw and sank into the snow. Tyson slowly stood up, not breaking eye contact with the polar bear. He took a few steps toward it, refusing to back down. Luther watched, wondering what Tyson was planning to do. Tyson carried no weapons, and yet he fearlessly approached the large bear. The bear freed its paw and began to inch backwards, sliding on the ice. Tyson and the bear continued to stare at each other, barely blinking. The polar bear froze, no longer retreating, but not advancing either.
All animals respond to displays of dominance,
Tyson said, standing perfectly still.
I learned that a long time ago.
Luther was shocked as he watched the polar bear lower its body to the ground, all signs of aggression gone. Tyson had managed to impose his will, subduing the animal. It was incredible. Episode 357, Displays of Power.
Humans are just as easy to deal with,
Tyson said, standing over the polar bear, which still hadn't moved. Luther couldn't restrain his curiosity, and he inched closer to inspect the polar bear. It was enormous, with powerful muscles and sharp teeth. A supreme predator. It had backed down when Tyson had challenged it. If Tyson was strong enough to impose his will on such a beast, then what else could he do? "That's impressive," Luther said, turning to gape at Tyson with respect. Tyson merely shrugged, apparently not thinking it was a big deal. Luther looked between the polar bear and Tyson, no longer worried about the future. Tyson would be able to dominate the other gangs and restore the reputation of the Blood Brothers. "What should I do about the gang?" Luther asked. Tyson didn't answer. He turned away and retrieved his fishing rod, dipping it back into the small hole in the ice. Lee's death had cast doubt on the Blood Brothers' ability to fight, and Luther knew that they would have to respond swiftly to avoid being destroyed. If they didn't act, their reputation would be so damaged that they would never recover. Luther had been anxious when he arrived, but now he could see a solution to the problem. "Sir, if we don't take revenge for Lee, then I'm afraid we'll lose all our influence," Luther said, careful to keep his tone respectful. "You're too pessimistic," Tyson said, looking off into the distance. "There are always dips in power from time to time. Right now, others have the upper hand, but it will pass." "I've mobilized many of our members to fight against the gangs that challenge us," Luther said. "Well, you're right to be fearless in your response," Tyson said. "But you also need to use your brain. Do you really need me to spell everything out for you? What do you think you should do?" "The most important thing is to deal with the security guard who killed Lee," Luther said confidently. "Then the other gangs will be afraid of us. Lee wasn't our only powerful fighter, so we need to send one of our strongest against this man." He paused for a moment. "But no one's more powerful than Lee, except..." He ground to a halt, not daring to finish that sentence. "You mean there's no one better than Lee except me?" Tyson asked. "Yes. Please help us," Luther said, gathering his courage. "I think if you..." "You son of a bitch," Tyson interrupted him. "You want me to fight a pathetic little security guard? A mere nobody? And you think I'm the only one who can handle him?" He cracked his knuckles, glaring at Luther, whose eyes flicked over to the polar bear. The bear was a reminder of how powerful Tyson was, so Luther wanted to anger him. Tyson stood, turned back to the polar bear, and flicked a hand in its direction. The bear rose to its feet and ran off in the other direction, clearly glad to escape. Then Tyson turned his attention back to the fishing hole, pulling up the rod and tossing a fish onto the ice. He did it over and over, moving quickly, and the fish almost seemed to be jumping out of the hole to see him. There were so many that they were spilling out of the bucket, and Luther was stunned. Tyson had subdued a polar bear and was now charming fish right out of the water. So it was clear he had an extraordinary level of power. How could Luther expect someone like that to waste his time on a simple security guard? He couldn't. The task was beneath Tyson, and even asking him would be an insult. "I understand," Luther said. "Obviously, you can't lower yourself to deal with this loser. I'll send our top fighters to deal with him and make sure he's punished for his offenses." He smiled. With a leader like Tyson, there surely was nothing to fear. "Well,
Why are you still here? Tyson asked, closing his eyes and dismissing the other man. He had pointed Luther in the right direction, and now Luther would have to do the rest himself. Alex and Debbie were back in Baltimore, and they went to visit Jessup, whom they hadn't seen in a month. Jessup seemed to have aged in that time, but Debbie cried as she hugged her grandfather, worried that he had suffered too much. Debbie and Jessup now publicly recognized each other as family, which had been the talk of Baltimore for a while. Since then, the Clifton family had kept a low profile. The city's underworld was unsettled, but Jessup wasn't concerned about it, which created an opportunity for the Stedman family. But everyone knew Alex supported the Cliftons, which preserved their position as overlords, so the Stedman family didn't dare to challenge them. So far, there had only been minor friction between the families. As the protector of the Clifton family, Alex was a thorn in the side of the Stedmans, and they had no way of getting rid of him. That night, Art and Chris waited on a quiet street corner, watching the brick wall on the other side of the road. About half an hour later, a man appeared, removed a brick from the wall, slipped something inside, and then replaced the brick and walked off. Art was looking tired and disheveled. He nodded at Chris, who stepped forward and eased the brick back out. After a quick look around to make sure no one was paying attention, Chris took an envelope from the hole, put the brick back in its place, and then left. He got into the car and turned to look at Art. "Can we pull this off?" he asked. "We don't have a choice," Art snapped at him, clearly agitated. He knew what they had to do. Episode 358, The Sniper. Art looked at the paper on his desk as he spoke to Luther on the phone. "Leave all the information about Alex in the wall for my messenger to collect," Luther said, his voice commanding. "And remember to keep everything strictly confidential." Art caught a hint of excitement in Luther's tone. Are the Blood Brothers taking their revenge soon? He wondered, knowing that would be a good thing for the Stedman family. After everything that had happened, the Stedman family was inextricably bound to the Blood Brothers gang. "I'll do it right away," Art said, keeping his tone humble. "But can you tell me what you have planned?" "It's need to know, and you don't need to know," Luther said. "You can watch it on the news like everyone else." He abruptly ended the call. Art obeyed Luther's instructions and put the message into the hidden compartment in the brick wall. He had a good feeling that everything was going to work out this time. Alex would never see this coming, so hopefully he wouldn't manage to escape. Debbie was back at Johns Hopkins University, continuing her studies, and Alex had returned to work as a security guard. He was now famous in martial arts circles, but at the university, he blended in. At the weekend, Alex and Debbie visited Jessup at his office, knowing that it brought Jessup comfort to see Debbie. While they chatted about the future of the family business, chaos erupted. An hour after Alex and Debbie had entered the office, the receptionist had received a call claiming that there was a remote-controlled bomb in the building. They demanded that Alex pay them $15 million in cash before 3 o'clock, or else the bomb would detonate, blowing up the entire building. The receptionist gave the recording of the call to Jessup.
It was clear that the man's voice had been digitally altered, and they couldn't tell who it was. Alex and Debbie had no idea why the man was extorting Alex while threatening the Clifton's building. But Jessup knew. He had been planning to pass control of the company to Alex and had already approached the board of directors about it. Someone must have leaked the news, and that was why Alex was being targeted. Jessup asked Alex to deal with the threat, and Alex evacuated the building. The police were called, and the bomb squad arrived with police dogs, which searched the building but found no trace of the bomb. Jessup and Rufus walked out of the building with Alex, discussing the situation. Rufus looked over at the police. "It's strange," he said. "I asked all the staff, and they all said that they didn't call the police. And yet the police arrived almost as soon as we received the call. Does that sound normal to you?" Alex was puzzled as he watched the police bustling around. Who had called them? And what was going on? He thought about it for a moment. Maybe the caller doesn't care about the money, he suggested. Perhaps they just wanted to create a disturbance, and they're using me as a distraction. Jessup has been in his office all day, so maybe they wanted him to leave the building. The hairs on the back of his neck raised suddenly, and he glanced around, sensing danger. Then he looked at Jessup, pushing him to the ground. "Get down!" he yelled. "Snipers!" Before he had finished his warning, a bullet tore by him, grazing the side of Jessup's head. People screamed and fled in all directions, resulting in absolute chaos. Alex reacted quickly, grabbing Jessup and hauling him into the building. The sniper had clearly been aiming at Jessup, and they continued to fire off more rounds, all in his direction. "Stay here," Alex ordered. "Get a bodyguard to protect Mr. Clifton, and don't let anyone else near him. I'm going after the sniper." He turned and ran out of the building. A bullet hit the ground beside him. Another bullet only just missed him. Alex ran to the building across the street, sure that was where the sniper was coming from. After his trip to Canada, Alex was much fitter and stronger, and his senses were sharper. The Black Orchid cult had been determined to protect Debbie and to make up for injuring Alex. So they had divulged all their secrets, and now Alex had greatly increased his level of skill. Alex made it to the other building in record time. The hall was full of people, and no one seemed to have noticed the shooting across the street. Alex looked at the door and decided not to go in that way. He looked up at the building, and then he grabbed a drain pipe and began to climb. Alex climbed several stories, moving quickly, and then he saw a rope being thrown down from the roof. A man with a long case strapped to his back began to slide down the rope. The man hadn't even noticed Alex, as he hadn't been expecting anyone to climb up the side of the building. Alex climbed to the roof and swung himself over. Then he turned his head and saw the rope. He grabbed it and began to pull it up. The man continued to make his descent, but when he reached the end of the rope, he realized something was wrong. Despite having run out of rope, he was still only halfway down the building. The rope had somehow become shorter. The man frowned in confusion, trying to work out what had happened. It just didn't make sense, and he didn't know what to do. Then he looked up and froze when he saw a man pulling the rope, slowly dragging him upward. Episode 359, The Sneak Attack. Alex? The sniper asked, recognizing him from the information he had memorized. Still, even with what he knew, he hadn't expected Alex to be so strong or so fast. Only a few minutes ago, he had seen Alex in the building across the street. So how could he have gotten here so quickly? "You know me?" Alex asked, frowning at him. Then he shook the rope, reminding the sniper of how precarious his position was. If Alex let go, the sniper would fall. "Do you expect me to beg for mercy?" the sniper asked. He smiled and let go of the rope. Alex had expected that and was already throwing another rope, lassoing the man and stopping his descent. Then he pulled on the rope again, steadily dragging the man back up. The man struggled desperately, but the more he fought, the tighter the rope became, and he couldn't get free. He had been well and truly caught. "Let go!" he yelled. "Drop the rope!" "You don't get to take the easy way out," Alex said, yanking hard on the rope and sending the sniper spilling onto the roof. He wrapped the rope around the sniper, tying him securely. The man coughed, glaring at Alex. "What's going on?" Alex asked, staring at him. "You don't look smart enough to have planned this by yourself, so who are you working for?" The sniper threw back his head and laughed. He wasn't even intelligent enough to be afraid. "You've already lost," the sniper said, smirking. Alex blinked, and then he realized what the man meant. He put his knee on the sniper's chest, pinning him in place. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "Is there another sniper? Did they send more than one of you?" "Very clever, but too late," the sniper taunted him, his face twisted into a sneer. "How many others?" Alex asked. "Where are they?" He would do whatever it took to get a confession from this man. "I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to," the man said. "I'm just a sniper, and I don't know anything else. I just wanted you to know it's not over. And even if you manage to avoid all the attacks, what about your relatives? You'll watch them all die before you join them." He smiled, seemingly unconcerned about his fate. Alex didn't bother arguing. Instead, he stepped forward, checking the rope was still tight. The sniper was going nowhere. How can I get him to talk? Alex wondered. He was still thinking it over when a huge explosion came from across the street. Alex whipped around to stare at the Clifton building, a sense of dread welling up inside him. The sniper laughed. "I told you that you'd lost," he said. "Killing me won't bring anyone back. Jessup Clifton is already dead, and he won't be the last. We'll pick off your family, one by one, and there's nothing you can do about it." Alex couldn't figure out what was wrong with the man that he cared so little about others. Worried about the safety of the Clifton family, he turned back to the sniper and asked, "Do you think this is funny?" He grabbed the man and hauled him partially upright, wrapping his arm around the sniper's neck. He pulled tighter, choking him. The sniper struggled, but he was still bound too tightly, and he couldn't get away. His arms were restrained, and he could do nothing to break Alex's hold. Alex choked him into unconsciousness and left him there. All the staff members had left the building, which had been crawling with police searching for suspicious items. When Alex had run after the sniper, Jessup's bodyguards had snapped into action, taking Jessup to a secure location and locking it down. A man wearing a police uniform had rushed at them, and one of the bodyguards had blocked him. But a bomb had exploded nearby, killing 2 other bodyguards. Luckily, Alex had given instructions in advance, and they had managed to deal with the situation. Jessup, Rufus, and Debbie were all feeling anxious. It was determined that the bomber had sneaked in, pretended to be with the police. The explosion had killed him and collapsed a large part of the floor. Debris was scattered everywhere. Alex burst into the room and asked, "Is everyone okay?" He was still relieved to see they were unharmed, but Debbie was very pale, and she was clearly still afraid. People began to speculate about who could have been behind such an attack. It had clearly been planned, and it was fortunate that the outcome hadn't been worse. Various groups were suggested as the perpetrators, such as the Stedman family or the Blood Brothers gang. But everyone wanted to hear Alex's opinion. Alex thought for a moment, and then he said, "This is about me. They're too afraid of coming after me directly, so they're attacking my relatives instead. You should have stayed away from me." He told them about the sniper. "I'm not sure who's behind this," he said. "We'll have to wait and see. It's most likely the Stedman family or the Blood Brothers. After all, they're the ones who have lost the most." Episode 360, The 15th Floor. Jessup was furious. "Art has gone crazy," he said. "He's angry with the Clifton family, and now he's determined to kill us all to get his revenge. We must deal with him once and for all." When Debbie had returned to Baltimore, the Stedmans had publicly revealed her status as a Clifton, and Jessup would never forgive or forget that. "Well, now that things have calmed down a little," he said, "Alex and I will go to the office to get a few things." Jessup kept important papers in his office, and now that the building was unsafe, he wanted to collect them. He would work somewhere else in the future. "Okay," Alex said, escorting Jessup to the stairway, knowing that the elevators wouldn't be safe to use. As they approached, he spotted Chelsea Wood next to the door to the stairs. Chelsea was in full uniform and accompanied by several other officers. "Mr. Clifton, are you okay?" Chelsea asked. "I'm fine," Jessup said, shrugging off her concern. Next to Chelsea was Evan Bryce, the captain of the Northern District Police Station. The matter was so serious that he had felt the need to attend personally. "I'm appalled by what has happened here," Evan said, scowling as he looked around. "Captain Bryce, the man who pretended to be a police officer was not one of my employees," Jessup said. "Will you be able to find out who he was?" "We'll discover his identity," Evan assured him. "I'm placing Officer Wood in charge of the investigation." "Good," Jessup said, turning to look at Chelsea. "Don't worry, Mr. Clifton," she said. "I'll get to the bottom of this." She looked over at Alex and blushed a little, and then she strode away. "Why don't you let someone else collect your documents?" Alex asked Jessup. "There's no need for you to do it." "The documents contain some of the Clifton family's biggest trade secrets," Jessup said. "I can't entrust them to anyone else. We'll have to get them ourselves." He trusted Alex to go with him, considering him a son. Chelsea took a team of officers to examine the body of the bomber, careful not to disturb anything. A forensics team worked the scene, carefully collecting fragments of the bomb and pieces of clothing. "Have you found anything?" Chelsea asked. We've checked the surveillance footage and identified the bomber as a Frenchman called Pierre Dubois, reported one officer. After contacting Interpol, we learned that Pierre appears to be an ordinary tourist. He has no criminal record, and there isn't even a suggestion of him being in any trouble. I see, Chelsea said, frowning. So how did Pierre get into the building? We don't know that yet, the officer replied. Check the rest of the surveillance footage, Chelsea ordered, looking down at the remains of the body. A thought occurred to her, and she frowned. Why was Pierre wearing a police uniform? And why would he wish to do something like this? Maybe he was coerced, the officer suggested, shrugging. Or maybe he didn't know he had a bomb. And if that's true, then this might not be over. There could still be others around. And Mr. Clifton has gone upstairs, Chelsea yelled. Quick, send a team up there. Boom. The room shook as another bomb exploded within the building. We have another explosion on the 15th floor, someone reported on the police radio. That's where Jessup's office is, Chelsea thought, pulling out her gun and rushing to the stairway. And Alex is there too. Her heart was racing as adrenaline flooded her. Several police officers arrived on the 15th floor and saw nothing but ruins and dust. A big hole had been blown in the ceiling, exposing several wires. This bomb had been more powerful than the last and had caused more structural damage. Steel bars could be seen sticking out of the walls. The blood drained from Chelsea's face, and she dropped to her knees, wailing in anguish. She covered her mouth to muffle her cries as she rocked herself back and forward. Officer Wood, what's wrong? An officer asked, keeping his voice low. As police officers, they had witnessed all kinds of disasters, and Chelsea's reaction seemed a little extreme. No, Chelsea mumbled. It can't be true. It just can't. Her eyes were unfocused, and she seemed unaware that her colleagues were staring at her. She stood up and walked over to the rubble, and then she started to dig through it with her bare hands. The bodies of Alex and Mr. Clifton could be under there, so she needed to dig them out quickly. If they were still alive, there was no time to waste. A piece of broken glass cut her hand, but Chelsea simply ignored it and kept going. What are you looking for? Came a voice from behind her. She recognized the voice and froze in shock, telling herself she must be imagining it. After a moment to gather her courage, she turned around. Alex stood behind her, looking at the debris. Did you think I was under there? He asked. Chelsea gaped at him, speechless, and then she rushed into his arms, tears running down her cheeks. Alex looked at the heavily armed police officers around them and shrugged. He had no idea what was going on with Chelsea either. Chelsea realized she was making a scene, so she stepped back, giving Alex some space. Weren't you in the building when the bomb exploded? She asked, unable to believe he was alive. What about Mr. Clifton? Is he okay? She blushed as she looked at him. Alex had now been her first hug, as well as her first kiss. When the bomb went off, I carried Mr. Clifton on my back and we managed to escape, Alex explained. I just came back to get something, and now we need to go. He picked up an undamaged briefcase. Alex climbed onto the windowsill and disappeared. Chelsea gasped and rushed to the window. Had he just jumped out of a 15th-story window? She looked out and saw Alex safely climbing down the fire escape. Officer Wood, is that your boyfriend? someone asked. "Why didn't you tell us?" Chelsea felt like she might die of embarrassment. She turned her head and looked at the police officer, who was called Jeremy Norris. "Get back to work," she ordered him, and then she walked away. Jessup leaned heavily on Alex, who helped him into a car. They passed through heavy security checks before they could leave the scene, and other vehicles were driving before and behind them, adding extra protection. "Take us home," Jessup ordered. Episode 361, A Measured Response. Security at the Clifton estate was on high alert. Guards patrolled the exterior of the home diligently. In Jessup's living room, Jessup, Debbie, Alex, and Rufus gathered together to discuss the attack on the Clifton's business building. Alex started suddenly. "I almost forgot. Mr. Clifton, please send someone to the high building opposite the office. I left the sniper tied up there at the top of the building. He was injured, but not too badly. Please have them bring him here." He had been so busy running around making sure everyone was okay that he had nearly forgotten about the sniper completely. He still had many questions he wanted to ask him. Rufus made the call immediately. 10 minutes later, they heard back from the staff at the Clifton's building. No one was on the roof. All that was left was a small pool of blood. "He's gone?" Alex thought for a moment. "Someone must have rescued him. That means he wasn't working alone. We're not out of trouble yet. They're still lurking around here somewhere." This new development didn't worry him too much. Even if the sniper had been rescued, Alex was confident he would be able to track him down again. Rufus paced anxiously. "Are we just gonna sit here and wait for them to attack us again? We can't even hide. What can we do to defend ourselves? Even if you beat every attacker, it's going to have an impact on our reputation. People won't want to do business with us." Debbie turned to her grandfather with a worried expression. "You'll stay inside, won't you? I'm so worried about you." She hadn't known him long, but she felt incredibly protective of Jessup. But Jessup smiled at her calmly. "These things come and go. What will be, will be." "Yes, but that's hard for me to accept," said Alex. His eyes were also filled with worry. He wasn't scared for himself, but he was anxious for his family and friends. "We have to do something," said Rufus. "We'll track down the Stedmans and fight fire with fire. We can send a killer of our own if we have to." He didn't see any problem with using the Stedmans' dirty tricks right back at them. Jessup shook his head. "Calm down, Rufus. Don't forget, we don't have any solid evidence that Art Stedman was behind this attack. Personally, I don't think he has the courage for something like this. Besides, if we attack the Stedmans, aren't we also attacking the entire Blood Brothers gang?" Jessup continued. "Will we attempt to kill them all? We're not that strong. In this case, they have more power than us. They would eat us alive." Rufus found this hard to accept. No matter how many fighters the Blood Brothers gang had, surely they would be defeated over time with persistent efforts. "Fine, let's just bury our heads in the sand then," he said bitterly. "What was that?" Jessup demanded. "What did you say?" He slammed his fist down on the table, knocking over his drink and spilling liquid everywhere. Rufus glared back at him sullenly. Jessup was shocked that Rufus had spoken back to him. Rufus hardly ever contradicted him. "I don't like this," Rufus continued in a low voice. "It's weak."
I think you've changed. Jessup gave him a fierce look. Oh, really? And what do you think I should be doing? Order an attack on Art. Let him take the punishment he deserves. He's tried to hurt us in so many ways. All the attacks on our family. Have you forgotten how many people were injured at the dinner? Some of them will be dealing with the consequences of that attack for the rest of their lives. Rufus's eyes filled with tears as he remembered the sight of his son bleeding on the floor. Jessup shook his head. If this is the path you've chosen for yourself, I can't help you. I wash my hands of it. Jessup understood Rufus's pain, but he couldn't support him if he was going to make decisions based on emotions rather than rationality. It would only hurt the Clifton family in the long run. Endurance was their best tool. People had always coveted the Clifton family's power and tried to take it from them. This was part of the territory. Rufus fell silent, overcome with his emotions. Alex glanced at the older men nervously. He hadn't wanted to interrupt, but now that Rufus seemed to have said his piece, he decided it was time to speak up. I don't think it's right to focus on just the Stedmans. They're not the real power behind the scenes. They just want to hurt us. Sir, he turned to Jessup, I think you should spread the word that you've been injured and stay inside for the time being. That way I know you're safe. If I have less people to guard, I can focus on going after our attackers. He turned to Debbie. I'd like it if you stayed here too. Spend time with your family, your grandfather, and don't go outside too much. Jessup nodded gruffly. It's a sensible plan. I agree. Rufus lifted his chin. What about me? I don't think the attacks will stop anytime soon, said Alex. Help spread the word about the attack on Jessup, and let's see what we learn from people's reactions. Rufus nodded. All right. Alex caught Debbie giving him a worried look and smiled at her. Don't worry about me. I won't be taken down that easily. They sat and talked through their plans for the next few days. The phone rang, and Rufus stood to answer it. After a while, he returned to the rest of their little group with the receiver in his hand. His eyes were filled with hatred. It's Chris, he whispered. Jessup sneered. Tell him I'm seriously injured. Tell him I'm on the brink of death. Right. Rufus lifted the phone to his ear. Chris Stedman, you've called it a bad time. My father was hurt today and is resting. He can't speak with you. You've got some nerve calling us like this. His voice was filled with anger. But Chris didn't match his tone. I'm so sorry to hear he's not doing well. I'd like to visit, if that's all right. If there's anything me or my family can do to help yours in this difficult time, please do tell me. He sounded offensively sincere and magnanimous. Rufus felt rage swelling in his heart, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jessup nod. He took a deep breath and said, That's very kind. You're welcome here any time. Thank you for your kind attention to my father. He managed to sound humble. The anger that shook his voice even sounded a little like fear. On the other end of the call, Chris was pleased and flattered at the deference Rufus was showing him. When he finished the call, Chris looked over at his father with a proud expression. He knew Art had overheard everything. But Art was still in a cantankerous mood, smoking furiously to calm his nerves. He couldn't believe that Jessup had really been hurt that badly. After taking a deep drag of smoke, he said, Go over there now. I want to know what's happening over there." 20 minutes later, Chris pulled up at the Cliftons' home and walked into the villa. Episode 362, Choices. Rufus was waiting for Chris by the door. "Hello, Chris Stedman," he said coldly. Chris barely noticed his tone. He gave Rufus a big smile. "Please, take me to him. I brought a little gift. I hope that's all right." Rufus looked down at the basket of flowers in Chris's hands. It was the sort of bouquet people typically brought someone who was grievously ill. Anyone who spotted Chris bringing it to the Cliftons would know that it was intended for someone on the brink of death. Rage filled Rufus again. It was just another form of boasting. Chris laughed lightly. "Thank you for your concern." Rufus gritted through his teeth. He turned and led Chris inside their home. As Chris expected, Jessup was not looking well. He began coughing deeply into a towel as Chris entered the room where he was resting. When he pulled the towel away from his mouth, it was bright red with blood. Chris kept a stoic, patient look on his face as he waited for the coughing fit to subside. But in his heart he was celebrating wildly at the sight of the old man's poor health. Finally, Jessup shivered and lay back to rest. Chris stepped forward and said in a concerned tone, "Mr. Clifton, what on earth happened? How did these injuries occur?" Jessup shook his head. He pointed to his throat, indicating he couldn't speak loudly, and murmured something too quiet to hear. He looked frighteningly weak. Chris felt his hopes soaring. It seemed obvious to him that the old man was nearly dead. He was happy that he had decided to make this visit so he could witness Jessup's suffering in person. A doctor stepped into the room and began to check Jessup's vitals. He shook his head as he worked, clearly not thrilled with what he was finding. After a few minutes, he turned to Rufus and commented rather ominously that they should start making preparations. "What do you mean?" Rufus snapped at him. "Is that all you have to say?" The doctor was frightened and began to backpedal immediately. "It will take time, I suppose. Much too early to say anything either way. Please, forget what I said. Excuse me." He left the room meekly. Chris watched this exchange with a sneer. It was clear that this was the end of the Clifton family's years of power over Baltimore. The sight of Jessup's weakness brought out Chris's cruelest instincts. He began thinking ahead to all the ways the Stedmans would undermine the Cliftons once Jessup was out of the picture. It would be easy to take Baltimore out from under them. There was a general feeling of unease throughout the house. None of the Cliftons wanted to fight with the Stedmans for territory. They felt instinctively that the fight would not go in their favor. Finally, Chris said, "Thank you so much for seeing me. But it's clear you need rest, Mr. Clifton. I'll return to my family and update them on the situation." Chris was more relaxed and happier than he had been in weeks. He could see the bright future of his family clearly in his mind. Off to one side, Rufus had disposed of the flowers Chris had brought with a cold look. Chris reached up and scratched his ear.
where a highly advanced little communication device was tucked discreetly out of sight. It allowed Art to listen in on what Chris was doing and hear the conversations in the Clifton house for himself. But now that their spying was finished, Chris turned it off. After saying his goodbyes, Chris strolled out to his car. But before he could get inside and drive away, he found himself surrounded by a number of the Clifton security forces. He took a defensive step back, raising one hand to his ear to turn his communication device back on. He didn't understand what was going on. It seemed ridiculous that the Cliftons would try to kidnap him in broad daylight, yet it seemed clear that they weren't going to let him leave. Suddenly, the guards rushed at him. One grabbed the communication device at his ear and ripped it out, throwing it to the ground and smashing it to pieces. Chris began to yell out in alarm. "What are you doing? Get away from me!" Suddenly, the guards all stopped. Behind him, Chris could hear the sound of someone applauding slowly. It was Rufus. He walked forward calmly, all traces of grief and humility gone. "By all means, please keep shouting," he said to Chris. "But who do you think can hear you?" "What do you want with me?" Chris demanded. Rufus shrugged. "You sound so offended. But how many people in this world do you think you're responsible for hurting and killing?" As he drew closer, Chris realized his eyes were filled with intense hatred. Rufus's words shook him. Chris knew that he had caused a great deal of harm. When Rufus glared at him, he felt as if every person he had ever hurt was glaring at him too. Chris had never felt real guilt before, but now he felt fear. "My son was hurt," Rufus continued quietly. He pulled on a pair of gloves and drew a knife from his jacket. It was an old piece from the Black Orchid cult that had been passed down to the Clifton family. Even if they were no longer members of the group, they still respected their history with the cult. Rufus threw the knife down on the ground between them. "Of course, we have hurt people too," said Rufus. "But we never harmed innocents. We only ever targeted the wicked. We made those choices consciously. You don't seem to think about anyone other than yourself. But still, I'll offer you a choice. You can choose to suffer, or you can end things for yourself quickly. Which will it be?" Chris's heart thudded painfully in his chest. He couldn't believe his past was catching up to him like this. "Listen," he said quickly, "pain isn't the only thing I can give you. What about information? I could help you. I could make my whole family help you. The Stedmans will be loyal to the Cliftons. Doesn't that sound good?" He felt his knees going weak and knelt to the ground before he fell. "We didn't hurt Mr. Clifton. It was the Blood Brothers who attacked him. And they only attacked him because they were trying to get to Alex. I'll tell you everything you could possibly want to know about them." Chris could sense the power of Rufus's fury. He hoped his offer would appease him somewhat. But Rufus stared down at him coldly. He didn't seem interested in anything Chris had said. "I told you to choose," he said quietly. "Have you made your choice?" Episode 363, An Ironic End. Chris was completely unnerved by Rufus's cold demeanor. He began to seriously fear for his life. "You need to be careful," he cried, his voice rising in pitch. "If you take this too far, my father will get revenge. I'm the son and the heir of the Stedman family. You can't threaten me like this without consequences." He switched from begging for mercy to threatening the entire Clifton family. "Your family's nothing without Jessup. You don't have his power. As soon as Jessup is gone, your whole family's finished. I'm willing to be merciful in the future if you apologize." Finally, Rufus's expression changed. He smiled. With a shake of his head, he looked up to the sky. He didn't say anything to Chris. Chris glared up at him. "Are you kidding me? Don't ignore me. If you apologize now, you can save the rest of your family." Rufus looked down at him with a smirk. "I gave you 2 choices. I'll add a third. Pick up that knife and fight me. If you win, I'll let you go." All his anger at Chris had dissipated while he listened to the younger man beg and scream. He saw now that it was pointless to take the man so seriously. He was pathetic. "I'll count to 3. You need to choose. If you don't make the choice for yourself, then I'll just kill you and throw your body to the wilderness myself." Chris felt his blood run cold. Rufus no longer seemed human. He felt sweat streaming down his face, and he struggled to think straight as Rufus began to count. "Hey, slow down," he cried angrily. "Who could just pick like this on the count of 3? Stop it. I'll choose. I'll fight you." Rufus clapped his hands. "Great. Then stand up and let's begin." He turned to the guards surrounding them. "No one is to interfere. Whatever happens, let him go and we're finished. No one is to stop him. Do you understand?" The guards all murmured their assent and turned their backs on the fight, forming a ring around the pair. The yard where they faced each other was very calm and quiet. It was a spot Rufus often brought his son to play. Thinking of his son's injuries brought up his anger all over again, and he became lost in his thoughts. Tears welled up in his eyes as he thought of his son's suffering. He left his back open to Chris without even realizing it. Quietly, Chris picked the knife up from the ground and threw himself at Rufus, slashing at his back. Yet it was almost as if Rufus had been expecting this surprise attack. He stepped away on instinct, dodging the blow. The force with which Chris had thrown himself forward carried him through the air, his arms spinning wildly as he tried to regain his balance. But it was too late. He fell heavily, piercing himself with the very knife he had tried to cut Rufus with. His suffering passed quickly. After a few minutes of struggling for breath, he slumped back to the ground with a sigh. Rufus stared down at him in surprise. He couldn't believe Chris had finished himself off with his own failed attack. It was not the outcome he had expected at all. He had no choice but to report the outcome to Jessup, who had shaken off his act and was now pacing the halls with energy. Alex stood nearby, listening and thinking hard. Jessup frowned as he walked. He didn't want to punish Rufus for challenging Chris. He understood how much pain and fury his son was struggling with, and it was too late now to change the course of events. All they could do now was deal with the reaction of the Stedmans when they found out.
"I'll take responsibility," Rufus said quietly. "I'll take care of everything. You can rest."
Jessup gave him a stern look.
"Do you think you can handle it? I don't think you understand how far Art Stedman will go to get revenge for this. Although Chris hurt many people, we did not need to be his executioner." "He killed himself," Rufus said bluntly. "He was killed by his own attack. It wasn't how I wanted it to happen, believe me."
Even though the incident had shaken him, he was starting to find some humor in the irony of Chris's death.
"You think Art will believe his son drove himself to our house to kill himself here? Don't be a fool." "I'll deal with this," Jessup said coldly.
He turned to Alex, who had overheard much of the conversation, and said,
"What do you think? How do we solve this?"
Alex frowned. As he said, even if we try to say it was suicide, it still happened at the Clifton house. The truth about what's been going on between the Cliftons and the Stedmans will come to light. They attacked us with the Blood Brothers gang. We have to find a way to divide those two powers so they'll be less of a threat. Rufus and Jessup were both stunned.
"How?"
Rufus asked. Alex said, "Send a competent person to put Chris in his car and drive him to another location. Leave him there. Art Stedman has plenty of surveillance resources. He's sure to find his son's body soon. But let him think that Chris died after he left the house." Rufus nodded quickly and began to make the arrangements. The man they selected quickly loaded Chris's body into his car and drove it away. As he drove, Chris's cell phone began to ring. The man did not bother to answer it. He drove the car far along the road and out to a reservoir. He pulled over onto the side of the road and repositioned Chris so he was sitting in the driver's seat. Then the man started the engine again, placed a heavy bottle from the trunk of the car on the gas, and let the car roll into the reservoir, taking Chris with it. The car was soon completely submerged. The man still standing on the road changed his clothes. When he was finished, he looked up to the sky. "Rest in peace, Saul," he said to the air. Then he turned and disappeared into the wilderness. Art Stedman had tried to call his son several times, and he was becoming uneasy. But it did not occur to him for a second that Chris was in any real danger, let alone that he might have died. Art was still riding the heavy feeling of their victory against the Cliftons. With Jessup injured and presumably near death, Art could use the Blood Brothers gang to get rid of anyone else who tried to stand in his family's way. Alex was at the top of his list. Episode 364, Strong Senses. At noon, Alex and Rufus rushed to another one of the Clifton family's office locations. They planned to hold a press conference there. As they arrived, Alex spotted a blue car pulling away. As it passed by, a strange feeling came over him. He felt a rushing in his ears that suddenly cleared away, leaving him with a sudden, sure feeling about the car. "Stop!" he cried. He turned quickly to watch the car go by and realized he recognized the person sitting in the driver's seat. He jumped out of Rufus's car and took after the blue car as it raced down the road, waving his arms wildly. In the car, 4 women sat comfortably. They had just bought the car and were eager to meet up with their master. It was Callisto, Luna, Celeste and Celine. Celeste was driving. But suddenly, something came up by their side and tugged one of the doors open. They were so strong that they actually damaged the door, scraping and denting it in the process. Celeste barely glanced in the rearview mirror to see who their attacker was. She just pressed on the gas and sped up more. The car sped up, as if trying to shake him off, but Alex was determined. He used his internal force to increase his speed. To bystanders, it looked as though a blur was chasing the car. Finally, Celeste looked in her mirror and realized who was chasing them. She slammed on the brakes, and Alex had to move quickly to avoid running headlong into the car. "Mr. Alex," she yelled through the window, "if you wanted us to stop, why didn't you just call? You don't have to attack the car." The other girls piped up too. They were all very excited about their new car. "Don't you like the car?" Luna asked. "It's so beautiful. Or it was, anyway." Celine added, "We came out here to surprise you." Callisto frowned. "It's too bad about the door." The girls chatted away obliviously. They had only just bought the car, and all agreed that it was too bad it had started to take damage so quickly. But Alex knew there was no time to listen. His instincts were screaming at him. He ripped the doors open and pulled them out of the car one by one. He pushed them in the direction of the Cliftons building, a safe distance from the car. As they ran, he shouted after them, "Run! That's an order! Don't stop!" Celeste was the last one to get out of the car. Alex scooped her up in his arms and ran. People who passed by this scene on the road were stunned at the sight of the beautiful girls running away from the car. Celeste blushed and wrapped her arms around Alex's neck, tucking her face into his chest with a shy smile. It always startled her when Alex did something like this, so caring and protective. She scolded herself a little for letting herself indulge in romantic fantasies. She knew he was dedicated to Debbie, but she also felt it was only fair she be allowed to enjoy moments like this. Her train of thought was cut off abruptly as Alex wrapped her tightly in his arms and crouched to the ground, protecting her with his body. "Duck!" he shouted to the others. "Everybody get down!" Everyone around him fell to the ground just in time as the blue car exploded. Hot air swept over all of them, singeing many people's hair. But luckily, no one was seriously injured. Silence fell over the street. Everyone was shocked and unsure of what to do. Alex got up from the ground and looked back. The car was a smoking wreck. The Moon Girls all clapped their hands over their mouths, horrified. They couldn't believe they had been sitting in that same car just a minute or two before, completely oblivious to the danger they had been in. Although each had been trained in combat, they were still very young, and did not often consider themselves to be in any real peril. Now their thoughts were filled with horrible thoughts of what might have happened had they been caught in the explosion. They gathered around Alex silently, deeply rattled. Celeste asked him, "How did you know? How did you know we were in danger?" Alex frowned deeply. He shook his head, looking at each Moon Maiden, as if to make doubly sure they had not been injured. He couldn't believe what a near miss that had been. Their thoughts were very similar. Each were grateful that their first instinct after buying the car had been to find Alex as quickly as possible. "I'll buy you a new car," he promised them with a smile. "Another blue one if you like. Maybe with stronger doors. I thought I damaged that door a little too easily." One by one, the girls began to laugh. They felt like the luckiest people alive. But they still wanted to know how Alex had detected the bomb. Luna wondered aloud if he had smelled a chemical and how they could have missed it. Celeste shook her head. They had passed each other so quickly. It seemed impossible that he had had any time to notice anything. "I heard it," Alex said faintly. "I heard it ticking." The girls stared at him in wide-eyed amazement. They hadn't heard a thing. "That seems strange," Callisto said with a frown. "Bombs don't make noise." "A timed bomb would, and did," Alex added. The adrenaline rush was fading from his body, and he was starting to feel tired. He tried to keep his voice level and even. The last thing he wanted to do was argue after such a horrible near-death experience. Episode 365, Invasive Questioning. The Moon Maidens all looked at each other in surprise. If Alex said that he had heard the bomb in the car, then of course they believed him. But it seemed incredible that he had managed to hear something as quiet as the ticking of a time bomb over the roar of the engine of the car. They also didn't understand why they had been targeted for this attack. Celine tilted her head. "When do you think it happened? Was it just installed?" Alex frowned. "Whoever did it, I suspect they've been targeting you for a long time. They may have been looking for an opportunity to attack, and today was the day they chose to take action." Luna shivered. "Someone's been following us? We didn't even notice. How awful. What can we do?" After such a near miss, Luna began to have paranoid thoughts. She wondered if they would check every car and building they entered from then on. "Don't be afraid," said Alex. "We'll just be extra careful for now. But why did you come here at all? How did you know I would be here?" "Debbie called us and asked us to protect you," said Celeste. She was worried. Alex smiled. "I see. All right. Well, stick with me for today. I'll send you back to the Cliftons' house later on." But secretly, he was amazed at how much information the Blood Brothers seemed to have gathered about himself and the people close to him. He felt keeping the Moon Maidens at the Clifton residence would be the right thing to do. That way he could keep everyone safe and out of the limelight for a while. Even if the Blood Brothers chose to attack the house, at least he would be able to make some extra preparations to keep everyone safe in one location, rather than having them all spread out across the city. A sharp clicking sound went off behind him, startling him out of his thoughts. He looked around wildly, trying to find the source. When he turned, he saw a group of photographers taking a series of photos. Other reporters standing with them were holding microphones and cameras, recording everything. Celeste stepped in front of Alex, blocking his body from their view with hers. "What are you all doing? Leave us alone!" It wouldn't be good for Alex's face to appear in the news. The Moon Maidens were also not keen to have their image spread around. She wondered at how quickly the reporters had arrived at the scene. No one listened to her warning. Some of the reporters were wandering around the abandoned, damaged car, even poking it daringly, as if to see if it would blow up again. Some turned to their cameras and reported directly on what they observed. But many of them kept glancing shyly at Alex, as if waiting to see what he would do next. "Leave us alone!" Celeste shouted again. but yelling, unfortunately, seemed to draw more attention her way. One reporter walked right up to her with her microphone. "Hello, young lady. Can you tell us more about what happened here?" Another joined in. "Why did the explosion happen? Was there a problem with the car? Do we need to issue a warning to other people who own this kind of vehicle?" "Ma'am, if something is wrong with the car, then we need to let other consumers know. We deal in consumer reports. Please, tell us what happened." Celeste quickly became nervous and angry. She didn't like the way the reporters spoke to her and jabbed their microphones in her face. The idea of complete strangers watching filmed clips of her speaking the next day made her want to hide. Part of her was tempted to grab the nearest camera and smash it to make all of them give her space. But she knew this would not be a smart move. She also had no idea what would happen if she refused to give a statement. What if she somehow made it worse by refusing to comment? What if people started making up crazy rumors and caused even more trouble for them? Some of the reporters, seeing that Celeste was reluctant to speak, turned to Alex instead. "Hello, sir," said one female reporter. "What happened here? Was this a fault of the car or a premeditated attack? Should we contact the manufacturer?" Alex gave her a cold smile but refused to comment. The sight of Alex being targeted made Celeste find her courage. "No comment," she said. "Leave us alone." "How can you have no comment? It's your car," the reporter snapped, turning her attention back to Celeste. She was happy to pick a fight with whoever was willing to speak with her. Celeste couldn't bear it anymore. "Go away," she yelled. "It's none of your business, and we don't want to talk." Another camera was being pushed toward her. The lens was angled to get a picture of her and Alex together, the photographer contorting himself in an awkward angle to get the shot. The sight infuriated her even more. As if sensing her distress, Alex suddenly stuck out his hand and blocked the lens. He pushed the camera and its photographer back, making the man stumble. Everyone froze. Then, suddenly, the clicking and snapping of pictures being taken started up again. The noise was so thick it was like rainfall. It was unacceptable for a member of the press to be attacked. As far as the media folks standing around them were concerned, pushing a photographer away was a grievous assault. "Sir, you just hit a member of the press. What were you thinking?" "Would you like to apologize? This looks very bad for you." Alex shook his head. "You all need to just give us some space." The scene kept getting worse and worse. He had too much to worry about without the press adding to it. "Sir, we're just doing our jobs. There's no need to be violent with us." "Are you typically a violent person? Is this normal for you? I'm sure our viewers are curious." The questions became sillier and sillier as the crowd's fury and indignation grew. Alex looked out at the crowd, trying to control his anger. Episode 366, The Bomber. Alex decided he had had enough. It was time to make these reporters leave them alone. Alex moved so stealthily through the crowd that not a single person noticed what he was doing. While the reporters were busy shouting out their complaints, they each suddenly felt their cameras being snatched out of their hands. They heard a series of smashes and crashes. When they looked at the ground and realized they were staring at a pile of smashed cameras and other filming equipment, they went crazy. The cameras, microphones, and cell phones that they had been carrying had all been smashed to pieces by Alex. The Moon Girls cheered when they saw what Alex had done. They were impressed by his decisive actions. They were supposed to help, but he hadn't given them a chance. They were still slightly dazzled by what had just happened as they stared at the broken equipment lying at their feet. "Leave now, or next time it won't just be your cameras that get broken," Alex told the reporters. As he spoke, his eyes stayed locked on the reporter who had first argued with him. The man had stayed well away from him, so had managed to keep hold of his camera. The other reporters started to yell at Alex. "How dare you?" one asked. "Where are you from?" asked another. "You have to pay for the damage you've done, and you should be arrested. What kind of man are you?" demanded another. The reporters were angry, but all they did was stand and yell. They were a little afraid of Alex after what he had done and didn't want to provoke him into attacking them. The Moon Maidens hoped that someone would attack their lord so that they could protect him and teach the reporters a lesson. Alex was aware that there were both good and bad reporters. He knew that some could be reasoned with, some would need to be flattered, and others would only respond to aggression. He glared at the man who had argued with him. When the other reporters saw the violence in his eyes, they stepped back to allow him through. None of them dared to stop him. "You, come here," he said to the reporter. "Stop pretending to be a journalist. The Blood Brothers talk a lot of rubbish, pretending to be respectable, but you can never wash off the smell of being a gangster," he continued. "The Blood Brothers?" When Celeste heard Alex mention the name of the gang, she suddenly had a feeling that something was badly wrong. She quickly went over and took another look at the reporter. Other reporters were also shocked. Who were the Blood Brothers? Was there a story they should be chasing? Some of the more quick-thinking journalists started searching the internet on their phones for more information about the Blood Brothers. When he heard Alex accusing him of pretending to be a journalist, the man froze. He glanced at the exits, but realized they were all blocked by the Moon Girls. He was surprised and said, "Why do you think you know me? And why do you say I'm not a journalist?" "Simple. You have a sense of desperation. Other journalists don't have the same bloody smell that you have," Alex replied. The other reporters were surprised by Alex's reply. They wondered, what kind of desperation and bloody smell? What's going on? They were confused. Alex stared into the man's eyes and asked, "Did you put the bomb in the car? Why do you kill people? Is the world too beautiful for you?" The man was flustered. Alex had exposed him in front of so many people. Those reporters who were looking for a juicy story got exactly what they wanted. The fake reporter was a sinister killer with a bomb. The man started to panic and looked for a way that he could escape and hide. When he realized that he couldn't escape, he smiled. "I'll be honest with you," he said. "There's a bomb in my camera that's large enough to blow up the whole building. If you let me go now, you might live. If you don't mind dying, all I need to do is press the shutter." Everyone panicked because they could see that the man was serious. Although they weren't completely sure that they could believe him, they weren't prepared to take the gamble. With a smile on his face, he said, "Alex, you're right. Next time I'll disguise my emotions better, or I'll command someone with the right temperament to do the job for me." "So you're one of the gang leaders. Are your men around here?" Alex asked. "Two of them died and the others are occupied elsewhere. That's why I'm here in person." The man was still smiling eerily. It made the reporters shiver. "Well, I'm in a similar situation," Alex smiled. "Really?
I've never met such a fierce opponent before, but it makes no difference. I don't need to fight you because I can simply detonate this bomb and finish the story here. I'd also like to thank these reporters for covering this story, the bomber said proudly. Well, it's a pity that your plan is flawed. You can try it, but I promise you that I won't die, and neither will anyone else here. Alex looked even calmer than the bomber. He had the air of a cat playing with a mouse. The bomber was dismayed for a moment. His confidence began to falter, but then his smugness returned. He said, "Ha! You must be joking. This is a special bomb. Its explosive force will blow up everyone here. You're strong and fast, and you might well be able to get out of the way in time, but what about your friends? And what about all these innocent reporters? If they die, it'll all be your fault." Alex frowned and replied calmly, "I said that my friends will be okay. They will walk away from here. As for these reporters, they have nothing to do with me. If you want to blow them up, just please get on with it. Stop wasting my time." A female reporter stood up and yelled, "Stop! What are you doing? He's clearly a lunatic. Why are you letting him do this?" Alex ignored her. His eyes never left the killer, ensuring that he would see even the slightest movements that the man made. The bomber hesitated. He planned to use the reporters as hostages to help him escape. But it was clear that Alex didn't care whether he let the bomb off or about the lives of the journalists. He wasn't sure what to do. "Alex, don't force me to detonate the bomb. I don't believe you could survive it," he said as he pretended to get ready to detonate the bomb. "Hurry up. I'm tired of waiting. Let's just see what happens," Alex replied casually. "Seriously, though, what sort of leader are you when you're so afraid of death?" At that moment, the wail of a siren could be heard approaching the distance. And moments later, 3 police cars roared up outside. As soon as the cars stopped, 10 Special Forces police officers rushed toward them. The lights on their cars were flashing, and the atmosphere was chaotic. The killer grinned. He looked at the police and said, "Alex, you can't hurt me now." Episode 367, He's a Murderer. The bomber believed that now that the police were there, he would be able to escape easily using a hostage as cover. He could then come up with a new plan to assassinate Alex. But just as the killer started to relax, Alex suddenly jumped at him, and before he had a chance to retaliate, he found himself pinned to the ground. Alex turned to the journalists and cried out, "What are you waiting for? Don't you want to leave? Go find cover." The reporters realized what was happening with a jolt and looked at the killer, who was now pinned to the ground. They started to back away towards a nearby building. "You go too," Alex said to the Moon Maidens. They were reluctant to leave, but they always obeyed Alex's commands, and it was clear that he was safely in control of the situation. Alex sneered at the killer and said, "I told you that we were going to leave safely, and now you have no choice but to believe me. But you did threaten to blow me up, and I really hate people who threaten me." Then Alex gently pressed the camera into the bomber's hand, and then turned and ran toward the building the others had ducked into. Standing in the doorway, Alex turned and looked back at the bomber, who was still lying bewildered on the ground, hugging the camera. At that moment, someone patted him on the shoulder, and he turned around to see that it was Chelsea Woods. She was fully armed and was in command of the other officers. "What did you just do?"
she asked Alex. Alex shrugged and said, "Nothing." The killer realized that he had a conscience and decided to let us go. Chelsea looked around and said in a low voice, "I don't believe you." Suddenly, a loud boom came from the direction of the assassin as the bomb exploded. The current of air that it emitted was so powerful that it knocked a lot of people over, even some who were standing 100 yards away. Chelsea felt the impact a little, but Alex was standing in front of her and blocked her from the worst of it. After a while, the shocks from the bomb subsided. Chelsea looked at Alex and asked in surprise, "The bomber killed himself?" Alex looked around him and saw that the roadside was a mess. Debris was scattered everywhere, and even a large billboard had been overturned. "Well, he was a very considerate killer," Alex said with a smile. Chelsea glanced at him. Her intuition told her what had happened, and she knew that Alex had done it. She was about to question him further when a female reporter, Lizzie Fairfield, approached them and said, "Officer, you must arrest this man for murder." Alex was taken aback. He looked at the reporter and thought, "Don't you realize that I saved all of your lives?" Alex had tricked the bomber into turning his weapon against himself. If he hadn't detonated the bomb, most of them would be dead now. He was confident that the police would understand the situation and be satisfied with what he had done. Chelsea looked at the reporter. They had dealt with each other several times before and knew each other. She said, "Lizzie, do you have any evidence? How did he murder him?" Lizzie was dismayed when Chelsea challenged her. She knew that she was generally a very responsible, impartial, and honest officer, but it seemed that she was biased when it came to that young man. "Chelsea, he detonated the explosive device on the killer. You must arrest him at once," Lizzie yelled. Chelsea ignored the reporter's outburst, and turning to Alex, she asked him, "Is she telling the truth?" "No. I'm telling you that he detonated it himself," Alex said solemnly. "You rogue!" Lizzie screamed. She was almost too angry to speak. Chelsea said coldly, "Lizzie, I must remind you that this is a police investigation. Please try to contain your emotions and tell me what happened calmly. Do you have any evidence that this man committed murder?" I... Lizzie stuttered. Then she said, "The bomber was unable to move, so how could he have committed suicide? When we all ran away, we left this man alone with the killer, and the bomb hadn't been detonated. He's the only one who could have done it." Lizzie felt that her logic was impeccable, but Chelsea didn't seem to be convinced. She tried to work out why. "Lizzie, you're just telling me your thoughts and deductions, but you're not a detective. I'll ask you once more, is there any evidence?" Chelsea's voice was as cold as ice. The reporters listening in understood that she was protecting the arrogant man. You... Lizzie stammered. She was starting to lose her conviction. She tried once more. "Why do you need evidence? It's obvious that he's the one who detonated the bomb. But you don't have any evidence, right? Then he can sue you for slander, Miss Fairfield. Fortunately, you're not a police detective. Your attitude would have been disastrous for the police force. We cannot arrest people because we feel like it unless we have evidence against them," Chelsea said. "Come on, I'm not going to sue her," Alex said impatiently. The Moon Girls tried not to laugh. They found their lord very humorous. "Officer Woods, you're covering up for him," Lizzie said angrily. Well, you can make an official complaint at the station, but please stand aside now and don't hinder the police investigation, Chelsea replied casually. Lizzie was about to retort when another journalist grabbed her arm and said, "Leave it." The reporter thought, "This man saved our lives. What's wrong with you? Why are you trying to get him in trouble?" However, Lizzie couldn't let it go. After thinking for a moment, she said angrily, "Okay, forget the murder. I don't have any evidence for that, but he also smashed all our equipment to pieces. Are you going to make him pay for it?" Alex explained. The assassin's bomb was disguised as a camera. To ensure everyone's safety, of course I had to destroy all the cameras in case any of them are also bombs. I can't see how there can be a problem with that. The reporters were silent. Alex had told the truth about the bomb, and they really couldn't find fault with his logic. Lizzie was getting desperate. How could he get away with smashing all their valuable equipment? Why didn't he feel guilty about it? She thought for a moment and then said suspiciously, "I think you're involved. You turned up exactly the same time as the bomber. That's really suspicious. I think you cooperated with the killer to cover up his criminal actions." Before Alex could argue, a voice from behind them said, "Alex is telling the truth. We were supposed to hold a press conference this afternoon. That's why so many reporters are here. We're working with the police to investigate a series of bombings connected with the Clifton Group. We hope the police will uncover the truth." It was Rufus Clifton. Episode 368, A Search for Chris. Chelsea frowned slightly as she thought about how many reporters appeared in the seconds after the explosion. She had thought it was strange at the time, but what Alex and Rufus said would explain it. Lizzie quickly denied it. "That's not true. The TV station is very close to here, and we came as soon as we heard the news. That's how we got here so quickly." Chelsea noticed how she contradicted everything that Alex said. The other reporters quickly supported Lizzie. "Yes, officer, we had nothing to do with it," one of them said. "Yes, we also received a call about the story and got here quickly," said another. When Lizzie saw Rufus approaching and heard that he was supporting Alex, she suddenly felt apprehensive. She didn't want to get into trouble with a family like the Cliftons. Chelsea saw that Lizzie was losing her determination and told everyone that she had a clear picture of what had happened. She knew that the killer's death had something to do with Alex, but she didn't want to investigate it any further and decided to get rid of the reporters. She told them, "Thank you, but you may leave. We'll release any important information about the situation as soon as we can. If you're interested to learn more about what's been happening with the Cliftons lately, you can come to the conference hall with me right now," Rufus told the reporters. "Let's go and find out what's happening," one of them said excitedly. "But all our equipment is broken," groaned another. "Yes, mine's totally destroyed," agreed another. Rufus was shocked. He had never met a reporter who would risk missing the opportunity to get a good news story. He said, "You'll just have to note down the information that we give you and do a special kind of interview. We do have a lot of exclusive information to release." "Okay," they agreed hesitantly. The reporters saw that they had to make the most of the opportunity, and most of them jumped up immediately and followed Rufus to the conference room. They scrambled amongst themselves to find pens and paper in their bags.
Only Lizzie hesitated. One of the other reporters pulled her arm and said, "What are you doing, Lizzie? Get a move on." The reporter thought, "Can't Lizzie tell this is a good story? If she can't sniff out an opportunity like this, then she should be working in the office, not as a reporter on the ground." Still, Lizzie hesitated and stared at her broken equipment. The other reporter whispered to her, "Lizzie, why are you so stubborn? You can't hold Alex responsible. If you think about it, it was heroic of him to tackle the gangster so decisively when public safety was at risk. Perhaps he should even receive an official recognition from the mayor for what he did." Lizzie looked at Alex grumpily. Then she glared at Chelsea, who glared at her sternly. And Lizzie realized that she was waiting impatiently for her to decide whether she wanted to proceed with her allegations against Alex. "Okay, I'll go," Lizzie said. She wasn't a fool, and she knew that she couldn't afford to offend Rufus or Chelsea for the sake of seeking justice for the bomber. She wasn't the only one whose equipment had been destroyed. The other journalists were all in the same position as her, and none of them was demanding compensation. "I'll have to let it go," she murmured, and then followed her colleagues. By then, there were very few people left at the scene. The police had moved almost everyone away. "Did you detonate the bomb?" Chelsea couldn't help asking Alex once they were alone. "Yes, the bomber was going to kill my friends and relatives. I did what I had to," Alex replied confidently. His arrogance made Chelsea feel uneasy. She realized that he wasn't afraid of anything, including the authority of the police. She wanted to ask him whether he included her as one of his friends and would protect her, but she was too embarrassed. She blushed and thought, "As a police officer, I shouldn't be relying on other people to make me feel safe. What a joke." Frustrated with herself, her tone became sharp with Alex as she said, "Do you have any sense of acting within the law?" "Actually, forget it. I have too much to do to discuss this with you any further." She turned and walked away angrily. Alex walked back over to the Moon Maidens, who greeted him excitedly. "You were amazing, Mr. Alex," said one of them. "Let's find out what Lizzie is angry about," suggested another. Alex smiled. The new car that the four girls had just bought had been blown up, but they were acting as if nothing had happened. "You'll join us at the Clifton Mansion later," Alex told the four girls. He looked carefully around him but couldn't see anything out of place. He concluded that the attacks the Blood Brothers had arranged for that day had all been dealt with successfully. However, Alex was far from satisfied. His goal was to deal with the people running the gang. Only then could he ensure the safety of the people that mattered to him. He knew that things were far from over. In the Stedman family mansion in Baltimore, Art had postponed his engagements and returned home from work early for the first time that he could remember. He had been unable to get through to Chris on the phone, but he wasn't too concerned yet. He could think of a lot of explanations for his son's lack of contact. Perhaps Chris had been on another drinking binge. Or it could be that he was off with a new woman and didn't want to be disturbed. It could simply be that he was enjoying himself somewhere with friends. So he waited patiently for Chris to contact him and thought about the lecture he was going to give him when he finally caught up with him. He would tell him that no matter how much fun he was having, he should never forget his responsibilities. Art was feeling content. It was turning into one of the most relaxed days that he had ever experienced. Jessup Clifton was finished, and it felt like the huge stone that had been pressing on his heart had finally been removed.
feeling indulgent, he even selected 2 very expensive bottles of vintage champagne from the wine cellar and put them on ice, ready to celebrate with Chris when he returned. But at 1 a.m, Chris still hadn't returned, and Art had still not been able to reach him on the phone. Art was starting to worry that something was wrong. No matter how much Chris was enjoying himself, he usually stayed in contact with his father. Art sat and waited by the phone for several hours, wondering what to do. Finally, he made a decision and asked his PA to start calling around Chris's friends. One by one, she asked his friends if they knew where Chris was. "Hello, I'm sorry to disturb you. Chris hasn't come home for a few days and we're trying to find him. Do you know where he is?" she asked one friend. "You haven't seen him? Okay, I'm sorry to disturb you," she told another. After making around 80 similar calls, she hadn't been able to find anyone who knew where Chris could be. Art became extremely concerned about his son and stayed awake all night worrying. In the early hours of the morning, he became convinced that something bad had happened. So he gave up on trying to sleep and got out of bed. Art picked up his phone and made a call. "I want you to conduct a thorough search of the city for Chris. You must immediately mobilize everyone who works for the Stedman family. Do you understand me?" A woman's gentle voice started to speak, but was quickly replaced by a man breathing heavily, then saying respectfully, "Okay, of course, boss. I'll do it now." Episode 369, The Pact. That morning, Art also called the Baltimore Police Department and officially reported Chris missing. They launched a search of the whole city. After a sleepless night's deliberation, Art also began to wonder if the Clifton family were somehow involved in Chris's disappearance. He used his contacts to access CCTV footage from the Clifton family mansion, which clearly showed Chris's Porsche leaving Clifton's home at the time he had expected. 3 days later, his investigators reported that Chris and his Porsche had been found in a reservoir in the city. However, the corpse was so rotten that the face was beyond recognition, and it was almost impossible to determine the cause of death. Art decided not to make any public announcement. Instead, he discreetly went to the scene and stood looking at Chris's body. After a long silence, a line of tears started to flow down his face. He whispered, "Chris, your death was clearly not an accident. Your body and car have been arranged intentionally to cover up a crime. Don't worry, my son. I will not rest until I have avenged you. Rest in peace, my boy." His heart was overwhelmed with sadness and rage as he reached down and closed Chris's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Clifton mansion, everything seemed to be quiet and peaceful. But in truth, the family were preparing themselves for combat. All kinds of defenses had been put in place, particularly around Jessup, who felt secure and happy. He had taken a little time off work and had been able to spend a couple of days relaxing. He had spent the time pottering in his garden, tending his flowers and feeding the birds. To add to his contentment, he had been accompanied by Debbie, who he felt was both intelligent and sensible. He felt very satisfied with both his business and his family. His happy contemplation was interrupted by Rufus, who approached him and said, "Father, Art Stedman wants to speak with you. He asked if you'll go to his home to meet him. Jessup put down his tools and replied quietly, "Really? Doesn't he know that I'm unwell?" Rufus told him, "Yes." He asked whether you're feeling better. "If you're not feeling up to it, please let me go to speak to the Stedmans instead of you." He said that he has very important business to discuss. But Jessup refused immediately. He said, "What is there to discuss? Our two families are in conflict with one another. There's nothing to talk about." "Okay." Rufus nodded respectfully and turned to walk away. He felt sure that the Stedman family were plotting their revenge, and he knew they would act soon. As Rufus was about to leave, Alex approached them and said, "Rufus, let's go to see Art together. I think we should hear what he has to say." Rufus hesitated. "Art is ruthless and cunning. I'm sure he's setting bait to lure us into a trap. Can't you see that, Alex?" He had killed Chris in a moment of anger and had been regretting it for the past 2 days. He knew that he had to be careful when he went out, particularly anywhere near the Stedmans. "It's okay. Even if it is a trap, we still have to go and hear what he has to say." "Rufus, you know that I can protect you," Alex insisted. Jessup sat down slowly, pondered for a long time, and then said, "Okay, we'll do as Alex suggests. You can go meet Art together, but you both must wear bulletproof vests and take 3 armed security guards with you." He called over the leader of his security team and told him, "I want you to go with Rufus and Alex to speak to the Stedman family. We're at war with the family, and you must take your best men with you to protect my boys." The man agreed and immediately left to organize the protection. In a heavily guarded courtyard at the Stedman family home, Art was sitting drinking a cup of tea. He was so deep in thought that initially he didn't notice that Rufus and Alex had arrived. His PA gently patted his shoulder and told him, "Mr. Stedman, Mr. Clifton and Mr. Ambrose are here." Art was jolted out of his contemplations. He said calmly, "Rufus, have you really dared to come here?" Rufus's face turned white when he realized that Art knew that he was responsible for Chris's death. His legs trembled a little as he replied, "Yes, I've come to speak with you." "Good. I want to talk to you." Art put down his cup, turned around and glared at Rufus. His eyes were full of hatred, and Rufus's chest started to pound. "Mr. Stedman, what do you want to talk to me about?" Rufus asked bravely. Art and Jessup were of a similar status. Rufus understood the power that Art possessed and was justified in feeling afraid of him. "Why shouldn't we have a civilized conversation?" Art suddenly laughed. "In this world, enemies and friends are not absolute. Sometimes friends can become enemies, and enemies can also become friends. Don't you think so?" Rufus felt a little puzzled and remained on full alert. He thought, "If you try anything, I'll take you as a hostage and we'll die together. Besides, Alex is here and he'll protect me." Having reassured himself, he looked at Art confidently and said, "Mr. Stedman, you're wasting my time. Please explain what you want to talk about." Art looked at him for several minutes and seemed to convince himself of his next words. He looked at Alex and said, "Please, take a seat too. The 3 of us can try to be friends now." Alex was calm as he replied, "I'm fascinated to hear you say that, Mr. Stedman. I agree. Why shouldn't we be friends? Life is short." Why should we keep fighting and killing people every day? Isn't it better to drink together instead? Well, I'm glad that you agree. You're a young man that I admire very much. I believe that you will achieve great success in the future. Perhaps you'll even surpass myself or your father. He spoke so earnestly that a stranger listening in would not be able to tell that they were enemies at all. Although Alex was only there to protect Rufus, Art ignored Rufus and kept talking to Alex. Alex, I won't beat around the bush. Someone wants to kill you, and I can help you find them. Oh, so you know who was behind the recent bombings? Alex asked. Yes. The Blood Brothers have been occupying the Shamrock Hotel for several weeks. Apparently, they wanted to invest in Baltimore. They're very ambitious and want to expand on the East Coast. Art replied as he handed Alex a business card with an address on it. Why are you telling me this? Aren't the Blood Brothers your allies? Alex asked suspiciously. Alex, don't ask so many questions. I'm looking out for myself, Art said impatiently. I'm also willing to use my power to protect you. I can find out who's helping the Blood Brothers in Baltimore. I believe that as long as we work together, we can beat them. Well, Mr. Stedman, I accept your offer. Alex stood up and said, Goodbye then. Art turned away, and Alex and Rufus were escorted off the Stedman property. Rufus was very anxious, and as they walked away, he asked Alex, Do you believe what he said? Are the Blood Brothers really expanding into Baltimore? Alex ignored his questions but said, You go back now and tell Mr. Clifton what's happening. He'll know what to do. Tell him that I will go to the Shamrock Hotel tonight. Episode 370, War. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a man with a bushy beard hurried into the brightly lit Shamrock Hotel carrying a suitcase. After checking in, he took the elevator up to the 47th floor. When he stepped out of the lift, he met a boy who quietly escorted him to the door of room 409. The boy swept his keycard and left. The bearded man was Alex, and he was at the hotel under Art's instructions. He walked into the entrance of the hotel suite and instantly heard a faint cry and howl coming from inside the bedroom. Without any effort, Alex opened the door and went inside, where he found a half-dressed man pinning two women to the bed. When they saw Alex walk in, the women screamed and quickly hid themselves under the covers. The man looked up and said, Who let you in? Get out of here! Alex didn't reply. Instead, he pulled the fake beard from his face to reveal his true identity. It's really you! The man gasped in surprise. It was Luther Duncan. He quickly took out a pistol out from under his pillow and roared, Leave now! You can find your own way out. I won't bother getting up. Alex stretched out his hand and pulled a chair toward him. He sat down with his legs up on the coffee table and said calmly, Do you think you can kill me? If it's so easy to kill me, you can relax. Do it in your own time. I'll wait for you. Luther snarled. Alex, you're too cocky. Even if I don't bother killing you today, one day you'll pay for your arrogance with your life. As he spoke, he secretly squeezed the sensor in his hand. It was a very sophisticated transmitter that alerted all the other Blood Brothers gang members who were relaxing in their rooms on the 47th floor of the hotel. Within seconds, dozens of gangsters had rushed into the room and had their machine guns aimed at Alex. "Now do you think you can escape?" Luther laughed as he jumped out of the bed wearing only his underpants. His muscles betrayed his immense strength. But it was also clear to the onlookers that there was something wrong with his left arm. Alex glanced at the machine guns pointed at him and smiled. He said, "Wow, you must be really scared of me to need so much protection." "You're still cocky. Only a madman wouldn't be scared with 30 machine guns aimed at him." Luther felt very much in control of the situation. He didn't mind chatting with Alex a little longer. The next instant, he felt his head being pushed by something hard, and then felt another hard object being pushed against the back. "Don't move," he heard the two women yelling at him. He said, "Well, this is unexpected. I've never been beaten by two beautiful women before." "Put up your hands and tell your men to lower their guns," yelled one of the girls as she pointed her gun in his face. The pair were not the entertainment Luther had thought he was hiring for himself. They were, in fact, hired killers themselves. Luther raised his hands and indicated that he would cooperate. His expression was very calm as he raised his head and said quietly, "You heard the lady. Put the guns down." 30 AK-47s clattered to the ground, and the gangsters stood watching and waiting to be told what to do next. "It's a pity that fate has brought me to you. Otherwise, you could have had a few more days in this world." Alex picked up one of the AK-47s and started fiddling with it. "Thank you, but if you kill me, you'll be placing yourself in the firing line of one of the most powerful gangs in America. Even if you're the best fighter in the world, you'll be dead within a week," Luther said. "No, I won't. I'll take care of any gang member who comes near me. If your leader comes for me himself, I'll take care of him too," Alex replied as he continued to fidget with the gun. "Mr. Ambrose, I know all about you. You're a security guard at a university who thinks he's a martial arts master. You're cocky, but you really have no idea who you're up against." Luther laughed heartily as he looked at Alex. He really thought that he must be deluded. "Well, I'm not a security guard anymore. As the Lord of the Moon Palace, I declare war on the Blood Brothers. Tell your leader that if he decides to fight with me, it'll be the stupidest decision of his life. Then again, he has been mixing with stupid people for such a long time. Perhaps he is that foolish," Alex said. And then he threw the AK-47 to the ground. The Blood Brother members were incensed by what Alex said. No one dared to speak out against their leader, Tyson Slade. The last time that a leader of another gang had disrespected Tyson, the bodies of all the man's family members had been thrown into the Atlantic. "Are you willing to take responsibility for what you're saying?" Luther asked. His eyes were glistening with a mix of fear and rage, and his voice was strident. Alex replied confidently, "Of course I am. Now please call your leader and tell him that I'm challenging him to a battle. A fight between the Lord of the Moon Palace and the leader of the Blood Brothers. Tell him if he doesn't accept my challenge, he's a coward." "Are you really the Lord of the Moon Palace?" Luther asked curiously as he examined Alex carefully. He had heard from the leader of his sect that the new Lord of the Moon Palace was from an unknown martial arts sect in New York. He remembered because the leader had spoken of the new Lord with such awe. "Well, this is the Jade Seal that I carry with me to prove that I am the new Lord. It's been handed down from generation to generation for 2,000 years. I'll let you look at it more closely. Alex took out a piece of green jade out of his pocket. He knew that it was unique and priceless. Luther's eyes widened when he saw it. He studied it carefully and guessed that it was worth at least $1 billion. However, he also knew that although it was incredibly valuable, it was also in many ways worthless. No one would ever dare to buy anything that came from the Moon Palace. Luther became even more curious about Alex. He looked at the security guard through fresh eyes. He had spent a lot of time studying the many gangs and martial arts sects of the U.S., so he knew what he was looking at. He admitted, "Well, it is the Jade Seal of a Lord, and it has the red moon, which is the unique symbol of the Moon Palace." The Blood Brothers had been forced out of Baltimore by attacks from other gangs, and in recent years, every gang member regarded the East Coast gangs as their biggest enemies. They had gathered a lot of information about the various cults operating on the East Coast and knew about the Moon Palace. Suddenly, the girl who was standing behind him pointed her gun at Luther's head and shouted, "Talk to him!" She had a phone in her hand. It was clear to Luther that he would not be allowed to leave or fight or do anything until he helped Alex make arrangements to face the Blood Brothers. Episode 371, The Disappearing Act. "Okay, I'll do it," Luther said. He put the phone to his ear and made the call while everyone stood and watched him. "Ryan," he said once the call had connected, "this is Luther Duncan." "Hello, Mr. Duncan," said the man on the other end of the call. This was Ryan Maxwell. He was a kind of mediator who had a hand in arranging matters between leading members of the martial arts community. "Has everything been arranged to your satisfaction?" "No! Alex is now the Lord of the Moon Palace," Luther said. "So we need a new strategy." "The Moon Palace?" Ryan asked. And then he fell silent for a moment. "That makes things much more difficult. Tyson can hardly send someone else to assassinate the Lord of the Moon Palace." "Of course not," Luther agreed. "So I'm going to report back to him before we do anything else. Alex seems to have the support of many of the other martial arts groups here. With their support, he is challenging the leader of the Blood Brothers. Are you writing this down?" "I am," Ryan said. "I'm sure Tyson will take this challenge seriously. He is very interested in the Moon Palace." "Is he still in seclusion?" Luther asked. "I thought it usually took him around 43 days to master that technique." "Tyson is much faster than most," Ryan said. "We expect him back within days." "Okay," Luther said, feeling relieved. "Please tell me what he says when he hears about this." "Okay, I will, Mr. Duncan." Ryan ended the call. "I've done what you said," Luther said to Alex. "Don't worry. Tyson will consider the matter carefully." "Well done," Alex said, nodding his approval. Luther was comforted by the thought that Alex was a dead man walking. Even if he wasn't killed within the next couple of days, Tyson would destroy him as soon as he returned. Luther had seen how powerful Tyson was, and he knew no one could match his abilities. "Well, can we put aside our mutual hatred for now?" Luther asked, keeping his voice steady. "We can pick this up again once Tyson arrives." He knew he had to be respectful while Alex had the upper hand. Tyson had reminded him that he needed to use his brain more, so Luther was attempting to control his temper. If Alex let him live, then he could always find another opportunity to carry out the assassination. "Yes, if you want to get on your knees and apologize to me, then I'll let you go," Alex said. "Oh, and I want your word that you will never again step foot in Baltimore." All of the members of the Blood Brothers turned to look at Luther, their jaws clenched with anger. Alex was going too far. If Luther agreed, then the Blood Brothers would suffer for it. "How dare you?" Luther said, losing his temper. "Don't push your luck. Go to any city and ask about me, and they'll tell you I'm not someone you should mess with." "And there's the real Luther," Alex drawled. "I knew you would never really agree to a truce." He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. A bead of sweat rolled down Luther's face. "Wait," he said. "Just hold on a minute. Let me think." Luther's eyes darted around the room as he muttered to himself, trying to find a way out of this without losing his dignity. The wall clock ticked loudly in the quiet room. The gang members were all watching Luther, waiting for his response. They were all tough men who had been carefully selected by Luther for an important job, but Luther's appearance had interrupted their plans. Even the two beautiful women were curious. Would Luther be forced to kneel and beg for forgiveness? The silence stretched on, becoming ever more uncomfortable. Alex raised an eyebrow, waiting for Luther to begin. Luther slowly kneeled before Alex. His eyes stared blankly into space, and his face was devoid of expression, as though he were distancing himself from what he was doing. Alex watched him, totally in control of the situation. "Get on with it before I fall asleep," Alex said. "It's a small price to pay for staying alive. Of course, your gang doesn't value life much, does it?" Luther remained quiet, refusing to react to Alex taunting him. All of his men were stunned, and the two women laughed. When Luther had finished begging, everyone began to relax. But then Luther burst into action, leaping to his feet and kicking out, sending one of the women crashing into the wall. She dropped to the floor, clutching her chest and grimacing with pain. She struggled to get up for a moment, and then she simply lay still. A gunshot rang out, and the other woman dropped to the floor. Luther roared loudly, startling his men into action. They picked up their guns and began to fire, spraying bullets at the chair where Alex was sitting. Smoke filled the room as the gang members shot wildly, sure that they had killed Alex. But when they stopped firing and looked closer, all they saw was a broken chair on the floor. There was no sign of Alex. They spun around, their eyes searching the room, but there was no trace of him. "He can't be human," one of the gangsters said, making a gesture to ward off evil spirits. "How could he possibly have escaped?" Could Alex have moved faster than the eye could see? "Find him!" Luther ordered. "We must show him how powerful we are." He held up his gun and stalked around the room, trying to locate Alex. Alex had to die, and it couldn't be an easy death. Not after he had humiliated Luther. No. Alex needed to suffer. Otherwise, Alex would lose the respect of the entire gang. Episode 372, Everyone must pay. When the shooting had begun, Alex had gotten out of the way. Now he switched off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. A moment later, the lights turned on again, and a voice came from behind Luther. "Looking for me?" Luther realized Alex was standing behind him, holding a broken piece of a bottle against Luther's throat. He broke out in a cold sweat. How on earth had Alex managed to avoid so many bullets? It simply wasn't possible. "Are you planning to take revenge on me for killing those women?" Luther asked, closing his eyes. "No," Alex said, shrugging. "Those 2 women were killers, and their souls were stained with the blood of many innocent people. They were probably even more evil than you. Otherwise, do you really think I would have let you kill them?" "Mr. Ambrose, I'm sure we can work something out," Luther said, glancing down at the broken bottle. "After all, I'm the only person here that you can deal with." He remembered Tyson's previous advice and tried to be smart about this. One of his men, Harley Gomez, raised his gun and aimed at Luther and Alex. "What are you doing?" Luther roared. "Are you crazy? Put the gun down!" He knew Alex was going to kill him. After all, Alex was right. Luther was not a good man, and he had killed hundreds of people. Alex seemed to take exception to that. Luther still hoped to get out of this, so he had no intention of dropping his own gun. But if that idiot Harley didn't back down, he might get Luther killed. Harley's gaze flickered over him, and then he gave Luther a cruel smile. "From the moment you knelt down and begged for your life, you lost the right to lead us," Harley said. "You're a disgrace to the Blood Brothers. If we go back home with you in charge, then Tyson will kill us all." "Don't be stupid! This is all part of the plan!" Luther screamed, horrified when he realized what was happening. "Don't you understand?" "I'm sorry, boss," Harley said, shrugging. "You know how it works. We can no longer follow you." Harley took aim and pulled the trigger, firing repeatedly, hitting Luther. The rest of the gang was a little uncertain. They stood quietly, looking around and noticing that Alex was gone. "What the hell is going on here?" Harley demanded. He couldn't believe his eyes. How did Alex keep doing that? The silence was deafening. A few minutes later, Alex stepped back into sight. "I could kill you one by one, and you would never see me coming," he said, smiling at them. "But that wouldn't be very sporting, would it? So this is your one chance. Go ahead, shoot me." He spread his arms wide. The gang members were a little scared, but they were also angry, so they raised their weapons and started shooting. Once again, Alex avoided being hit. But this time, instead of disappearing, he made his way straight at them. He sped through the room, taking the men's guns from them one at a time. Then he stepped aside and looked at the men. The gang members looked around, stunned that their guns had vanished. Nobody dared to speak. Some of them rubbed at their arms, clearly feeling some pain from being forcibly disarmed. They all realized that they were no match for Alex, and their mission had become a fiasco. "You win," Harley said, scowling at him. "But you've signed your own death warrant. From this day forward, you're an enemy of the Blood Brothers, and you will never know peace again. We won't stop until we've killed you." "Is that so?" Alex said, raising an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? You know, I was going to spare your miserable lives, but now I've changed my mind." He smiled. These gang members were all the same. Even when they were losing, they continued to act tough. Luther looked around at them. "Aren't you going to ask me for mercy, like Luther did?" he asked. Everyone remained silent. "Then you can all die together," Alex said. "Wait!" one man yelled, raising his hands. "Please spare my life." Alex nodded and walked over to him. Then he punched the man, sending him sprawling. "You can be my messenger," Alex said. "Go and tell the Blood Brothers what has happened here." He dragged the man to his feet and held him still, staring into his eyes. The man gulped, clearly afraid, and Alex pushed him away. "Run, and don't ever come back here again." The man stumbled out of the room, moving as quickly as he could. Some of the men began to laugh as they watched him flee, while others sneered with contempt. Alex turned to face them, his expression calm. Anyone who wanted to harm the people he cared about must be punished. Even the man he had allowed to escape was living on borrowed time. Alex had only let him live so he could report back to Tyson. He looked around the room, and then he got to work, making every member of the gang pay. Thankfully, the room was soundproofed, so no one came to investigate the disturbance. Once he was done, the room was eerily quiet. "You have no one to blame but yourselves for what happened here," Alex said. "You went too far." He stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air, feeling at peace. After Alex had left, Art Stedman sent someone to clean up the scene and make it look like nothing had happened. Art had sent the two beautiful women after Luther, and he couldn't afford to have them traced back to him. He hoped to capture Luther alive and interrogate him to discover how his son had died. Before, Art had concluded that Chris had been killed by the Blood Brothers gang. But now, he suspected that Alex and the Clifton family had murdered his son. Episode 373, Celebrations and Challenges. It was common knowledge that both the Stedman family and the Clifton family had each suffered their biggest setback in recent years. Since the death of his son, Chris, Art had asked for a long leave of absence, and Jessup had been leaving everything to his son Rufus. Whenever Rufus was uncertain about anything, he would ask Alex for help. In the far north of Canada, Tyson stood up, shaking ice and snow from his clothing. 6 men stood behind him, all dressed in black. "Congratulations. You have officially completed the training," one of the men said. Tyson nodded and turned to look at the sky, where a helicopter was approaching. Once it landed, Tyson got in and looked at the man sitting next to him. "I was expecting Luther," Tyson said. "Where is he?" The man began to speak and then ground to a halt, not sure how to break the news. "What happened?" Tyson demanded. "Luther is dead," the man said, his shoulders slumping. "Alex killed him." "Oh?" Tyson asked, no change in his expression. He looked out at the snow below them. "Death is merely a part of life. It's of no consequence." Luther's death would unsettle the Blood Brothers, but for Tyson, Luther was simply one of many gang members. His loss meant nothing. "Sir, we must do something about Alex," the man said. "He defeated everyone we sent to deal with him, and he threatened—" He paused, reluctant to say anything that would make Tyson angry. "Spit it out," Tyson said. "Alex threatened you," the man said, clearly angry. "He has publicly challenged you. And with you being away in seclusion, some people are claiming that you've been hiding because you're afraid of him. The reputation of the entire Blood Brothers gang is at stake." "Alex is nothing," Tyson scoffed. "Yes, he killed some members of the Blood Brothers, but he's just a security guard. He's a nobody. How can I lower myself to fight with him? He's not worth my time." Tyson had been around for a long time, and he knew that the world was always changing. When he had been young, he had always sought out people who were above him and challenged them, trying to find his place in the world. The other man sighed. He wanted Tyson to fight, and he was growing frustrated. "Alex is standing in the way of all our plans," he said. "If we don't get rid of him, it'll ruin the reputation of the Blood Brothers. And yet every action we've taken against him has failed. No one's been able to defeat him, and everyone who tries is risking death. We need you to deal with him. He's no longer an ordinary security guard." He trailed off, shrugging. "Then what is he?" Tyson asked, forcing himself to stop gritting his teeth. He was furious that Alex had defeated so many of the Blood Brothers, but he refused to show it. "He has become the Lord of the Moon Palace," the man said. "In terms of rank, he's now your equal." "Good," Tyson said, a slow smile appearing. When he had been young, his teacher had once told him that the Moon Palace was much more important than it seemed. It wasn't well known, but it was extremely powerful. If Alex was the Lord of the Moon Palace, then Tyson could accept his challenge. The other man described how Alex had fought the gang, and Tyson listened carefully. Then he said, "Yes, I will fight Alex." Then he laughed loudly, the sound echoing in the snowy landscape. Tyson had accepted Alex's challenge to demonstrate the consequences of challenging the Blood Brothers. But it was also part of his inevitable battle with the martial arts community. Alex had already killed some of Tyson's most skilled men, but Tyson was certain of his victory. He would kill this lowly security guard, and then the martial arts community would know not to cross him. Debbie and Jessup had been spending time together in the Clifton mansion. They enjoyed each other's company, and Jessup's mood had greatly improved from spending time with his lovely granddaughter. He had loved his daughter very much, and Debbie strongly reminded him of her. Now he adored Debbie. Callisto had been joined by the other 3 Moon Maidens who had come to visit Alex. Once things had settled down, Alex had decided that he and Callisto would return to the Moon Palace to make sure everything was okay, and Jessup had loaned them a car for the trip. 2 weeks after Alex had left, the surviving members of the Clifton family gathered to hold a banquet. It was Cynthia's birthday, and Jessup wanted to honor her. No one in the wider community had been invited, only family. After everything that had happened, the Clifton family was more united than ever. "This is my beloved Cynthia's birthday," Jessup said, "and we're here to remember her and celebrate her life. Unfortunately, Alex can't be here with us, but I would like to propose a toast to him." Alex had been a great friend to the Clifton family, so everyone raised their glass and said, "To Alex." We are fortunate to have such a good friend in Alex, Jessup continued. His skill makes him one of the most powerful martial artists around. Yes, someone called. Why don't you put Alex in charge? We'll have to ask Debbie, Jessup said, laughing. She can decide. A voice called out from beyond the room. Do you really think Alex is the most powerful martial artist? That's a big claim. Who's there? Jessup asked. Everyone glared in the direction of the voice. Who had dared to arrive here uninvited? Jessup looked at the door and noted the bodyguard standing in front of it. Should he let the visitor in? What if it was someone dangerous? An old man walked in, striding confidently, and a younger man followed him. Who are you? Jessup asked, frowning. The old man exuded power, but Jessup was sure he had never seen him before. When the Blood Brothers took on the martial arts community, Alex defeated them, Jessup said. He's clearly the most powerful martial artist in the world. Just because he killed Lee Harshaw? The old man asked, laughing. He shook his head. Lee was simply a soldier for the Blood Brothers, and he wasn't well known within the martial arts community. Defeating him meant nothing. Those are big words, but you're talking nonsense, Rufus said, his face turning red with anger. Episode 374, Time Flies. Big words, the old man repeated, shaking his head. I had heard that the Clifton family in Baltimore was important, but now I see it's nothing. How dare you? Someone called, as the whole family got to their feet, several of them brandishing weapons. Furious, they were ready to attack the man as soon as Jessup ordered it. No one could insult the Clifton family in front of Jessup. They wouldn't stand for it. The bodyguards walked over, and the dinner party was all but forgotten. The old man didn't even look at the people who were scowling at him. It's not an insult, he said with a faint smile. Few families in the world can compare with me. Jessup wasn't happy, but he didn't know how to react. Not without knowing who this man was or why he was here. He glanced at the other members of his family and then turned back to the old man. You say Lee was nothing, he said. Are you claiming to be more powerful than Lee? The old man chuckled. Lee was one of the top fighters for the Blood Brothers, he said. He had a fair amount of skill and he practiced constantly. He fought me once, and he ended up in a coma. Still, I was impressed by his courage, so when he woke up, I gave him some advice. At the time, I never expected him to improve so much and make a name for himself. Jessup was shocked. Did the old man believe what he was saying? If this was true, then his skills must be much greater than those of Lee. No wonder he was so arrogant. Everyone was stunned. They were all aware of how strong Lee had been, and they could never have defeated him. Luckily, Alex had done it for them. The younger man's expression shone with pride as he looked at the old man. What are you doing here? Jessup asked, having decided not to provoke him. They already had enough enemies, so they didn't need any more. It was better to be cautious. The old man didn't answer. Instead, he looked around and saw an enormous clock in the garden. A gift from the Baltimore underworld. The clock had stood in the garden for many years. Its copper color shone in the sunlight, highlighting its ornate decoration, which was a testament to the importance of the Clifton family. The old man walked over to the clock and placed the palm of his hand against it. Everyone watched, unsure what the old man planned to do. "Nice clock," the old man said, patting it. "But it really needs to be higher up so it can be seen from further away. Otherwise, what's the use of it?" Jessup watched the old man, not bothering to answer. The old man squatted down and gripped the bottom of the clock. Then he straightened up, lifting the exceptionally heavy clock above his head. His face showed no sign of strain. Everyone gasped as they watched, knowing they couldn't have lifted it. One man was so stunned that he sat down hard, his mouth hanging open. How could an old man do such a thing? He made it look effortless, as though it weighed as much as a feather. No one had ever lifted the clock before, and they weren't sure that even Alex would have been able to do it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, then they would never have believed it. The old man still held the clock up in the air. Then he walked over to a large tree. He didn't seem to be struggling under the clock's weight, and each step was steady. He hung the clock on a branch of the tree, but the tree couldn't take the weight, and the large branch snapped. "I guess the tree isn't as strong as I am," the old man said, catching the clock before it hit the ground. He walked over and put it back in its place. No one dared to get in his way. He was far too strong. Not even the 4 moon maidens could match his power. Jessup frowned. He knew that the old man was deliberately displaying his strength as a threat. "Tyson Slade," Jessup said, realizing the old man's identity. This was a disaster. The Clifton family was now in serious trouble. His family all began to talk at once. They had heard of Tyson, but they had never expected him to come out to see them like this. "The leader of the Blood Brothers gang? He's here in person? How could this happen?" Everyone knew that the Blood Brothers gang was an enemy of the Clifton family. The Stedman family had relied on the gang in the past, and the Cliftons had suffered for it. The Clifton family was now in a lot of trouble. "I see you've heard of me," Tyson said, looking around at the panic-stricken people. Jessup was surprised, but he didn't show it. "The leader of the Blood Brothers visiting my home?" Jessup asked. "Are you looking for revenge?" Jessup was an old man, and he no longer feared death, so he refused to be intimidated. The rest of the Clifton family followed his example, preparing themselves for the attack. Tyson slowly approached them. "Revenge on the Clifton family?" he asked. "Why bother? It would be like squashing bugs." He pinned Jessup with his gaze. "Where is Alex?" Jessup was stunned. "Alex left here 2 weeks ago," he said, his tone steady. "I'm afraid you've missed him." "Oh? Is that so?" Tyson asked, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Everyone shivered under his attention. Tyson grabbed the huge clock and threw it at a wall, sending bricks flying. Episode 375, Freeze. When the dust finally settled around the smashed pieces of clock and brick, Tyson turned back to the party and pointed a finger at the rubble. Alex killed the top fighters of the Blood Brothers, and he has issued a challenge to me, Tyson said. Anyone who helps him will end up like that clock. Jessup glared at him, but he knew he was no match for Tyson, who was unpredictable when he was angry. Afraid for the members of his family, Jessup said nothing. The others were terrified, and several of them were visibly shaking. If not for Jessup, then they might have fled. Other than Jessup, only Debbie held her head high, like a proud princess, refusing to yield. "Are you crazy?" Rufus whispered to her, tugging at her sleeve. "Keep your head down." He was worried that her defiance would attract Tyson's attention. Jessup glanced at her, appreciating her bravery. Debbie was the leader of the Black Orchid cult, as well as a Clifton. She shouldn't be afraid of anyone. Everyone kept their eyes down, but they peeked at Debbie, worried about her. "This is Alex's enemy," someone muttered to her. "Debbie, you need to back down." Debbie ignored them all and gently pushed her uncle's hand away. She straightened her spine, looking straight at Tyson, refusing to cower in front of him. Tyson noticed, and he was very interested in Debbie's actions. He stepped forward, looking closely at her. "Debbie?" he asked. "Art told me that you're with Alex. Aren't you afraid of me?" "I am the leader of the Black Orchid cult," Debbie said, her voice firm. "Why should I be afraid of a gang leader?" "I've never heard of the Black Orchid cult," Tyson said, completely uninterested. "But if you're Alex's woman, then you're my enemy. And I can tell from your tone that you despise me. Still, if you vow to cut off all contact with Alex, then I might be able to forgive you." "Is that right?" Debbie asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, I am Alex's woman, as you put it, and I will never betray him." "I should have known that whoever Alex chose would be steel wrapped in velvet," Tyson said. "Such a shame. You have more integrity than any of the men around here." He sighed, shaking his head. "What a pity." Rufus felt humiliated and wished the ground would open up and swallow him. Other members of the Clifton family were filled with shame, but no one dared to challenge Tyson. "Sadly, you will pay for that integrity," Tyson said. "I admire you, I really do. But Alex killed many members of my gang, and they must be avenged." His expression turned menacing. "Since Alex isn't here, then I guess you'll have to pay the price," he said. "Come here, Debbie." Debbie clenched her fists and didn't move. Tyson walked over to her, refusing to break eye contact. He raised his right hand, touching her shoulder and channeling his inner power. Debbie's face grew pale. How could she not be afraid of what was happening? But she wanted to make Alex proud, so she couldn't run away. She tipped up her chin and prepared for whatever Tyson was going to do. The power flowed into Debbie, sending ice shooting through her veins. Tyson's power was exceptionally cold, and she began to shiver. Even though she was wearing a warm sweater, she felt like she was being encased in ice, and she trembled violently. Her teeth chattered and she couldn't stop it, no matter how hard she tried. She felt like she was becoming a living ice sculpture. The people standing next to her shivered. Even just being near her was enough for them to feel cold.
Debbie!"
Jessup called, tears shining in his eyes. He hated seeing his beloved granddaughter suffer, but he didn't know how to help her. "My inner power is extremely cold," Tyson said. "Cold enough to kill. This power will attack you once every 24 hours, and each attack will be stronger than the last. If Alex doesn't appear soon, then you'll not be able to withstand this. Eventually, you'll simply freeze to death." He sounded unemotional, as though he didn't care about Debbie's fate. But everyone else was shocked and frightened. They had never heard of such a thing, and they struggled to believe it. But the evidence was right there in front of them. Debbie's lips were turning blue, and her skin was ashen. How could Tyson have such power? They knew Tyson had told the truth, and they hated him for his cruelty. But not one of them spoke up, too afraid that he would kill them. Despite the numbness, Debbie was in pain, and her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. She blinked furiously, trying to hold them back. "I will not let Alex down by crying," she thought. "I will not cry, no matter what." "You have a strong will," Tyson said approvingly. "It's a shame that you chose to align yourself with Alex." He shook his head. "If you're thinking about seeking medical assistance, don't bother. You won't find any help there. I advise you to focus on getting Alex to come back." "You monster!" Jessup yelled in a hoarse voice. "How can you attack an innocent woman?" He felt like his heart was breaking. "And how do you expect Alex to know where to find you?" "I do whatever I need to," Tyson replied. "Tell Alex that I'll be waiting for him at the mouth of the Hudson River." With that, he strode away, not bothering to look back. The younger man who had accompanied Tyson looked contemptuously at everyone, and then he turned and left. As soon as Tyson had gone, Jessup collapsed, and Rufus rushed to help him. "You have to be strong," he said. Jessup sighed. "Go and find Alex," he said. "Tell him to come back." Debbie stood there, her face as white as snow. She couldn't even speak. Episode 376. Will Debbie survive? Debbie was overcome with the feeling of her bones freezing within her own body. Tyson's attack was painful and cruel. Watching her misery, Jessup wished he was being punished instead of her. It seemed too cruel that such a young woman had to endure such pain. He approached her and said in a tender voice, "Debbie, how do you feel?" She began to smile but said kindly, "Grandpa, please don't worry about me." But her hands shook as she spoke. Jessup yelled at everyone in the room to help. Other members of the Clifton family quickly offered towels, warm blankets, and hot drinks. Some even offered to massage her limbs to try to ease the warmth back into them. But no matter what anyone did, Tyson's internal force worked through her, keeping her cold and miserable. "Father, this might be beyond us. Maybe we should take her to the hospital," Rufus said in a worried tone. He was worried for Debbie, of course, but he also feared for Jessup's health. He was only just recovering from the bombings at the Clifton's business buildings. The stress of watching his granddaughter suffer might negatively impact his health. Jessup sighed. "We have no choice. I'll take her to the hospital. Rufus, you need to get Alex to come back from the Moon Palace." Rufus didn't even stop to change his clothes or eat. He gathered a few guards and drove out of the Clifton estate as quickly as he could. At the hospital, A silver-haired doctor inspected Debbie while her family watched on in worry. One of the family members said, "Dr. Howard is the best doctor in Baltimore. He should be able to figure out what to do about her condition." Jessup furrowed his brow and said nothing, waiting as calmly as he could for the doctor's conclusion. After a long time, Dr. Howard put down his stethoscope and sighed. "Mr. Clifton," he said, "the patient's condition is critical. This is a strange disease. I don't understand what's happening in her body. It's as if a kind of coldness is generating from within her, and it's getting worse and worse. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't make it." Jessup's face remained closed and neutral. "Is there nothing we can do?" "Nothing at present. This is an extremely rare case," said Dr. Howard. He was very sympathetic to Debbie's condition. He thought it was cruel that such a deadly mystery was ruining the health of such a young person. "There's no end to this war," Jessup muttered. "But I'll fight. I'll fight the Blood Brothers with everything I have left." Tyson's face and voice haunted him. He couldn't get the mental image of this sneer out of his mind. It was clear to him that Tyson genuinely thought that normal people were less than human, just bugs to be squashed under his feet. Jessup sat by Debbie's bed, lost in these thoughts. At last, Dr. Howard gently bade him farewell and left him to his thoughts. Jessup watched Debbie's labored breathing. He was filled with grief. He had only just gotten his granddaughter back some months ago, and now he was losing her again. Behind him, the other family members agreed that Alex needed to be brought to the hospital as quickly as possible. They feared he would not make it back in time to say goodbye to Debbie. Alex had no idea something horrible had happened at home. Since his return to the Moon Palace, several members of the Appalachian Alliance had come to visit him. The palace was filled with an air of celebration. Still, his thoughts were often with Debbie, and he missed her a great deal. Suddenly, someone told him that there was an old woman outside who wished to speak with him. After he nodded, the old woman soon hobbled in. She was very short. She looked up at him and said, "I've come to see the new lord and the leader of this new alliance." Although her words were perfectly polite, her voice had a rather arrogant lilt. She looked humble, but she didn't seem to have much respect for him. Nevertheless, Alex stepped forward to greet her. When he drew close, he noticed her face was covered with pockmarks. Her eyes also seemed listless and misty. She was blind. "Please sit down," he said, and a disciple of the palace quickly came forward with a stool for the old woman. The disciple whispered to him quickly, "Mr. Alex, this lady served the previous master of the palace. She has not been back in some time. It seems she's now here to see you." Alex was stunned. He quickly bowed to her, sure that she could sense the gesture even if she couldn't see it, and helped her to sit. "I'm so sorry you didn't get to see Georgina before she passed." 2 tears trickled from the blind woman's eyes. "It is too bad, but it is out of our hands." Alex felt very sad. He began to tell her the story of Georgina's last days, and together they cried over what had been lost. When the other disciples saw them sitting together, they felt great sadness as well. This simple act of kindness gave the old woman an excellent opinion of Alex. Although she had pledged to serve the Moon Palace in general, no matter who was in charge, she had been deeply loyal to Georgina. Knowing that Alex had clearly held a great deal of love and respect for Georgina as well, made her feel that the palace had been passed into safe hands. Please follow me, she said. She began walking quickly out of the palace, Alex following close behind her. Behind them, the mountains rose up around the palace, obscured somewhat by the trees by the path. Although she was blind, she was very familiar with the area surrounding the palace. She walked quickly, and Alex did his best to keep up with her. Halfway up one of the mountains, she pressed her hand to the stones and revealed a cave. This was a secret extension of the Moon Palace. The walls of the cave were covered with old drawings and shapes on the stones. Alex slowed his steps to look at them one by one and began to recognize them as diagrams of martial arts movements. With a little patience, he was easily able to understand the techniques on display. All the masters of the Moon Palace must come here to train, the old woman said. I come twice a year. That is all that is allowed. Over the years, your power will grow. Alex understood instantly that this was an exclusive part of the palace not meant for the eyes of the other disciples. He doubted any of them even knew the place existed. Episode 377, A Growing Legacy. Alex turned and bowed to the old woman again, humbly offering his thanks. You don't have to thank me, she said, her little face filling with joy. This is a place for all the masters, and you are the master of the Moon Palace now. It is my duty to show you this. After that, Alex returned every day to study and discuss the techniques with the old woman. Without his even noticing it, his skills improved rapidly. The more he practiced, the more he realized he didn't know. There was far more to learn here than anything he could cram into his brain in just a few weeks. But the old woman knew a great deal about the history of the palace and the martial arts form, and helped him when he ran into roadblocks. She knew how to put complicated concepts into simple terms. Every time he left the cave, he struggled to remember what the figures on the walls looked like. He knew it would take a long time for him to really understand what he was learning. When he returned to the palace, Celeste suddenly exclaimed, Your face! You look different! She held up a mirror for him to see for himself. He realized she was right. His skin had become much smoother, and his hair was glossy. He looked the very picture of health. He realized this must be a side effect of his mysterious new course of study. He had a sudden mischievous thought that it was strange that studying in the cave was making him look so good when the old woman looked so weathered and ugly. But he knew he would never dare to ask her why that was. At that moment, a disciple walked in, followed closely by a man shouting, Alex! I'm looking for Alex! It was Rufus. His hair and clothes were a mess. Alex realized the disciples must have given him a very hard time at the gate. Strange men were not usually permitted to enter, and the disciples tended to be cold towards strangers. Rufus quickly explained the situation with Debbie. Alex packed as quickly as he could and jumped into Rufus's car. News of the impending martial arts war swept across the United States. People heard there was a conflict between Tyson, the leader of the Blood Brothers, and some strange newcomer. Some martial arts groups were very eager to watch the conflict from a distance, hoping to learn and become stronger through their fight. Everyone knew the history of the Blood Brothers. But as the years had gone by, they had assumed that the gang had finally left their anger at the rest of the martial arts community in the past. Now, They were active and attacking again. But Alex was a mystery. There were plenty of rumors and stories flying about, but little was really known about the new Lord of the Moon Palace. Most of the other groups hoped he was powerful. They didn't want to intervene if they didn't have to, and it was convenient to assume he could take care of himself. But they also knew that if Alex fell, the Blood Brothers would continue to rise in power, demanding respect and even tribute from the other groups. No one wanted to be dragged into the conflict. Along the Hudson River, tourists were visiting the scattered waterfalls and reserves despite the cold weather to see the magnificent natural formations along the water. The tourist traps all along the Hudson River were bustling and crowded. Despite the crowds who came and went, Tyson had set up camp to wait for Alex to come and challenge him. Despite the cold, he wore light clothes, always ready for a fight. His face betrayed no feelings. He always looked stern and resolute. Rumors began to spread, and people started to avoid the sight. But other martial artists came to challenge his followers. The Blood Brothers had no problem defeating them all. One, a student named Jack, saw many of them personally and began to make a name for himself. Sometimes he fought them at the river, where they had come to challenge Tyson, and sometimes he went to their own schools and beat them there. News of his power began to spread. None of this seemed to move or interest Tyson. Privately, he thought it was good for Jack to become notorious on his own. Rumors of the Blood Brothers' downfall had begun to spread when Alex defeated Lee Harshaw. Jack's success was a way of showing the world that the Blood Brothers would continue to produce fighters, even better fighters than what they had before. Losing Lee would not destroy them. But Tyson was becoming impatient as he waited for Alex. When he had received the challenge, he had been ready to fight immediately. But now he had been waiting at the river for weeks, and there was no sign of Alex. The delay was hurting Alex more than himself. The longer he didn't show up, the more the other martial arts groups began to doubt he had ever been a great fighter in the first place. Those who had wondered if they could learn something from the newcomer began to laugh at him. No one regarded him as a threat or a new master anymore. They sighed to each other that the story was over before it had even begun. A few disciples from different schools sat together at a coffee shop near the river discussing the situation. "I heard Tyson attacked Alex's girlfriend with a show of his internal force, and she's wasting away. But Alex hasn't shown up to do anything about it. I'm amazed," said one disciple. "Being famous is tough. Alex must have chickened out when he realized what Tyson could do," said another. "Are you kidding me? He just showed up on the scene and now he disappears?" cried another. Meanwhile, Jessup was still desperately trying to save Debbie's life. He invited over 10 medical experts to weigh in on the situation, but none of them could see a solution. Each one sadly encouraged him to give up and let her slip away peacefully. Episode 378, Last Moments. It seemed that there was nothing in the world of medicine that could fight the power of Tyson's internal force, freezing Debbie to death. A group of doctors approached Jessup with melancholy expressions. The leader of their group stepped forward to speak. "She seems to be in a better state today," he said hesitantly. "But we don't think this is good news. Patients often improve right before the end. This could be it." Jessup felt as if his heart would break. but he pulled himself together to bravely say, "You have all worked so hard. Thank you." He shook the leader's hand. But at that moment, Alex burst into the hospital wing, followed closely by Rufus. They rushed wordlessly past Jessup in to see Debbie. She looked terrible, thin and haggard. She was so pale it was as if frost was collecting on her skin. Her eyes were still lovely, but they had lost their sparkle. She lay listlessly on the bed with her eyes open. She didn't seem to hear Alex or recognize his voice. She stared ahead as if stuck in a trance. Tears poured down Alex's face. If he had known how much Debbie was suffering in his absence, he never would have disappeared to continue his martial arts training. Debbie, can you hear me?" He took her hand in his, wincing at how cold her fingers felt. Jessup had followed them into the room and stood to the side. "Debbie," he called softly, "look who's here. Don't you recognize him?" Alex felt as if he was being stabbed in the heart. But Jessup's voice seemed to get through to Debbie. She turned her head slowly. When she saw Alex's face, she began to turn away. "I don't want you to see me like this," she murmured. Please leave." Jessup was shocked that this was the first thing it occurred to her to say. "Please, don't be like that, Debbie," Alex begged her. "Of course I want to see you. No matter what, you're the most beautiful woman alive." Debbie began shivering fitfully. Tears flowed down her face. "I'm so happy I met you," she said softly. "But I can't hold on anymore. I think I would be gone by now if I didn't love you so much, if I hadn't been so desperate to see you one more time." "It's my fault," Alex said fiercely. "I brought this on you. I should have protected you." He wrapped her in his arms and cried like a child. Jessup watched the pair helplessly, overwhelmed by their grief. Debbie shook her head. "I don't blame you. It's not your fault." That made Alex cry even harder. He thought of everything they had been through, everything they had overcome to be together. He couldn't believe he was about to lose her. Nurses gathered shyly by the door, struck by the sight of such a handsome man crying at his beloved's bedside. Alex realized he didn't care how many people saw him cry. He wondered if he would ever stop. Jessup and the nurses all exchanged looks with one another. They had all heard what the doctors had said. These might be Debbie's last moments alive. If she really was holding out in order to see Alex one more time, she might not last much longer. Suddenly, Alex's calm voice cut through the room as he said, "Tell them I will fight with Tyson in 3 days." Jessup gaped at him in disbelief. "You all can go," Alex continued in an emotionless voice. "Sir, we can't leave the patient. We need to keep monitoring her," a nurse told him gently, even as her heart broke for their situation. "Get out of here." Alex's tone was still flat, but the force in his voice pushed them all to back away slowly. With bowed heads, they retreated. Now that they were alone, Alex finally felt like he could concentrate. He scoured his mind, reviewing everything he had learned to find something to help Debbie. He cast his thoughts back to the wall of the cave near the Moon Palace. After a few tense moments, Alex reached out and touched her forehead. An air as warm and sweet as new sunlight in spring flushed through Debbie's body, chasing away the cold. She gasped incredulously at the sudden rush of warmth. "Oh, Alex, I'm in such a state. You'll never like me again," she said with tears in her eyes. Alex smiled at her through his own tears. "You're being silly. I'll always love you." His feelings of regret and self-blame began to recede. He had felt horribly irresponsible and careless for leaving Debbie vulnerable to attack. But maybe it had been worth it to learn this new knowledge, so he could use it to protect her from attack. Maybe it had all worked out exactly the way it was supposed to. Debbie's eyes went a little hazy, and she said nonsensically, "You look different. How did you become more handsome? You were already so handsome before." It made no difference to her, of course. Even if he had returned to her in the ugliest state, she would still be happy to be in his arms. Alex laughed a little. "You look more beautiful too. And you'll look even better once you have a chance to rest and recover." He was sweating a little from the effort of warming her with his internal power. Although his new powers were strong, they were still new. As he had realized before, it would take a long time to fully master his abilities. Debbie smiled, but it turned into a wince. Although the warmth Alex lent her was a welcome relief, the icy freeze of Tyson's internal power still warred within her, giving her alternating hot and cold flashes. "I can die happy seeing you here with me." "You're not dying," said Alex, clenching his teeth. He could also feel Tyson's power fighting against his own and shivering as a wave of cold hit him. "You're going to live with me for a long time." But Debbie watched with alarm as Alex's face turned pale. His lips began to turn blue. He was trying to take on more of Tyson's power, but that meant accepting more of the damage in his own body as well. Alex, let go," Debbie begged him. She hated to see him suffer the way she had before. She tried to push his hand away, but it was clenched tight, almost frozen in position. She struggled as hard as she could, but nothing seemed to help. Episode 379, Rebirth. The martial art Alex was using to help Debbie is often called a pounding medicine. The name came from a legend about an old practitioner pounding herbs on a rock under a full moon. It was a tender power, as gentle as a slow-running creek in spring. As much as he wanted to fight the power hurting Debbie with something strong like fire, that was not how this art worked. This power worked best when it was allowed to work gently. Alex had a picture of the ancient practitioner in his mind. But as he focused on the image, the picture transformed. Instead of the battle-hardened martial artist he had imagined before, in his mind's eye, he saw a young girl grinding the herbs on a rock. She had a sorrowful, tender expression on her face, but she moved with determination, never faltering no matter how hard she worked. He realized he was looking at the creator of the art he was currently trying to use. The power he was tapping into now came from the Moon Palace itself. It was a deep power infused into the heart and soul of the place, strengthened by years of dedication and hard work from disciples. But that was not all that made the power of the Moon Palace strong. It was love. The blind old woman who had come to show him the cave had spoken about this. She had spoken of how the original founder of the Moon Cult had been separated from her lover by her parents, forced to go another way. They had each studied hard and created their own practices, attracting students and forming a long-lasting tradition of martial arts. But neither had been able to fully let go of that first love they had shared. They had channeled that love into their studies instead. Every move, every technique, every shred of wisdom was founded on deep and unfulfilled love. Alex suddenly felt a deep connection to every previous master of the moon cult who had studied and trained and practiced in the centuries before him. Each of them had used their love as a source of power. He realized his love for Debbie had always given him great power, even when he hadn't realized it. He knew he would move heaven and earth for her. In many small ways, in the past he already had, even before he had come to understand martial arts or begin training. Even before he had the love of the Moon Palace to draw upon, he had drawn upon his own love for Debbie. But he hadn't always felt confident that things would work out. He had been his most powerful when he had felt that there was no other choice and no chance of success, but had tried his hardest to win her anyway. He felt as if all the previous masters were watching him fight for Debbie, willing to find the answer. He realized he had spent precious energy fighting Tyson's internal force at work in Debbie, as if throwing burning matches at a blizzard. He suddenly understood this was not how they would win. He took a deep breath and settled into himself, into the knowledge that he would never abandon Debbie, even if his efforts seemed doomed to failure. He felt the cold creeping upon him and chose not to be afraid. He let himself feel tired, as if the last of his strength was being drained. But as what he thought of as his true strength drained away, he felt filled with something else. A new aura, unfamiliar to him, yet utterly powerful. In the end, he had felt certain was coming for him, and Debbie did not come. Instead, something like a strong summer breeze surged through him, chased by a wildfire. As the energy coursed through him, Alex realized that he had come to a new understanding of himself, and of what he thought of as power. He felt as if he had passed some strange test set by death and come out immortal. He took several deep breaths, tasting his new power. Wisps of his aura emanated from his fingers, still pressed against Debbie's forehead, and began to seep into her skin, chasing the cold away. His palms grew warmer and warmer, and he began to gently share his energy with Debbie, letting her feel the thrill of this new power the same way he had. It took Debbie several moments to notice the change. She was still filled with fear and cold. She had been fighting Tyson's attack for so many days that she felt numb to change. But slowly, she began to notice that she was feeling comfortable and warm, as if floating on the gentle waves of a lovely sea. She felt soft from head to toe. She imagined waves cresting over her head, washing away frost and mud and fear. She felt filled with an incredible spirit that relaxed her muscles even as it strengthened them, and made her skin feel clean and bright. Filled with this energy, she became even more beautiful than she already had been before. With a soft, satisfied sigh, Alex let his hand fall. His eyes scanned her face, her hands and her eyes, making sure that she was well. She looked back at him, calm and peaceful and serene. It had worked. Episode 380, Anticipation or Love. While Alex and Debbie enjoyed this private revelation, the news of Alex's impending fight with Tyson exploded from the information channels of the Clifton family. Word spread beyond even the US to the martial arts communities of the entire world. Alex will fight a world-class martial arts master in a decisive battle in 3 days. Rumors and stories and speculation flew in every direction. As far as most people knew, Alex was only a humble security guard. Some whispered that he was actually a famous martial arts master, but had only been keeping a low profile because he enjoyed his privacy. But even those who believed him to have some skill did not believe he would be much of a match for someone as powerful as Tyson, the leader of the Blood Brothers. The world waited in breathless anticipation as 3 days passed. Tourists continued to flock to the Hudson River, hiking through the paths to see the waterfalls scattered along its length, taking part in river cruises, or even just staying in nearby hotels to eat at restaurants in the area. Even though it was the off-season, the entire place was bustling with activity. Many of the visitors knew of the upcoming match, and it only added to the Hudson River's attractions for them. In one of the clusters of tourist attractions nearby, a beautiful girl walked down the road with a grim expression. She was beautifully dressed and graceful, as noble as a little princess. It was Kelly Phillips, walking arm in arm with her friend Sharon. Kelly hadn't seen Alex since the incident with his Ferrari in Washington, D.C. "Come on," Sharon whined. "Quit moping around." Kelly blushed. She was generally a bit reserved with her thoughts, and didn't like it when people could guess what she was feeling. Sharon rolled her eyes. "I've already guessed why we're here. You came all this way to watch the martial arts competition. But Alex hasn't shown up this whole month. I don't think the new announcement about the match is even true. We should go back. Stop listening to rumors." "Alex always keeps his word," Kelly said stubbornly. Despite her melancholy, she smiled a little as she said this. "If he really comes, he'll fight. I want to see it." "Do you think he'll win?" Sharon teased her. This made Kelly frown again. She had a lot of romantic ideas for how she might accidentally bump into Alex when he turned up. But she hadn't imagined what would happen if he got injured in the fight. The thought made her heart pound with fear. "Alex has some skills, but I don't know what to expect from him," Sharon thought out loud. "Maybe he just wants to meet some of these guys." They spotted a nearby restaurant and decided to stop for a meal. The place was very crowded. People had come from all over to explore the Hudson River and its many attractions. The restaurant was noisy with the sound of many different U.S. accents competing with one another to be heard. Sharon and Kelly waited for a long time, but finally, the staff admitted that there would not be a free table for some time. However, they were welcome to share a larger table if they didn't mind sitting with strangers. Sharon was a little reluctant, but Kelly shrugged and said it was fine. Next to them, others were discussing the match. "But who do you think will win?" a domineering lady asked. She wore furs and bright lipstick and had the natural air of someone accustomed to being listened to and obeyed. "It has to be Alex. Why not?" the girl next to her said firmly. She seemed as if she might be related to the domineering lady, or at least a relation through marriage. Sharon thought with amusement that she might be the daughter-in-law of the older woman. But Kelly looked at her with some surprise. She realized suddenly that she knew the girl. The domineering woman turned to them and demanded, "And you? Who do you think will win?" Kelly had not planned on starting a conversation with whoever they ended up sharing their table with. but the domineering woman was difficult to ignore. Alex, I think. Sharon chimed in to agree. The lady scoffed. Don't you children know anything about martial arts? About the man Alex has challenged? He can't possibly win. Why do you say that? The young woman with her cried. Who says Alex can't win? She looked to Kelly and Sharon for support, but when she looked Kelly full in the face, she gasped in surprise. Kelly? Is that you? Kelly raised her eyebrows. Rose? In one voice, they asked each other, What are you doing here? I'm here to support Alex, of course, Rose said a little defensively. She was very proud to know Alex. Groupies, the domineering lady sighed. So, you're all here to support the same man. Well, it'll end in tears. Her words attracted the attention of another girl. She was plainly dressed but carried herself with a noble air. She frowned and said, Please, watch what you say. I have placed a pretty large bet on Alex. Her words caused more of the diners to glance at her in surprise. Kelly looked her up and down. She was very beautiful, though she looked a little melancholy. Kelly thought they must look very similar. The girl was Lindsay Marvel. She had traveled out to support Alex as soon as she heard the news about the match back in D.C. The domineering lady scoffed again. How many rich young ladies have traveled out this way just to support that boy? But she decided not to make any further issue of it. Rose gave Kelly a knowing look. Kelly, I told you Alex likes me. Didn't you believe me? She said. I never said I didn't believe you, Kelly said slowly. I just came because I want to support him. I didn't know what had happened to him, and I don't know anything about your relationship with him. You liar, Rose crowed. It's so obvious you're still in love with him. She spoke loudly and a bit obnoxiously, but it was only to cover how worried she suddenly was. It hadn't occurred to her that there would be other girls here to support Alex too. It seemed like they were at a table full of young women in love with Alex. Rose was not amused. Kelly blushed. Please lower your voice. I'm just his friend, that's all. Rose adjusted her expression to look sweet and inviting. Well, of course. Alex is so wonderful. Lots of people like him, right? She turned and flashed a big smile at Lindsay. Tell me how you met him. Let's all share our stories. It'll be so fun. She could tell her friendly approach had Kelly flustered. The smile Lindsay gave her was a little more reserved. Lindsay considered herself to be a bit more mature and wasn't as interested in playing silly games. But Rose chatted quickly and brightly, and eventually she got the other two girls to loosen up a little. At a nearby table, another girl with a plainer face and a more ordinary figure watched them with a menacing look on her face. Groupies, she muttered, echoing the domineering lady from before. Why are you acting as if you all know him so well, huh? Episode 381. Are you ready? Nellie pulled her hat further down, hiding her face. She glared over at the table, and then she started to eat her food. Why do these groupies like Alex so much? She thought. They barely know him. I'll just watch you from afar, Alex, she muttered to herself. I won't get in the way. After all, I'm your cousin, so there can't be anything between us. A tear slipped down her cheek. The Hudson River Falls had always been popular with tourists, and the mysterious old man sitting by the water had become something of a feature of the season. Stories spread as tourists advised each other on how to find him. But on this occasion, something had changed. They could see the old man sitting quietly by himself. But when they tried to get closer, people wearing martial arts robes stopped them, and the tourists began to question them. "Why can't we get closer?" "We just want to see the waterfall." "Is there a law against visiting the falls?" "Sorry, this area isn't open to the public today," a man said, blocking their path. "You'll have to find some other place to watch from." The tourists continued to voice their complaints. "Why, is there a law against us being here?" "Who are you? You're not police. Who put you in charge?" "This is a public place. What gives you the right to deny us entry?" The men didn't bother to answer. They stood with their hands behind their backs, staring threateningly at the tourists. When Jack walked over, the tourists were shocked by his enormous biceps and surly expression. He was not someone they wanted to mess with. Some of the timid tourists scurried away, deciding it was better not to provoke these people. Jack didn't think much of the martial arts community. He had pretended to be polite to them. But when the violence of the Blood Brothers had been exposed, the community had driven him out. Now, he didn't pretend to be anything other than what he was. Recognizing this, everyone kept their distance. Of course, some people were allowed in, particularly those wearing martial arts robes. Sharon was stuck outside. She and Kelly had been waiting for ages, but they couldn't get close to the area. Although they were angry, they didn't dare make a fuss. Instead, they chose to call and report the matter to the local authorities. The police merely told them that they knew Tyson had arranged an event at the falls. Since members of the public weren't allowed in, they were satisfied that no innocent people would get hurt. Sharon angrily hung up the phone. Rose, Kelly, and Lindsay stood behind her. None of them had been allowed in. "What do we do now?" Lindsay asked, feeling a little anxious. The women had all put aside their disagreements to be here for Alex. If they couldn't get in, then it would have all been in vain. "Do you think they can control the whole Hudson River?" Sharon yelled, furious. "We have every right to be here. How dare they be so arrogant?" "Jack, let them in." The voice came from far away, startling the women. They turned and saw the old man sitting cross-legged on a rock, but he was too far away to have heard them. Wasn't he? "Did you hear what I said?" Sharon asked, frowning in confusion. "Yes, I can hear exceptionally well," the man said, laughing. Rose couldn't resist, and she rushed forward before the man changed his mind and left them standing outside. The other women hurried after her. Only Kelly hesitated. As soon as she went in, she saw Nellie staring resentfully at her. The old man sat beside the waterfall, glazing out at the Hudson River. He barely moved. The spectators sat further away, watching him and waiting to see what he would do. "Where will they fight?" Sharon asked, puzzled. "There's not much room there. What if they fall into the river?" Sharon didn't understand, and neither did anyone else. Why had Tyson chosen to fight on the edge of this surging Hudson River? "He's no ordinary martial artist," one man told them. "He knows what he's doing, and I'm sure he'll win. I only hope no one else gets hurt." "Is that likely?" Rose asked, her mouth dropping open. Everyone thought the man was exaggerating. No matter how fierce the fight was, the spectators would be safe. At the hospital, Jessup stared anxiously at the door. All he cared about was Debbie. But he knew they were running out of time to deal with Hudson. Could Alex still reach the Hudson River in time? Alex and Debbie had been locked in that room for 3 days. On Alex's orders, no one had been allowed inside, not even to bring in anything for Alex and Debbie to eat or drink. If Jessup hadn't been standing guard by the door, the medical staff would have broken in by now. Jessup believed in Alex, and although he thought Debbie had recovered, he still faithfully carried out Alex's instructions. He jumped as the door opened, and then he rushed into the room, followed by a group of doctors. They were all stunned at what they saw. The room was warm and bright, all traces of cold gone. It wasn't the stuffy kind of heat that came from central heating, but a gentle warmth that felt like the emergence of spring. Alex stood there with a faint smile on his face, while Debbie lay on the bed, looking perfectly healthy. She seemed radiant and even more beautiful than before. "Are you ready?" she asked softly. Her eyes were sad as she looked at Alex, knowing he had exhausted himself to save her. How could he possibly have enough strength left to defeat Tyson? Episode 382, Making an Entrance. "Don't worry," Alex said, smiling at Debbie. "It'll be okay." He had refused to give up on her, and as a result, he now understood the true meaning of the martial arts he had learned, allowing him to reach a new level of skill. No wonder the Moon Palace was so highly thought of by martial artists around the world. People barely understood a fraction of the knowledge it contained. Jessup hugged Debbie and burst into tears, relieved to see her looking so well. A few of the nurses were gaping at her, unable to believe what they were seeing. After a while, Dr. Howard arrived with the hospital's CEO, Austin Gray. They ground to a halt, their eyes locked on Debbie and their mouths hanging open. "It's a miracle," Dr. Howard said, shaking his head. "I've never seen anything like it." "Mr. Ambrose, if you'd like to join the medical staff at this hospital, we'd be fortunate to have you," Austin said. "Mr. Ambrose, I'd love to know how you achieved this," Dr. Howard said. "Perhaps I can get your input on some of my more difficult cases." Alex shrugged. He wasn't interested in becoming a doctor, but he didn't want to disappoint these people. After all, they had done their best for Debbie. "Debbie, look at how much better you look," a nurse said, handing Debbie a mirror. "Oh?" Debbie said, touching her face as she looked in the mirror. Her reflection stared back at her with rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes. Debbie had always been beautiful, but now that she was completely healthy, she was truly stunning. Alex also appeared more attractive now that he wasn't so worried about her. They both seemed relaxed and refreshed. Debbie flexed her muscles, feeling stronger than ever, and relieved that the numbness was gone. Her mind was clear, and her body was responding as it should. She felt better than she had in her entire life. Dr. Howard examined her, and he discovered she was in peak physical condition, almost like a professional athlete at the height of their career. Alex rubbed his chin on the leg of his pants, trying to disperse the remainder of Tyson's freezing inner power, which he had extracted from Debbie's body. Alex scowled, recognizing the power as having come from the far north. Debbie, must have suffered. He narrowed his eyes. "I'm on my way, Tyson," he muttered. He nodded at everyone, ready to take his leave. Debbie sensed the change in him, and she stretched out her hand to pluck at his clothes. "Are you leaving me?" she asked. "I'll be back soon," he promised. "Can't you just let it go?" Debbie asked, pleading with him. She would rather let Tyson escape than having Alex in danger. "No, I can't," Alex said, his tone determined. "He attacked you, and I won't forgive him for that. I'll make him pay for what he did to you." "Then I'll go with you," Debbie said, biting her lip as she sat up. "No, Debbie. You need your rest." Alex reached out and gently squeezed her shoulder. "Wait here for me." "Alex, do you really have to go?" Jessup asked, worried about Alex's safety. He had seen Tyson's power and he feared the worst. Alex didn't answer. He simply left the room, and everyone watched him go, knowing they couldn't stop him. Along the Hudson River, more warriors were arriving from all over the world. Everyone wanted to see this fight. Tyson had such a strong reputation that they were shocked anyone could be brave enough to face him. 1 minute passed, then another, then 3 minutes. As time went by, everyone checked their watches, but there was still no sign of Alex. They sat patiently, waiting for his arrival and wondering which direction he would come from. The martial artists seemed unconcerned about the delay. They simply sat there, watching the river. Tyson had been sitting with his eyes closed. Now he cracked them open and tilted his head to the side, listening to the sounds of the river. Several of the martial artists stood up, looked around, and murmured to themselves, "That's Alex! Alex is coming!" The news rippled through the crowd, and Alex's name was on everyone's lips. The leading martial artist stared at the river, hoping to catch the first glimpse of Alex as he arrived. Kelly stood on her tiptoes, wanting to see the man of her dreams. But all she could see was the river. A boat appeared, traveling toward them, propelled by the currents. Was that Alex standing inside it? Everyone craned their necks, watching as the boat grew closer. Alex stood inside it, allowing it to carry him to his destination. His entrance was much more entertaining than the sight of Tyson merely sitting on the shore. People lifted their phones, taking pictures of Alex and chattering excitedly. "He's so young. That's so cool. It's more than that. It's magnificent." Alex kept his balance easily, not allowing the rocking of the boat to disturb him. Women squealed as they watched him, and Lindsay and Rose had lumps in their throats. They were tempted to jump into the river to meet him. Episode 383, Only Martial Arts Endure. "Is that really Alex?" Rose asked as he came closer. "He looks so different." "He seems more handsome than before," Sharon said, frowning. "And is he taller? Or am I just imagining it? I don't remember him looking that good." Kelly stared at Alex, transfixed by his appearance. She had always liked him, but she had to admit that the determined look on his face was particularly attractive. For a while, everyone stood quietly, unwilling to break the spell. Nellie sighed as she looked at Alex, knowing she would never be able to walk away from him. "You'll always be the same to me, Alex," she whispered. The boat floated down the river, and the old man rose slowly, his white hair blowing in the wind. He turned to face everyone, his movements graceful and his posture perfect. "Alex, you're here at last," he called. "I've been waiting a long time for you to show yourself. I was starting to think you weren't coming." His voice was audible even over the roaring sound of the river, and people clapped their hands over their ears trying to stop the ringing noise. Kelly was scared, and her legs trembled, threatening to give up and drop her to the ground. Alex looked up. "I assume you're Tyson," he called. The old man nodded. "Yes, that's me." "Good," Alex said. "I want to make sure I'm killing the right person." As he spoke, he leapt off the boat and landed on the banks of the river. The movement rocked the boat, tipping it over and causing it to fill with water. Then the current smashed it into a rock, breaking it into pieces, which floated off down the river. The bystanders gasped. The river was so fast, and Alex had managed to simply hop onto dry land, not getting even slightly wet in the process. That took a lot of skill, and they were all impressed. To arrive on time, Alex had hired a small boat further up the river, deciding that would get him there faster than traveling by car. Still, most people wouldn't have attempted it. Tyson laughed. "Ah, the arrogance of youth," he said. "You really do believe that you can kill me. Excellent. This should be fun." He wasn't annoyed at all. He was looking forward to taking on Alex. He knew few people could match his skills, and he had grown lonely in the far north with only polar bears for company. It would be good to spar with this young man. Hopefully, Alex was as skilled as he was confident. Otherwise, Tyson would be embarrassed to crush him so easily. Alex stepped into the water, making his way toward Tyson. The river dragged at him, trying to pull him off balance, but Alex kept his feet. "You're really not afraid, are you?" Tyson asked, surprised. When he had been waiting for Alex to arrive, he had been perfectly still. But now he exploded into action, rushing at Alex. The two men collided, coming together in violence. Alex fought hard, his movements elegant and fast. He used the techniques he had learned at the Moon Palace, determined to win. He blocked Tyson's strike, hitting back and refusing to give ground. The next attack had them both staggering backwards. Tyson was ferocious and full of brute strength. But Alex was faster and more graceful, adapting quickly to whatever Tyson threw at him. Their audience was shocked, too stunned to look away for even a moment. They stood still, breathing harshly, realizing that this fight would not be settled quickly. Neither of them was able to gain the upper hand, no matter how hard they tried. Alex clenched his fists and forced himself to breathe deeply, remaining calm. Kelly's heart was pounding as she watched him. "Alex," she thought, "if I were to die today, I'd just be happy that I got to see you like this." Nellie stared fiercely at Tyson, as though she wanted to attack him. "Tyson, you made the mistake of attacking Debbie," Alex called to him. "Now I won't stop until I've destroyed you." Tyson laughed. "As Lord of the Moon Palace, you're surrounded by women. Why do you care about that particular one? Concentrate on your martial arts. That's what's really important." He shook his head, sighing.
Imagine what you could accomplish if you weren't distracted by worldly matters like love.
Tyson only cared about improving his fighting skills, and he had never understood why people were so obsessed with love. As a result, he had no idea why Alex was making such a fuss about Debbie. Tyson couldn't care less about the woman. He had only used her to provoke Alex into fighting him. Besides, he knew that if Alex had tried to heal Debbie, then it would have used up much of his strength. And if he hadn't healed her, then he would be distracted by her loss. Either way, it gave Tyson an advantage. But Alex had used what he had learned to save Debbie without draining himself of the power needed to battle with Tyson. If you don't care about the rest of the world, then why did you come all the way here? Alex asked. I thought you wanted revenge for Lee. Isn't that what you said?
There are so many members of the Blood Brothers, Tyson said, shrugging. Who cares if one dies? Hate or love, it's all the same. Only martial arts endure forever.
The spectators listened to Tyson, realizing that he looked down on them all. Tyson was cold-blooded and merciless, and he cared nothing for other people. Only his own life seemed to be important to him. Tyson smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
But you've come here to challenge me, and you're getting in my way, he said. So now I will kill you and prove my skills to the world.
He dashed toward Alex, his eyes narrowed in concentration, determined to kill his opponent. Alex met him halfway. The two men attacked each other, striking out with hands and feet, and the momentum carried them both over the falls. As they plummeted, Tyson seemed to glide, totally in control of his descent, riding the water toward the bottom. Alex held his own, staying upright. Everyone held their breath. Tyson and Alex seemed well matched. Episode 384, Rainbows and Dragons. At the bottom of the waterfall, Alex shook the water out of his eyes and prepared to strike again. The river flowed faster, and still Alex didn't fall. His palm sliced through the air, seeking its target. It began to rain, the drops glistening in the sunlight, creating a haze around the two men. Tyson began to fight back. He channeled his inner power and struck out with his fist. The sun hit the raindrops and reflected off the mist of the waterfall, creating a spectacular rainbow. To those watching, it seemed like Tyson's hand cut through the rainbow on its way toward Alex. Alex drew on his inner power and met Tyson's attack head-on. When the two men made contact, their arms shook with the force of the collision. Both Alex and Tyson were surprised at the other's skill, as they hadn't expected to meet anyone so powerful. Alex was also surprised by Tyson's aggression. Alex was struggling to cope with both Tyson's assault and the movements of the water. The ferocity of their fight stirred up the Hudson River, sending violent currents swirling. Anyone standing too close to the river's edge was in danger of being swept away.
I guess I can see how you became the Lord of the Moon Palace at such a young age, Tyson admitted grudgingly. But that won't save you now.
I don't need saving, Alex said, taking a step forward and letting the spray from the waterfall conceal him a little. He held up his hands, barely visible through the haze. Tyson pushed up his sleeves and strode forward into the mist, ready to do battle. The falls consisted of a steady curtain of water, the noise deafening. Alex's strike missed, the water distorting his aim. "What kind of martial arts is this?" Tyson demanded, retreating a little to regroup. A rock crumbled above them. The fragments were thrown over the falls, narrowly missing the two men. Then another, much larger piece broke off and hurtled over the edge, sinking deep into the river, sending an enormous wave toward the riverbank. The onlookers all gaped in shock. "This next move was created thousands of years ago by my teacher's ancestor," Alex said. "It's called the dragon. If I'd had more time to practice it, then I could kill you with a single blow." Tyson laughed. "I'm familiar with that move," he said. The founder of the Moon Palace was indeed wise, but it just so happens that I've had plenty of practice with that move, and I'm exceptionally skilled at it. Much more experience than whatever doddering old half-wit disciple taught you." Tyson narrowed his eyes, clearly determined to get rid of Alex. Alex was being buffeted by the strong currents, but he kept his feet steady, and hatred flashed in his eyes as he glared at Tyson. Although he knew Tyson was deliberately trying to anger him, Alex was still furious. "Do not insult my teacher, or I will destroy you," he said, his voice filled with fury. Even despite the noisy waterfall, Alex's words carried clearly to the spectators, who shivered at the menacing tone. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Tyson taunted him. "Remember, I chose this place. Do you think I did so on a whim?" He grinned. "I'm an expert at fighting in water, and I've spent much time honing my skills. If you dare to come after me, you won't survive." With that, Tyson stepped further into the pounding spray, almost disappearing from view. Alex looked around, trying to spot him. Tyson's laughter echoed, the sound bouncing off the water and rocks, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. Alex moved under the spray, the roar of the waterfall growing increasingly louder. "All you care about is dominating the martial arts world," Alex called, "and you won't succeed." He raised his hand, preparing to use his special dragon move. To the bystanders, the sunlight, rain, and mist combined, creating the illusion of a dragon under the waterfall. They watched, fascinated, as the illusory dragon rippled with power. Alex stood behind the dragon form, hidden from sight. "Alex, you can't win," Tyson called, pleased that Alex appeared to be a strong opponent. He strode forward through the mist, breaking apart the illusion. He struck out, unerringly finding Alex and knocking him back to drop into the river. Within moments, Alex was back on his feet, spitting out water. He caught Tyson by surprise, sweeping his legs out from under him and dunking him in the water. "Tyson, you can't beat me so easily," Alex yelled as Tyson resurfaced. "You'll need to try harder than that." He sent his fist flying at Tyson's face, following up with a punch to his abdomen. Tyson was no longer laughing. His expression had grown serious as he stared warily at Alex. He had thought that his years of experience would triumph over Alex's youthful energy, and he had expected Alex to grow weaker and weaker, making it easy to kill him. But Alex seemed as strong as ever. Why wasn't he getting tired? "Well, let me show you my favorite move," he said. He struck out hard, sending his freezing inner power right at Alex, as he met his gaze, trying to dominate him with his iron will. "Bring it," Alex said, advancing on him. Alex blocked the hit, wincing at the chill that shot up his arm. No matter what Tyson threw at him, he wouldn't give in. "Alex, did you really think that was my special move?" Tyson asked, smirking. "No, that was just a warm-up." He summoned his internal power, lashing out quickly, giving Alex little time to evade him. The water around Alex was freezing, little patches of ice beginning to form on the surface, and he shivered. When Alex retreated into the spray, trying to take refuge behind the misty illusion of a dragon, Tyson pushed more of his power into the water, freezing the dragon shape into a huge ice sculpture and knocking Alex off his feet to land behind the dragon. All the onlookers were stunned. They were so shocked that they weren't even recording the incident on their phones. Alex lay still, his body floating in the frigid river, seemingly not even breathing. No one moved, and everyone was silent, staring at the scene in dismay. Alex had failed to defeat Tyson. Episode 385, The Cold War. Tyson tipped his head back and laughed. "Alex, my freezing inner power is ancient compared to your pathetic dragon move," he said. "You never stood a chance." He pushed more of his power into the water, dropping the temperature further and freezing much of the lake. The ice quickly spread toward Alex, who stared at it, wondering if he could survive this. Tyson was incredibly powerful, and his deeds would be remembered long after he had gone. It seemed like Alex's fate was sealed. On the cliff, several women stood up, tears sliding down their faces as they watched the scene unfold. Nellie was ready to leap down to Alex, determined to protect him. She knew Tyson would make short work of her, but she couldn't stand by and let Alex suffer. "Tyson is just too strong," someone said with a sigh. "There's never been anyone like him." "He has devoted his life to studying martial arts," another man said. "We could all learn from his dedication." Several other martial artists stood with their heads bowed, giving their respect to the fallen Alex. No one could look away. Dazed, they watched the two fighters, waiting to see what would happen. It seemed inevitable that one of the men would die, and they assumed it would be Alex. The river was eerily quiet. The waterfall was frozen in place, and everyone shivered in the chilly air. "Although Alex has been defeated today, he has still made a name for himself," a man said. "People will remember him for a long time." Those around him nodded in agreement, thinking that they would have been honored to fight Tyson, even if it resulted in their deaths. Crack! Nellie ground to a halt, no longer trying to reach Alex, as she looked around for the source of the noise. Her eyes widened as she saw an enormous fault line appear in the icy waterfall and continue through the frozen river. The sound grew deafening as the ice began to crack. A collective gasp came from the crowd, some of them pointing at the waterfall. Tyson gaped at the fissures. Then he turned around, just in time to see Alex swing onto the back of the ice dragon. Then Alex launched himself off the other side, heading straight toward Tyson. With a cry, Tyson fell backwards, shattering the thin layer of ice and sinking into the Hudson River. No one could believe what they were seeing. The last of the ice cracked, freeing the waterfall and sending it surging over the rocks once more. But Tyson didn't panic. He simply plunged his hands into the river, trying to freeze Alex again. But Alex didn't flinch. He stood tall, staring at Tyson. "I'm still learning, and I haven't had much time to prepare," Alex said. "And yet, I can still withstand your power. So how much more powerful do you think I'll be once I've had the chance to learn more?" Tyson struck out with his power, determined to finish this quickly. Alex avoided Tyson's attack by leaping back onto the frozen dragon sculpture. He placed his hand on the icy neck of the dragon and absorbed the remnants of Tyson's freezing inner power. Then he released the power into the water, sending it straight at Tyson. "How did you do that?" Tyson asked, gaping at him in astonishment. How had Alex mastered the cold so quickly? He hadn't known that Alex was a fast learner, always watching others and assimilating their skills. Tyson's confidence began to falter, and his inner power grew weak. Alex slipped off the dragon's back and sent ice shooting through the water at Tyson, who swept it away. But he missed one piece of ice that hit his leg at high speed, puncturing the flesh like a bullet. Tyson stumbled, losing some of his control and allowing more of the ice to thaw. The dragon had melted and once again consisted of mist and water. "Where are these special skills of yours?" Alex called. He stepped back into the spray of the waterfall. Tyson scowled. The sunlight shone on the dragon illusion, and for a moment, it looked like it was moving, rearing up to attack. He reacted immediately, sending his power toward it. "Stop!" Alex said, holding up his hand and sending out his power to meet Tyson's. Tyson's attack halted, held in place and unable to advance. He summoned all his strength to push back. His arm muscles bulged, and his teeth were gritted as he strained, trying to gain the upper hand. His face grew red, sweat dripping down from his forehead, and he even began to shake. Even though he had called up every last bit of his power, he couldn't prevail, and his control shattered. Tyson sagged with exhaustion, breathing heavily. He had little power left, but he still managed to avoid Alex's attack. "Alex," Tyson shouted, "I've spent decades studying in the far north. Do you really think I wouldn't have reserves of power I can call on?" Episode 386, The Death of Tyson. "Is it?" Alex was indifferent. Instead, he jumped back into the water. As soon as he let go, the mirage of the dragon seemed to soar into the sky. Feeling that everything was under control, Alex calmed down and stepped back into the boat. He said coldly, "This war is not over. How dare you hurt Debbie?" Tyson's expression changed to one of fear. Nellie was surprised at his words, but she quickly realized that really, this was how Alex had always been. "It's Alex," she said, "and Debbie is always his priority." The other girls were secretly jealous of Debbie for having someone like Alex to protect her and even be willing to die for her. Everyone looked at the two men who were fighting in the Hudson River and didn't know what to think. The situation seemed to have become more serious, and it appeared that Alex had won. The spectators started trying to placate him.
I never knew that you could fight so well. How did someone like you learn to fight like that?
Asked Tyson.
I shouldn't have touched Debbie. I see that now.
As Alex swiped his sword through the air in front of Tyson, he saw that his opponent was completely exhausted. His face was as gray as ash. On the shore, one of the Blood Brothers, Jack, stepped forward.
"Run!"
he shouted. Tyson was defeated and humiliated. He thought,
I am the boss of one of the most feared gangs in the world. But now it's all over. I can never show my face again.
Using the last of his strength, Tyson quickly retreated. Although he was weak, his speed was still impressive as he bounded up the side of the cliff. There was a shout from behind him. "Where will you run to?" Alex asked mockingly. He shot out like a cannonball, blocking Tyson's escape. Without saying a word, Tyson tried to punch him in the face. Alex didn't try to dodge away from his fist, but grabbed it easily and twisted it around.
"No!"
Tyson shouted as his will to survive took over. He pulled desperately at his arm, as if trying to separate it from his body, giving him a chance to escape. But Alex saw what he was trying to do and struck his foot hard into Tyson's face. As blood gushed from his nose, Tyson was finally beaten. He lost his grip on the rocks and fell into the choppy water below. Alex watched him struggling in the waves for a moment, and then grimaced as his opponent was swept away by the water. His battered, limp body was slowly carried away by the river. Everyone who had been watching the fight was aghast. "Is Tyson dead?" one man asked. "He can't be," replied his friend.
"Yeah, he's dead,"
confirmed a gang member, as he looked down over the cliff and nodded solemnly. Everyone turned and stared at Alex, who had climbed back up the cliff and stood in front of them. He had beaten Tyson in a fair fight and had earned their respect. They were all feeling overwhelmed by the enthralling battle they had witnessed, and no one wanted to break the spell. As Alex approached them, the people bowed their heads to him. The other members of the Blood Brothers slipped away quietly. Jack was distraught about their defeat, but he didn't dare to draw attention to himself. He knew that Alex could kill him as easily as killing an ant. Of course he was right. Alex could quite happily kill every single member of the Blood Brothers that he could find. The reporters were also in awe of Alex's power, and none of them dared to approach him. Lindsay called out, "Alex!" Alex looked around and saw her standing a small distance away from Rose and Kelly. He smiled at her as the onlookers gazed at him with reverence. Alex let the intimidating aura he had conjured around himself fall away, and suddenly he seemed like a normal young man again. He didn't want to prolong the strange atmosphere still hovering around the area. "What are you doing here?" Alex asked Lindsay with a big smile. "We came to see you," she replied excitedly. She didn't know what else to say. Alex chatted with his 3 old friends, but he didn't notice that his cousin, Nellie, was also there, or that she had tried to help him during the fight. "Groupies! They're all such hypocrites!" Nellie hissed, unable to contain her jealousy. No one who knew her from her old life at the food stand could have predicted how envious and vindictive she would become over time. "I would give my life for you, Alex," Nellie whispered under her breath. She pulled her hat down to cover her face. She had no intention of letting Alex see her there. She thought, "The advantage of keeping my love for Alex a secret is that no matter how much my heart is breaking, I can hide it and keep all my feelings to myself." Alex felt that everyone was overreacting a little in their adoration of him. For him, the only thing that mattered was that he had finally avenged Debbie. He walked away slowly from the scene, leaving the crowd chattering excitedly amongst themselves. They still couldn't believe that Tyson was dead. The news of Tyson's death spread rapidly throughout the underworld and rival gangs. Fortunately for the Blood Brothers, Jack quickly returned to their headquarters and took over the reins. He was able to prevent the gang from losing too much of their business or their reputation. But they stewed over what had happened. And in their hearts, they knew that there was only one person to blame: Alex. Back in Baltimore, Art was sitting alone at home, as he often did since Chris's death. A subordinate of the Stedman family plucked up his courage and tentatively asked him, "Sir, what's our family going to do now?" "Do you really need to ask?" Art hissed. "Even if we suspect that Chris was killed by the Clifton family, there's nothing we can do about it." "Why?" the puzzled subordinate asked. "Fool!" Art shouted. "We can't fight everyone in this world. If we avenge Chris, our whole family will have to fight, and none of us will survive." Episode 387, Heidi. Art continued to shout, "We must ensure that nothing like this ever happens to our family again. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, we know." "Well, it's lucky for the Clifton family that they have someone like Alex on their side. With him, they can crush our family whenever they feel like it. Our only hope is to build a good relationship with them, so that we can keep our reputation and status in society," Art muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes and was quiet. Art suspected that somehow the Clifton family were responsible for Chris's death. However, he was a pragmatist. Since Alex beat Tyson at the Hudson River, he realized that his family could never beat the Cliftons. In the Clifton mansion, Rufus approached Jessup's office with some trepidation. "Is Alex here?" he asked from the door in a low voice. "You should be calling him Sir," Jessup replied coldly. When they entered the conference hall, they saw Alex sitting at the far end of the table. Jessup was aghast and wondered who had been thoughtless enough to place someone so important in such a lowly position. "Alex, you must sit at the head of the table," he said quickly. "What? It doesn't matter where I sit. It doesn't mean anything." Alex didn't care at all about such trivial things. All he cared about was Debbie, who was there with him. He had started to feel that the mansion was his home, but he remained very polite to Debbie's grandfather. Jessup came straight to the point. "Today we're discussing whether we should make Debbie the new head of the Clifton family. I've thought for a long time that I should retire." "Grandfather, I can't run the family," Debbie blurted out in shock. How could she be the head of a family? She had no idea how to take on such a responsibility. Rufus stepped in and said sincerely, "Debbie, please don't refuse. You are our only hope of saving the family. I've spent a long time discussing it with my father, and we both agree. As long as you're in charge of the family, no one will dare to trouble us. The Clifton family will be safe. But we have to be able to rely on your support." Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Of course, they all knew that Debbie would have Alex backing her up. As long as the family had Debbie in charge, Alex would protect them. "I can't do it," Debbie said adamantly. Then she turned to Alex and requested, "Alex, will you please go for a walk with me?" She really didn't want to get involved in family affairs. She just wanted to spend time with Alex without any more drama or problems. "Yes, let's go," Alex agreed immediately. Holding each other's hands, they walked out of the room, leaving the rest of the family behind. Close to the Clifton mansion, there was a livery yard where racehorses were stabled. Even in the winter, the grass was carefully managed, and the beautiful green of the grass attracted the two lovers toward it. "Debbie, you've been through such a horrible time and suffered so much. It's all my fault for not protecting you better," Alex said miserably. Debbie looked at him affectionately with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's not your fault, Alex. I feel terrible for all the trouble I've given you." Alex started to reply, but they heard someone in the distance calling, "Hello? Hey, over here." It was a girl's voice, and it attracted their attention. "Are you calling me?" Alex turned his head slightly and saw a slim girl with a delicate face walking toward them. She looked at him with beautiful eyes. "Yes," the girl replied as she ran up to Alex. She smiled and said, "Hello, Alex. My name is Heidi Reels." Heidi continued, "I heard that you beat the world-class martial arts master Tyson Slade at the Hudson River. Everyone's talking about it." Alex was very suspicious of the girl. What does she want? He didn't like the overly friendly way she spoke to him. He felt that he needed to protect Debbie. If a strange man had walked up to them like this, he would have challenged him to a fight right away. "Go away, please. We're leaving," Alex told her. He didn't care what she had to say. All he wanted was to go somewhere quiet to be alone with Debbie. He didn't want to talk anymore about the fight with Tyson. But Heidi continued to smile at them warmly, and Alex started to relax. As she walked alongside them, she said to Debbie, "Would you mind if I borrow your husband? It's nothing to worry about." Debbie blushed. It was the first time that anyone had called Alex her husband. She loved the sound of it. "Of course I don't mind, but make sure that you return him to me later." Debbie felt very happy. The girl looked very young, really just a child. Surely she was no threat to them. And her beautiful smile was very infectious. Also, she loved that the girl called Alex her husband. She agreed happily. Then she smiled and pushed Alex toward the girl, saying, "Heidi wants you to go with her. I'm happy for you to go, but remember, you have a wife." She giggled, thinking the girl was so young that she probably didn't even understand the love between a husband and wife. Alex said curiously to Debbie, "You're happy for me to go, but you don't even know what the child wants me for." "What child? Don't call me that." Heidi was angry that he had called her a child. "What you don't realize is that I'm a martial arts master." As she spoke, she pouted and tried to make herself appear older than she was. "What are you planning to do with me? Are you going to tell me, or is your plan to abduct and sell me?" Alex asked solemnly. "I want you to help me. I want to go horseback riding to cheer myself up, but I don't dare go alone. I want you to teach me to ride," she told him. "Oh, that's fine, I'll go with you," Alex replied. He thought for a moment and then he asked, "How old are you? Are your legs long enough to reach the stirrups?" "I'm 20 years old. How old do you think I am?" Heidi demanded as she stretched out her long legs. Her figure was sublime. Alex and Debbie looked at each other. Neither of them could believe that the girl was 20. She looked like a porcelain doll. Alex decided not to question her further. Since Debbie had said that she was happy for him to go, he would accompany Heidi. He and Debbie loved and trusted each other implicitly. He followed Heidi over to a big horse that was tied to a tree nearby. Heidi climbed up onto the horse, and Alex climbed up behind her and sat on the horse's rump. When she realized what he had done, she blushed bright crimson. "What are you doing?" she asked him in a whisper. "Teaching you to ride a horse. What's the matter?" Alex didn't understand why she was complaining. "Oh, no, of course," Heidi agreed quickly. Soon, Heidi had the horse cantering across the field. Debbie watched them happily and thought, "That little Heidi is quite brave. She's asked Alice to teach her to ride a horse. I wonder what else she'll ask him to teach her." The horse was very responsive, and Heidi turned out to be a gifted rider. After only 10 minutes of teaching, she took control of the horse and was galloping skillfully. When they stopped, she turned to Alex and asked, "Why do you think I'm so young? Don't you believe that I'm 20? Alex couldn't work out why the girl was so upset about her age. He thought, most women want to be told that they look young. I wonder why Heidi seems to get so upset by it. Episode 388, Don't Call Me a Girl. "You have a young face," Alex told her, as he went to jump down from the horse. "No, I don't," Heidi said, as she put her hand on Alex's arm to stop him from climbing down. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing a strange marking on her forearm. His eyes became fixated on it for a moment. It was a small red mark, and Alex instantly knew its meaning. He said incredulously, "That's a Shugong Sha mark." Shugong Sheha was an ancient Chinese symbol of a woman's chastity. It was said that the mark couldn't be washed off, but would disappear immediately if the woman lost her virginity. He had once read about it in a world history book, but he had never imagined he would see it on a modern girl in the US. He was puzzled and wanted to go back to Debbie. He was starting to feel uneasy about the mysterious girl and thought there was more to her. "Are you going?" Heidi saw that Alex was about to leave, but didn't want him to go. "I want to ride some more. Will you come with me?" "No, I'm going," Alex replied and looked around for Debbie. "Please? It's so boring to ride on my own. If you go, I'll have to go too. Will you at least come with me to the office to pay?" Heidi whined. She looked so pathetic that Alex hesitated. He frowned, unsure what to do. He looked at Debbie beside him and was surprised when she indicated that she should continue to help the girl. So he took Debbie's hand and they went with Heidi to the riding school office. "I need to pay," Heidi told the cashier. Then she yelled impatiently, "How much money is it? Hurry up, we have to go." The cashiers at the riding school were usually young women. But today, oddly, the cashier was a young man with bright blonde hair called Mickey Perkins. Mickey smiled and said to Heidi, "Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?" "Fine. I'm leaving now and I want to pay for hiring the horse. Hurry up. I have something else to do." Heidi didn't seem to be surprised to see Mickey in the office. He walked up to the computer and messed around with it for a long time. He didn't appear to know what he was doing and kept pressing the wrong keys. Finally, he looked at Heidi and said, "Miss, you've had the horse for 6 hours. That's one of the best horses in the country. It's $500 for 1 hour, so a total of $3,000. For you, let's say $2,000. "What?" Heidi's beautiful eyes widened with surprise. She couldn't believe that she had heard him correctly. "Yes, $2,000, Mickey reiterated. "That's daylight robbery. It's a ridiculous price. How can you even think about charging that much?" Heidi demanded angrily. Alex and Debbie were also surprised. It did seem an incredibly high cost to ride a horse in the fields. "Why don't you say anything?" Heidi roared at Alex. She was clenching her fists and looking at him for help. Alex didn't want to get involved. He shrugged and turned his head away, pretending that he didn't know that she was talking to him. When she saw Alex ignoring her, Heidi became even angrier. She looked back at Mickey and yelled, "Oh, I see. You think you can bully me because I'm a woman. You think you can extort money from me. Well, don't think you can push me around." Mickey chuckled, lit his cigarette, raised his eyebrows and said, "If you can't afford to pay, you shouldn't have hired the horse. We're clear about our prices and they're the same for everyone. I'm not trying to cheat you." He pointed to the wall, where all the higher prices were written. He seemed to be telling the truth. Heidi was speechless. She had a good memory, and she knew that when she looked at the price list when she first arrived, the numbers were much lower. It had been altered. How could the prices increase by so much in such a short space of time? She tried to work out what was going on. "Are you ready to pay now, miss? You can see the prices for yourself," Mickey said, inhaling a mouthful of smoke. "Don't call me miss. Don't be so presumptuous." Heidi hated the word miss. She held her chin up proudly. "Okay, ma'am, but please settle the bill." Mickey smiled and blew the smoke into Heidi's face. "I know you're trying to cheat me. I'll go to the police to complain about you." She wasn't going to give in. "I wouldn't do that if I was you. We will win," Mickey replied as he pulled a knife out from under the desk. He rolled his shoulders, settling into a rather menacing stance. "Are you going to pay or not?" he asked, flashing the knife in front of her face. Heidi looked anxious, but she said adamantly, "What will you do if I don't pay?" She was courageous and determined not to give in. "What? Do you dare not to pay?" Mickey didn't have any pity for her. Instead, he held the blade up to her throat and repeated, I asked you, are you going to pay or not? Heidi suddenly burst into tears. She quickly looked at Alex for help. She had seen him on TV. Wasn't he a hero and a martial arts expert? Surely he would step in for her. However, Alex was trying to ignore what was happening, which he felt had nothing to do with him. I'm telling you, when you find out who I really am, you're going to have to apologize to me, Heidi sobbed. She continued, I am the eldest granddaughter of the Reels family. My name is Heidi, and my father is Dr. Benedict Reels, who I'm sure you've heard of. Put down the knife now, and your life will be spared. Mickey burst out laughing raucously. He couldn't contain himself as he rocked back and forth. Finally, he caught his breath and said, Heidi Reels from Reels Pharmacies? Dr. Benedict Reels? Is Daddy here with you, little girl? When he finally stopped laughing, Mickey's face settled into a meaningful expression. I don't care who your father is or what kind of family you're from. If you hire one of our horses, you have to pay me, and I decide how much you have to pay. Debbie was a compassionate person. When she saw the cruel expression on Mickey's face, she nudged Alex and indicated that she wanted him to help Heidi. She couldn't stand to see a young girl being treated so abysmally. She didn't expect Alex to just continue holding her hand and ignoring the situation with Heidi. But while Alex would always protect Debbie, he wasn't necessarily willing to get involved with every other person around him who happened to get into trouble. He also thought that Heidi was rather suspicious. He had noticed a few odd details during their ride together. He didn't quite trust her, so he wanted to see how she would handle the situation on her own before stepping in. Suddenly, dozens of thuggish men rushed in, all of them looking aggressive. Alex still just stood and watched. He was curious why so many hard men were needed to take on one small girl, and he wanted to know what happened. Even more remarkably, from their movements, he could tell that all the men were trained martial arts fighters, not ordinary thugs. Episode 389, The Baltimore Horse Gang. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The gangsters not only stared at Heidi, but also at Alex and Debbie. It was clear that Mickey wanted either their money or their lives. Alex wondered, it must be a local criminal gang. Do the Clifton family know that this gang operates so close to their home? Heidi saw that the situation had quickly become perilous. She didn't look terrified, but she was certainly a little pale. All this is just for $2,000? She asked as she glared at Alex with hatred. She couldn't believe he was being so useless. He was just standing there, saying nothing. Just hurry up and give me the money, Mickey said as he finally put the knife down on the desk. With so many martial arts experts in the room, he wasn't afraid of the girl running away. Heidi suddenly ran behind Alex and shouted, $2,000? I won't give it to you. You're obviously con men. She made a face and then pushed Alex out in front of her. Mickey was gobsmacked. He had not expected the girl to be so obstinate. But with so many gangsters backing him up, he was feeling very confident. When he saw Heidi's sublime figure and Debbie's beautiful face, an evil glint appeared in his eye. Miss Reels. Oh, no, Miss Reels. Are you telling me that I should let you ride our horses for free? He sniggered, then continued. Okay, if you don't have the money, how about you pay by spending a night with me and my friends here? He looked at her with such obvious lust that she became very fearful. A ride for a ride? She gulped, really wanting to slap his face. But she knew that she was small and no match for him. Unsure what to do next, she bit her lip hard, almost causing it to bleed. Just at that moment, a group of students walked in. They'd been watching what was happening for a while and couldn't bear to see any more. One of them approached Heidi and whispered, "You shouldn't argue with these thugs. It's best to just give them the money. They're from the Baltimore Horse Gang. The same thing happened to us, but like you, we're just students. We couldn't afford to pay the money they demanded from us. If we don't give them the money today, they're going to kill us. They've already put our friend in a hospital with 2 broken legs. I'm afraid he'll spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair." As he spoke, the other students were nodding their heads gravely. Fear and panic were obvious on their faces. It was clear that they had summoned up all their courage to try to reason with the gangsters. One of the students also gazed admiringly at Heidi for several minutes. He was very taken with her. The Baltimore Horse Gang? Alex thought about it for a while. He didn't know anything about them, but judging by how scared the students were of them, it was clear that they had a reputation for ruthlessness and brutality. They didn't seem to have the strength of the street gangsters that he had dealt with before, but their behavior was no better than that of the street gangs. They were scoundrels and con men. From their arrogant attitudes, he concluded that they had tried the scam more than a few times and had succeeded to extort money from people. "I'm not a student. I'm a grown woman," Heidi stated obstinately. Alex frowned. He still couldn't work out why she hated people assuming that she was young. She looked back at Alex, and when she saw that he was frowning slightly, she assumed that he was afraid. She snorted and asked the student calmly, "What kind of horse gang? How big is the gang? Scamming people is wrong. No matter how powerful the gang is, why should we give in to them?" The students were horrified. Didn't the girl realize that these men weren't ordinary criminals? They were from a highly organized and ruthless gang with a reputation for extreme violence. Seeing these students' fearful eyes, Heidi was even more disgusted. "Why are you all so scared of these bullies? You're all so fit, strong young men. Why do you let them bully you? Why don't we stand up to them?" The students looked at her with wide eyes. They were impressed with her courage. She did seem to be prepared to stand up to the gangsters. Some of them were ashamed of their cowardice, while others were too busy admiring Heidi's perfect figure to reflect on their behavior. Some of the men were thinking about asking her out, but were scared to date such a hot-headed girl. Surely they could end up dead in the street in a few days. Mickey couldn't believe that Heidi was serious. "Are you for real? You really want to take on the Baltimore Horse Gang?" He continued to chuckle, as if Heidi had told the funniest joke in the world. She lived in fantasy and knew nothing about the real world. He told her, "My offer is still open. If you agree to spend a few nights with me, I'll pay her $2,000, and you can ride here as much as you want in the future for free. How about that?" Without realizing it, Heidi had moved a few steps away from Alex. Mickey saw this and took the opportunity to try to touch her perfect body. He reached his hand out toward her. He was just about to touch her when Heidi suddenly saw what was happening. Without any hesitation, she punched him hard in the face and then kicked him in the chest. Although she wasn't strong, she put all her effort into her attack, and Mickey was caught off guard. With stars in his eyes, he flew more than 10 yards out the door, collided with a tree, and fell heavily onto the ground. After several failed attempts, Mickey finally struggled to his feet. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell again as he realized that his leg was broken. What? Alex's eyebrows raised as he thought, wow, can this girl be trained in martial arts? That looked like a kickboxing move. But was it just a fluke? You thugs! Heidi screamed. Then her voice became steely cold as she said, now you can see that you can't beat me so easily just because I'm a woman. Her bright smile had been replaced by a murderous glare. Alex and Debbie looked at each other, increasingly confused by the enigma that was Heidi. They remembered how quickly and skillfully she had controlled the horse, and wondered who she was and what powers she had. The other gangsters backed off with fear in their eyes. They looked at Heidi with respect, clearly believing that she was a highly trained martial arts fighter. The students were also astonished. They were completely enthralled by her. Not only was she incredibly attractive, but she was also more than able to defend herself. Many of them were imagining what a perfect girlfriend she would be. Episode 390, The Victors. Mickey coughed, spat out more blood, and using the tree as support, slowly managed to stand up. Pointing at Heidi, he roared, grab her for me! I will have her tonight! Go on, get her! Dozens of gangsters instantly rushed at Heidi, but she seemed to have anticipated the attack and wasn't flustered at all. As she turned toward the men, they saw that a sword had appeared in her hand. Alex nodded, smiling quietly to himself. He had thought he had noticed that she had a concealed weapon, but he hadn't been able to investigate any further without arousing suspicion. The sword flashed, and several strong men fell to the floor. They lay on the ground, wailing and rolling in agony. Heidi's stony expression barely changed. Standing in a fighting pose, Heidi looked like a natural fighter. With ease, she kept the rest of the gangsters away from her. One of the female horseback riding students looked at her with complete admiration in her eyes and couldn't help but clap her hands. However, dozens more gangsters were waiting outside. As they rushed in, she fought each one bravely. But it was obvious that her strength was starting to diminish. Debbie had been watching on anxiously. She thought, these thugs must have no humanity to fight a young girl so ferociously. She was very afraid that Heidi would get hurt. Alex, however, was still keeping his distance. If Debbie hadn't been there, he would have walked away. He was only a bit frustrated that his time with Debbie was being wasted. It seemed clear to him that Heidi was handling the situation perfectly fine on her own. When the students realized that Heidi was still fighting all by herself, one of them said to his companions, well, why aren't we helping her? Come on, quickly, we have to do something. When Heidi suddenly fell to the ground, the student couldn't stand by any longer. He roared and rushed over to her. Another student also yelled and rushed into the fight. They couldn't stand to see the beautiful girl being hurt. Finally, Dozens of students seemed to overcome their fear and rushed over to help Heidi. They had no martial arts skills, but they were young and strong. They didn't know any proper moves or rules, but they weren't afraid to use any tactics they could think of. They jumped, bit, hid, and kicked at the thugs. Slowly, the gangsters fell to the ground. Some had been punched or kicked, and one had bite marks on his ears. Several were rolling on the ground, howling in pain. Among the students, there were girls who joined in the fracas. In desperation, they joined the battle, and their ferocity was enough to overwhelm their opponents. The students seemed crazed with righteous anger, which gave them the upper hand, and soon the tide turned in their favor. The rioting yard was in utter chaos when some tourists arrived. They stood and watched the mayhem for a while before they finally figured out what was going on. Then they yelled and rushed forward to help the students. Even the horses sensed the atmosphere and started to rear up, stamp their feet, and whinny, which all added to the chaos. Although the strength of their opposition took them by surprise, the gangsters were practiced fighters. They soon calmed down and started to fight back, usually one of them easily beating 3 or 4 students at a time. Luckily, however, more than 20 of the gangsters had already suffered serious injuries and were already lying on the ground. This left them at an extreme disadvantage in terms of numbers. For this reason, the students and tourists started to get the upper hand. Mickey felt dazed and confused. It took him a while to accept the fact that he had been beaten by a girl. He couldn't believe it. When he looked at the scene around him, he saw that if the battle continued, most of the gang would be beaten. If things went too badly for them that day, the other gang members would then be useless in other more important battles until they recovered. So he made a quick decision and yelled at the thugs, "Guys, give it up. Retreat. Get out of here now." The men that could still walk responded instantly to his command. They staggered up off the ground and ran out of the office. The students and tourists had decisively won the battle. Their incredible victory was so sudden that the crowd yelled and continued to attack the gangsters for a while. Finally, they realized that although the library yard belonged to the gang, the thugs had deserted it. Alex looked on with interest. He thought, "It seems that even the most vicious opponent can be beaten by the underdog. The lesson here is don't give up and don't underestimate yourself." But the gang was so quick to retreat that they left Mickey, who was still contending with his broken leg, far behind. Mickey roared after the fleeing thugs, "Damn you all! Wait for me! I'll kill you!" The crowd laughed uproariously as they watched Mickey staggering away. A couple of the men were still hyped up, and they shouted after him. "Come back and fight!" yelled one. "Yeah, come back and show us what you're made of!" roared another. "They cheated me out of more than $10,000. I want to kill them!" another said. Everyone looked at each other. They were excited and emotional and felt incredibly proud of themselves. It was a wonderful feeling to have stood up to the bullies and fought them bravely. To have defeated them added the icing to the cake. One of the students said excitedly, "What kind of gang did they think they were? They were more like a gang of senior citizens." Before, he had been afraid to walk alone down a dark alley. But he had just beaten up 2 of the gang members single-handedly and was feeling on top of the world. Everyone looked at Heidi with admiration. The students felt that if it hadn't been for her, they could have lost everything to the gang. Some of the students and tourists were also injured, but very few of them were seriously hurt. Most just had cuts and scrapes. One student was desperate to find out more about Heidi. He approached her and said, "Hey girl, you were incredible earlier. So brave. I watched you beat 7 gang members alone. I really admire you. Please, can you tell me your name?" Heidi wiped the sweat off her face, smiled and said, "Why do you want to know my name? We're not friends." The student blushed with embarrassment and didn't know what to say. "Don't be so sensitive. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. My name is Heidi, and my father's name is Dr. Benedict Reels. Don't ask me anything else. And don't call me girl. I'm a grown woman." Again, Heidi didn't want to be seen as a child. The crowd had listened to the conversation and started laughing. They all found Heidi a bit odd and thought that it was weird that she was reluctant to reveal her name. Heidi, however, thought that it was inappropriate to ask someone's name when they had only just met by chance. Episode 391, A Short Celebration. The horseback riding students couldn't stop talking about how impressed they were with Heidi. But as they continued to sing her praises, a few of the boys in the crowd started trying to talk up their actions in the fight, hoping to impress her. "Heidi was so amazing. She's so fast with that sword. She's incredible for a girl. But I had to get in there and start taking care of things myself, you know. No sword for me, I just use my teeth. I've never kicked anybody so hard in my life. I learned something new about myself today. I got a couple hits in at their leader, that yellow-haired guy. I think I did all right." They edged nearer and nearer to her, hoping she would notice one of them and be impressed. But Heidi just smiled faintly at all of them, refusing to pay any more attention to one than another. "Yes, I saw you all. Everybody did a good job." The students were all very excited, even by this faint praise. Any compliment from the mouth of such an amazing girl felt like a huge honor. One student pressed a hand down over a wound on his arm to hide it and grinned at her. It was worth getting hurt if meeting her was part of the deal. "We all fought well, but there was one person who just stood by doing nothing," one voice called over the noise. Heidi scowled. "Yes, I know what you mean." She only glanced briefly in Alex's direction, but it was just enough to direct more attention his way. Several people in the crowd of students turned to look at Alex and began giving him puzzled and contemptuous looks. Debbie was still at Alex's side, and she glared back at the crowd, confused by the change in their attitude. They began muttering to each other as they realized that Alex had not joined the fight or tried to help them. Did he really just stand there the whole time? That's ridiculous. I recognize him. Wasn't he just in some big fight? Maybe he only bothers when there's cameras around. Maybe he's tired from his big fight. Please, does he look tired to you? Debbie wrinkled her nose and tugged at the corner of Alex's coat. Well, it looks like she's okay now. Let's get out of here. She worried that Alex might do something rash if the crowd irritated him too much. However, the more Alex studied martial arts, the more patient and calm he found himself to be in situations like this. Gossip and chatter didn't bother him as much as they used to. Alex turned and gave her a sweet smile, as if to assure her that he was fine. One of the students, a young girl, stepped forward and began speaking out on his behalf. That's not fair. We fought today, but what about the last time that gang came and took our money? Remember that boy whose leg was broken? Which one of you stepped forward then? I just think Her voice began to falter, as she realized her classmates were all glaring at her sternly.
"What are you criticizing us for?" one person griped. "Yesterday was different. We had our reasons."
Well, maybe he had his reasons too. That's all I'm trying to say. The students began to debate amongst themselves. Some agreed that Alex wasn't necessarily obligated to jump in and fight on their behalf, while others still felt he should have done it anyway. Heidi watched them bicker grimly. She was still angry that Alex had refused to help. The gang's leader, Mickey, had gone so far as to put a knife on her throat, and Alex hadn't lifted a finger. Of course, she had been more than capable of handling this situation, but he couldn't have known that. She had seen his fight on TV and imagined him to be an amazing, heroic superhuman figure. She had hung around the riding yard for hours, hoping to run into him and get to talk with him. But he had turned out to be a huge disappointment. She began to wonder if the amazing fight she had seen on TV was even real. Maybe it had all been staged, and Alex was worthless. She drew herself up and said in a condescending tone, "All right, that's enough. Don't bully him. He's clearly not able to do much to be helpful. Just because everyone else managed to be brave today doesn't mean he can automatically do the same." Alex watched her impassively. He knew it wasn't worth getting into a fight with her over something so silly. But at Heidi's words, many of the people in the crowd backed off. Even the girls who had been trying to defend him fell back. One of the students turned to Heidi with a winning smile. "You're right. We shouldn't waste any more time here. Why don't we go do something fun? You're coming with us, right?" He phrased it as if the entire group would be hanging out together, but in his mind, he was asking her for a date. Before Heidi could answer, she heard the sound of heavy footsteps trampling the field behind them. She glanced behind her, and her eyes went wide with surprise. "They're back already?" It hadn't occurred to any of the students that the gang would return quickly to take revenge. A car drove up behind the group and squealed to a halt as the rest of the gang members ran to catch up to it. The door opened, revealing Mickey in the passenger seat. His broken leg was already wrapped up in a makeshift bandaging, and he gripped a pair of crutches. He glared at the students, then shouted to the rest of his men, "Yeah, this is them all right." The gang members had the students surrounded in an instant. There seemed to be hundreds of them, all dressed in black, with weapons glinting menacingly in their hands. The students were dumbfounded at how quickly things had turned against them. Mickey hopped awkwardly out of the car. Everyone was too frightened to laugh. "These people," he swept a crutch out to gesture to the group of students, "tried to hurt us, and they all still owe us money." The students cringed, trying to hide behind one another. Episode 392, Money and Respect. Mickey glared at the students as if daring them to speak up. But what he was really looking for was a spokesperson to pick on. "Come on, hurry up. Who's going to answer me?" As he said this, the rest of the gang members raised their weapons as if preparing to strike. The students were consumed with fear. Just moments ago, they had been reveling in their victory over the gang. Now they were back to square one. "Well, what's wrong? Why is everyone so shy all of a sudden, huh?" At Mickey's signal, a gang member picked a student at random and punched them hard in the stomach. The student doubled over, coughing and retching, and the gang member kicked them again, sending them sprawling on the grass. Heidi watched all of this carefully, keeping her face neutral. She realized that this new group of fighters Mickey had brought to them were not amateur thugs like the ones she had beaten up before. These were trained fighters. She thought through their options as quickly as she could. It seemed like fighting wouldn't work this time. She would need to find another way to safely get them out of this. She tried to think of an argument they could use to talk their way out of this situation. Her brow creased in sympathy as she watched the student Mickey had picked at random to suffer and struggle to stand. She felt horrible that things had turned against them all so quickly. Before anyone could decide what to do, Mickey pointed to another random student. The fighter revealed a knife and held it to the student's throat. This was one of the students who, just minutes before, had been angry at Alex for not joining the fight. All of his bravados were gone now. His legs were shaking so hard, he felt as though he was going to melt into the floor. He felt something wet around his legs, and he couldn't tell if it was sweat or if he had wet himself. The air was tense. It felt as if hardly anyone amongst the students was even breathing. He took a shaky breath and said, We were wrong? We were really wrong. We shouldn't have. I'll pay. I can pay you money if you just don't hurt me. It was clear from his tone that this was not an idle promise. He sounded like he could afford to pay Mickey a great deal. His offer inspired some of the other students who were also quite wealthy. Even though they had been proud of themselves for fighting back, that was before Mickey had procured hundreds of armed fighters to support him. Now fighting felt ridiculous. One by one, the wealthier students fell to their knees and began to beg to be allowed to pay Mickey off. Those who had criticized Alex for not joining the fight felt foolish. They raised their voices over each other, begging Mickey to let them go. Heidi watched them all critically. She understood their fear, but she still felt somewhat contemptuous toward them. She stood tall. She was determined to find a way out of this with her dignity intact. More students were starting to join those who knelt on the ground. Even though they were not as rich as some of their classmates, they still figured it was better to lose some money than to die. Some of them suspected that simply begging for forgiveness would probably be enough on its own to get them out of there. The first student to offer money, who was still standing with a knife to his throat, slowly reached into his wallet to pull out a credit card. He held it out to Mickey, offering it to him. To his surprise, Mickey slapped the card out of his hand, sending it flying. "It must be great to have money, huh?" he yelled. "You just flash a credit card and all your problems go away. Is that how it's always worked for you?" The students were stunned. Many of them had been convinced that money would solve the issue. Having their money rejected was yet another humiliation. With an ugly sneer, Mickey struck the student with his crutches, knocking his legs out from under him. "You thought you could take us on," he roared. "You don't even think about the consequences. And you think you can just fix it with money? What about respect? Show me that." He swung his crutches out wildly, striking students at random. The students screamed, ducking and crawling to try to get out of his way. The first student who had offered money gasped out, Please forgive us. I understand what you mean, but this is what I can give you. Please give us a chance. I'm offering you property, money, anything." He babbled on incoherently, making wild offers in exchange for his safety. Finally, Mickey tired himself out. It was difficult to hit people when he only had one good leg to stand on. He let himself come to a stop, air puffing in and out of his lungs. "Fine," he panted. "I get it. Money is the only thing that makes sense to you people. Fine." He turned to the rest of the students. "So you're all just desperate to give us money, huh?" The fighters glared at the students, who began nodding as hard as they could. Yes, we'll pay." "All right, we can play that game. Your lives are worth more than money, I'm sure. Since there's so many of you, I'm sure it won't be any problem to give us $1 billion. Give us that much, then you can leave. No problem, right?" Gasps rippled through the crowd. They had each been imagining numbers in the thousands. Mickey's demand blew their estimations out of the water. The students looked at each other fearfully. There were no poor people amongst them, but they were not that rich either. Some of them knew that their families had decent assets, but they had no idea if all their money put together would total $1 billion. They knew it would be incredibly dangerous now to suggest the total Mickey wanted was too much. The first person to speak would probably be struck down or even killed. None of them wanted to risk angering him again. Episode 393, Rapid Calculations. Mickey glared at them all and roared, "Well, are you idiots finished doing the math or not? Where's the money?" Wait. The students waved their arms, trying to appease him with desperate smiles. "We have to discuss it. It's a lot to coordinate." Yeah, we have to call our banks, make transfers, all that stuff." Another one tried to laugh. It came out like a shriek. Mickey rolled his eyes. "Jeez, you people begged to pay us and now you're dragging your feet. Hey, Sonny, get your watch out. Time them. I want to see how long it takes them to figure out what they're doing." Sonny was the fighter who had drawn his knife on the student. Now he tucked his knife away and produced a watch. He looked down at it blankly, intent on nothing else but keeping track of time. Meanwhile, some of the gang members went into the racecourse office and brought out some chairs. When Mickey saw what they were doing, he glanced back to the car he had arrived in. There seemed to be someone else sitting inside, someone who did not want to reveal their face just yet. At some unseen signal from them, Mickey accepted one of the chairs, settling his broken leg in front of him with a wince. The student who had first offered to pay money was called Ted Young. He was the oldest son of his family and was generally well-liked amongst the students. He wanted desperately to get out of there. So he said to them all in dismay, "We have to figure this out. We just have to." A small group formed around him. They pitched ideas to each other for how to raise the money in frantic whispers. As they spoke, they each kept glancing at Heidi. She seemed calm and unafraid, despite the startling turn of events. "What about you, Heidi? Can you offer anything?" Ted asked her. He had completely given up on his pride at this point. One student tried to do the math on their phone, calculating the number of students there were and how much each would have to contribute to reach their goal of $1 billion. Another commented bitterly, "It's a pretty great trap, you've got to admit. I bet they do this all the time. There's no way we can get out of here without paying." "I know," said Ted. "It's the best way. We can't take on this many people. We have to pay." Some of the students had been holding out hope that someone would come up with a different idea. As more and more of their classmates began to agree that money was the only way out, a feeling of despair settled over the group. They couldn't believe they had gotten stuck in such a horrible situation just for trying to go out and enjoy some horseback riding. Finally, Heidi decided it was time to speak. She had been deep in thought since Ted had asked her if she had any money to contribute. "The thing is," she said, "even if we put together $1 billion right now, what's to stop them from asking for more money? They'll just keep extorting us for more and more. We shouldn't give it to them." Ted quickly gestured for Heidi to lower her voice. He didn't want the gang to overhear what she was saying. "Heidi, what choice do we have?" he whispered back to her. "It's not like we're just giving up all this money for fun. What else are we supposed to do?" "Yeah, there's really no other way," another student chimed in. "We're all on the same side. Why are we arguing? Money is a peaceful way to solve this." Everyone tried to talk past her argument, but privately, they each knew that she was making a valid point. But they were all very afraid of what would happen if they started to argue with one another. They felt they needed to maintain a united front. But Heidi didn't back down. She said, "You're all from famous families in Baltimore, but you're letting them push you around. This compromise is not going to pay off. You were so brave before. What happened?" The students stopped whispering their arguments, and from their faces, it was clear that her words shamed them. She was making good points. They wanted to be brave again, but Mickey's return and the sight of all those weapons had shaken them. Ted shook his head. "You guys, don't get caught up in your ideals. This is the reality of the situation. We have to deal with it." He didn't care how he looked. He just wanted to survive. Some of the students sided with Ted again, but some of them still felt Heidi had made a good point. She had successfully split the group with her argument. Ted looked around at his classmates nervously. He worried that the gang would get violent with them if they didn't sort this out soon. His classmate Davy was sitting near him. Davy was a big guy, but a bit short on brains. However, he was inspired by Heidi's words and disappointed at how quick Ted had been to surrender to the gang. His face turned a little red, and he said, "Heidi's right. We have good reputations and we're throwing them away. We have to do better. I'll call my dad and see what he has to say." Ted panicked and elbowed his friend hard. "Are you crazy? Keep your voice down." Davy covered his mouth on instinct, but he wasn't convinced. He was very impressed with Heidi and her bravery, and he wanted to match her. He worried that if words spread around the city that they had just given up and let this gang win, he would never be able to do anything great ever again. He beckoned to the other students. "Cover me," he said quietly. "I'm calling my dad." The students crowded close to him, surrounding him as he dialed his father's number. There was no need for him to be so cautious. The gang members didn't care if the students made phone calls. They assumed that the students would need to call for help to raise the money. Davy soon got his father on the phone. "Dad, my friends and I were at the race course, but this gang showed up. This is their territory. They're asking for a lot of money, and they've all got weapons." Davy winced at the sound of his voice. He sounded like he was whining. He wished he sounded braver. But when his father responded, he sounded anxious and frightened too. "What do you mean? Did you mess with a gang? Why would you do that?" Mr. March swore angrily. "It's like you to go out trying to get into trouble. Why did you get yourself into all that?" "But, Dad..." It was too late. His father had already hung up. Davy stared down at his phone in shock. It had never occurred to him that his father would be terrified of the gang too. Now the other students began to panic. Since the gang had done nothing to stop Davy from making his phone call, they figured it was safe to call their parents too. One by one, they called and were scolded by their parents. Ted also tried making a call. His father shouted at him before hanging up the phone. Episode 394, Alternative Offers. Heidi was the only one who didn't make a call. She was determined to solve her problems by herself. She was still very angry with Alex, who continued to stand on the sidelines, refusing to help. She had built up a fantasy version of him in her head, based on his performance on the fight on TV. She was finding the real version of him to be a huge disappointment. Even disgusting gang members like Mickey were too much for him. The students huddled together like helpless hostages, trying to think of ways to raise money. It was clear their parents weren't going to be much help. Debbie turned to Alex and gave him an anxious, earnest look. Alex smiled back at her. He still wasn't in a hurry to help. He didn't like the way Heidi had tried to use him, or how the students had assumed he was there to provide a service for nothing. He also wanted to make sure that all learned a valuable lesson before he stepped in. "Time's up," Sonny announced. Mickey sprang up from his chair. "Those phone calls didn't sound too promising. Kinda sounds to me like money can't solve everything after all. I guess we'll just have to find another way to make you pay." The fighters surrounding the students drew their knives menacingly. But before anyone could move, a voice called out. "Okay, wait a moment." The students craned their necks, trying to see who had called out on their behalf. Soon they realized that the person was Alex. He looked calm and indifferent in the face of the gang and their weapons. He stepped forward as if nothing was wrong. "What?" Ted was shocked by Alex's calm temperament. There was something about him that was even more impressive than Heidi's fire and strong spirit. Alex seemed to have a complete sense of peace about him, despite the threats of violence he was facing. "It's okay," Alex said to him. "I'm going to talk to these people and sort something out." "Are you kidding me?" Heidi demanded. She had lost hope of Alex doing much. But now that he had volunteered to do something, she assumed he would be offering to fight. Instead, he was just saying he was going to talk. Mickey leaned forward on his crutches. "What was that?" The students all watched Alex doubtfully. They still felt that he was a coward for not helping them before. Even the girls who had tried to speak up in his defense didn't think he'd be able to do much to help them. Davy spoke up and called to Alex. "Hey, no need to get yourself hurt, okay? We're trying to solve this the adult way. You don't have to come out now and pretend to be a big tough guy." "Yeah, who do you think you are all of a sudden?" Ted asked. He was too scared to argue with Mickey's gang. But he thought Alex was weak, so he had no problem arguing with him. A couple of other students began to laugh amongst themselves. "I mean, seriously, what does he think he's going to do now? He wasn't willing to fight when we were all working together. Now he thinks he can do something on his own? This is a joke." Debbie's beautiful face took on an angry expression as she listened to them belittle Alex. She regretted asking Alex to help them. Ted shook his head. Okay, you've had your moment in the spotlight. Now we need to do the real work and figure out how to take care of this money. But Heidi ignored him. She kept her gaze fixed on Alex and said, "Okay, so now you want to help. Then help. Speak up." Alex gave Heidi a small, dignified nod. Then he turned to Debbie and gave her his phone, asking her quietly to send a message to him. Then he turned back to the gang and gazed at Mickey without speaking. Mickey was thrown off by Alex's sudden change of heart. He found the calm way Alex staring at him unnerving. But he tried to bluster through the moment. "Nice of you to start paying attention, I guess," he shouted. "So, are you going to chip into the fund or what?" A few of the students shivered. The more they thought about it, the more they understood that they were not going to be able to come up with the money. It was unbearable to them to argue drawn out so long. Even the richest ones knew it would be very difficult to produce that much money in cash up front. Getting the money could require selling cars, property, and even business shares. They knew Mickey would probably not be satisfied with excuses like that. Davy decided to try reasoning with him. "That's a lot of money to produce up front. What about an installment plan? We could start with a few million and then keep paying it off." Mickey cut him off with a slap across the face. "An installment plan? Are you kidding me? You're not in a position to negotiate." Davy clutched his cheek. Mickey had left a bright handprint across his entire face. In the background, Alex sighed and stepped back again. Davy had disrupted his attempt to help. He would have to wait for another opportunity to step in. "I'm just trying to tell you the facts," Davy said desperately. "Getting you $1 billion right this second is impossible. You have to know that." He looked at the other students, thinking that someone else would step up to support him. But the students turned away, too ashamed to look at him. They appreciated Davy for taking the initiative to speak up, but none of them felt bold enough to join him. "Fine. Forget the money then. We'll find other ways for you to pay. We can start with fingers and toes," Mickey said. Then he glanced at some of the girls and leered. "And for a lucky few, we can get a little more creative." After saying this, he reached out and grabbed Heidi's arm. Looking over the crowd, he spotted Debbie standing off to the side, and his smile grew wider. "I think I might prefer this payment plan after all." With this insult, finally, Alex felt it was time to get involved. Mickey barely noticed that he had finally inspired Alex to action. He was too focused on Heidi, who was now trying to pull away from him. Although she was a very strong fighter, she was still a young girl and quite sheltered. Most of the people in her life spoke to her very respectfully. She had never had to deal with a man being so disgusting and rude to her. She was so flustered she was having a hard time focusing on fighting him off. Her young face was red with anger and humiliation. Mickey thought she looked prettier than ever when she looked angry. "Hey, don't be shy. We're going to have a good time, you and me." The gang members all laughed as Heidi continued to struggle. Episode 395, Reinforcements. The students who had been so excited to ask Heidi for a date and show off their strength to her watched helplessly as she struggled against Mickey's grip. None of them felt strong enough to help her at that moment. It was incredible to them that Mickey could still wield so much power even with a broken leg. By rights, it should have been easy to overpower him. But he had a wild, dangerous personality. Being injured didn't seem like an obstacle to him. Heidi's face burned furiously. She was not exactly afraid of Mickey, but the combination of his lewd suggestions and the staring eyes of everyone watching her being harassed made her freeze up. She felt as if she had never studied martial arts in her life. Finally, desperately, she yelled for help. She didn't know who she was hoping would help her. The other students were useless, and her hero, Alex, had turned out to be a huge disappointment. But then, suddenly, a cold voice said, "Let her go." It was Alex. Everyone froze. His voice was calm and unfussed, but it carried a great deal of power. It felt very different from his earlier attempt to intervene. This time it felt like he meant it. A few of the girls amongst the students exchanged knowing glances, though. It was clear to them that Alex had only stepped forward again because Heidi was in trouble. Maybe he was only willing to help if he got a pretty girl out of it. Mickey glared at him. He was terrified of Alex, though he could not quite explain why. He didn't recognize him from the fight on TV, and he didn't know about Alex's other exploits and triumphs. But something in the way he carried himself set Mickey's teeth on edge. But he also knew he couldn't back down. There were too many people watching him. "So now what, huh?" He pushed Heidi toward his fighter so they could restrain her while he focused on Alex. He held up his hand to his ear as if he was struggling to hear Alex. "What was that you said? It seems to me that you just want to be a hero all of a sudden so you can get the girl." Mickey laughed wildly. But Alex didn't bat an eye. He didn't seem to be too bothered by Mickey at all. "I said, let her go," said Alex. "And by that I meant unhand her. Not hand her off to more of your guys." A few of the fighters flexed their arms menacingly, but Alex wasn't interested in them. After the kinds of fighters he had faced and beaten, these people were nothing more than yapping dogs to him. "I don't think you've really thought this through," said Mickey. Alex shrugged and stuck his hands in his pockets. "I'll just say this once. Forget the money. Leave the girls alone. Get out of here." "Oh, sure, we'll just leave," Mickey sneered. He waved a hand in the air, signaling to the gang members that it was time to attack. "All right, guys, you know what to do." He knew it was time to wrap things up. His boss was still watching from the car. Several big men stepped toward Alex. But before the fight could begin in earnest, Heidi screamed, "Stop! Please let me fix it!" Everyone froze. Mickey turned to her with a grin. "You're going to fix it? How are you going to fix it?" He had some ideas of what he wanted Heidi to do for him, but he was curious to see what she was willing to offer. Heidi took a deep, shaky breath. Even though she was still angry at Alex, she couldn't let him get hurt for her. She had gone to a lot of trouble to meet him because she thought he must be an impressive person. She had been thrilled by his fights on TV. She had been mistaken, but that wasn't his fault. In some ways, she felt responsible for dragging him into all this. "Let's spend some time together," she said slowly, keeping her gaze fixed on Mickey. "Away from everyone else. Let these people go so I can be alone with you. I have a lot to learn, but I bet you can teach me something, right?" The students gasped. They were in awe of her bravery and willingness to sacrifice herself for them. Some of the boys were ashamed. Heidi had turned out to be much braver than any of them. Debbie watched Heidi's face carefully, deeply concerned for her safety. She was impressed by the girl's bravery, but she was horrified that Heidi felt she had to sacrifice herself in such a way to protect others. "Done," Mickey said, unable to hide his excitement. "We're going to have a great time." He turned and winked at the other members of his gang. They all started to step back, allowing the kneeling students space to stand up. A few of them glanced at Alex nervously, wondering if he was finally going to do something. He smiled back at them. Even though he wasn't moving a muscle, something about his confident stance calmed them. Suddenly, one of the gang members shouted, "Look, Mickey, over there!" Mickey's head snapped up. "Oh, what now? It's all finally starting to get good." "But look," the gang member called out desperately. "Over there! What is that?" Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction he was pointing. A few of them had to squint against the sunlight. It almost looked as if a dark cloud was heading toward them on the horizon. Then a dull, repetitive thudding noise began to reverberate across the field. The dark blob spread, and as it drew closer, it became clear that it was not a cloud, but an enormous group of people. The thudding noise was their footsteps. The students' eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the group approaching them. Debbie glanced down at Alex's phone. The message she had quietly typed and sent out was still visible on the screen. No one had texted back, but they didn't need to. The huge group of people coming out to help was their reply. Episode 396, The Cavalry Arrives. The racecourse was chaotic, with people running everywhere, trying to get away. The newcomers wore black uniforms and carried swords, and they marched like an enormous army, their expressions serious. A luxury car accompanied them, but the windows were tinted, and no one could see inside. Their footsteps shook the ground, and it was clear that nothing would be allowed to stand in their way. "Where did they come from?" Mickey asked, quivering with fear. He ran to report the situation to his boss. Gregory, the leader of Mickey's gang, had already heard the men coming. Now that the situation was escalating, he leaned forward to poke his head out of the car, revealing himself for the first time to the students his gang had been threatening. He was feeling anxious as he watched the reinforcements Alex and Debbie had secretly called for an advance toward him. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Whose men are those?" Everyone had questions, but no one could provide any answers. Whose side were these people on? The sound of marching unnerved everyone present. Clearly something had changed, but no one knew how things were going to unfold. Mickey was quiet, almost subdued, and he didn't know what to do. Everyone looked at Mickey and Gregory, whose expressions made it obvious that these intruders were not their friends. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they looked on, wondering what was happening. Heidi realized that salvation had arrived, even though she had no idea who was responsible. It didn't really matter, not as long as they helped. The newcomers continued to march, each step bringing them closer. Everyone gathered around, unable to take their eyes off the scene and keen to know what was going on.
The men in uniform approached Mickey's men and roared, "Stay where you are!" The luxury car turned and stopped. And then Rufus Clifton got out, slammed the door closed, and walked over to Mickey and Gregory. "Gregory Price, as the leader of this gang, you are responsible for their behavior," Rufus said, his tone icy. "And now the Clifton family is going to destroy you for what you have done. Do you have anything you'd like to say?" Gregory gaped at him, trembling. He forced a smile and opened his mouth, about to speak. Then the men in black uniforms all drew their swords, the grating sound loud and menacing. "You're Rufus Clifton," Gregory said, finally realizing how much trouble he was in. "Mr. Clifton, I'm sure there must be some misunderstanding." Rufus snorted, and Gregory grew even more flustered. As for Mickey, his arrogance had vanished. He stood there, shivering, too scared to say anything. "Mr. Clifton, we'll do whatever you want," Gregory said. "But we haven't done anything wrong." He tried his best to smile. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, then he would make things worse. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his men stared at him stunned. If Rufus Clifton could terrify the leader of their gang like this, then what else was he capable of? Although the members of the horse gang looked tough, they were nothing compared to the men Rufus had brought with him. It was like comparing grumpy kittens with savage tigers. The Clifton's warriors were all enormous and well-trained men who were skilled martial artists. Mickey's men knew they were in trouble. They were clearly outmatched, and their chances of winning were practically zero. Rufus ignored Gregory. His eyes swept over the crowd, finding Alex, but his expression didn't change. Rufus had said he didn't want people to be aware of his relationship with the Clifton family, and Rufus understood that. Alex was amazed. He hadn't expected Rufus to pull together so many men so quickly. When Rufus had heard about what was going on, he had dispatched his men straight away. The men already regarded Alex as their master, so they had jumped at the chance to be of service to him. Even though they had suffered heavy damage recently, the Clifton family still controlled the Baltimore underworld. There was no doubt about that. "You haven't done anything wrong?" Rufus asked, staring at Gregory. "That's interesting, because I heard that you've been threatening students and tourists, intending to rob them." The students nodded. "Yes, that's right," one of them said. Heidi ran out and pointed at Mickey's men. "They tried to force me into sleeping with them." Alex hid a smile, impressed by the woman's bravery. Everyone crowded around, shouting to Rufus, determined to be heard. "Help us, Mr. Clifton. If you hadn't arrived, they would have killed us." They knew if Rufus left, they would be in trouble again, and they were scared of what Mickey might do to them. The men in uniform glared at Mickey's men. The crowd could tell that Rufus wasn't a bad man, while Gregory and Mickey were awful, so they chose to put their trust in Rufus. Mickey's people were angry, but they remained quiet. Rufus glared at Gregory. "Don't even try to deny it," he said, scowling. "I know you've been very active recently, and I'm well aware that you've been acting against my family. So what do you have to say for yourself?" "Mr. Clifton, Gregory began, and then he trailed off. He realized that the Clifton family knew all about him. He had watched their struggles with great anticipation, hoping to see them fall.
He should have known that even thinking about how much he wanted to see them fail would backfire on him somehow. Gregory and Mickey quaked with fear, aware of the Clifton family's reputation for seeking vengeance. "Mr. Clifton, I promise I won't do it again," Gregory said, begging for mercy. Standing beside him, Mickey nodded his agreement. They knew if they continued to act tough, then they would only make things worse for themselves. Episode 397, Making Amends. "Did you ever spare a thought for your innocent victims?" Rufus asked. He turned to his men. "Tie them all up." Several men in uniform stepped forward. Gregory began to sweat, his eyes darting around, hoping to find a way out, but he was surrounded and had nowhere to go. He knew this wouldn't end well for him, and there was nothing he could do. The Clifton family was known to be ruthless, and Gregory's chances of survival were slim. Mickey's men dropped their weapons, offering no resistance and allowing themselves to be restrained. Gregory was no exception. The rope pulled tight, digging painfully into his wrists. Mickey whimpered when he realized he was the only man who hadn't been tied up. He wasn't stupid enough to think that was a good thing. Rufus looked at Mickey, dismissing him as far too unimportant to deal with himself. He snapped his fingers at his men, and the two of them stepped forward, taking hold of Mickey's arms and physically dragging him away. Mickey squealed in terror, tears running down his face as he begged to be spared. His legs kicked at the ground, trying to find purchase, but it was useless. The crowd cheered as they watched Mickey being led away. Heidi laughed, relieved to see that Mickey would pay for what he had done. Whatever happened next, Heidi was sure that he would never harass women again. No one felt sorry for Mickey. They were just relieved that they wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. "Now, Gregory," Rufus said, "let's see how much you've stolen. I want to know about every single thing your gang owns. It will all be confiscated, and from now on, your gang is disbanded. Do you understand me?" Gregory fell to his knees. "Yes," he said, speaking quickly. "Please, forgive me. Thank you for your leniency." Everyone was surprised. He was about to be financially ruined, so why did he seem grateful? Gregory's attitude was sincere. He knew how things worked in the underworld, so he was aware that his punishment could have been much worse. Rufus turned to his men. "Go and find me a list of all their assets," he ordered. "Seize their property, and make sure you find all their bank accounts." "Yes, sir," the men replied. They swept through the camp with brutal efficiency, searching for what they needed. The horse gang simply watched, unable to stop them. One of them returned with a document in his hand. He untied Gregory and handed him the document and a pen. "Sign your name," the man said, his tone abrupt. Gregory looked at the papers and saw a list of all the assets acquired by the horse gang in recent years. He wanted to cry, but he said nothing. He merely signed his name as instructed, watching his wealth fade away into nothing. He just wanted this to be over, and he didn't understand how it had come to this. He had always managed to get along with the Clifton family, so why were they destroying him now? How had he angered them so badly? He hung his head. Everything had gone wrong, and he didn't even have anywhere to stay that night. He stood and turned around to leave.
"Where do you think you're going?"
Rufus asked, startling him.
"Do you think you're getting off that easily? Aren't you forgetting something?"
Gregory looked at him, not understanding, but then he flushed as he realized what Rufus wanted.
"Of course, Mr. Clifton," he said. "I'm so sorry."
He walked over to Rufus and dropped to the ground in front of him. When he glanced up, Rufus pointed to his boots, and Gregory leaned forward and kissed them. Rufus lifted his foot and kicked Gregory, sending him sprawling backwards. Then he nodded to one of his men, who dragged Gregory upright.
"Do you know Mr. Ambrose?"
Rufus asked him.
"Mr. Ambrose?"
Gregory repeated, confused by the question. Rufus shook his head.
"Leave Baltimore and never come back,"
he ordered, his expression unyielding.
"Yes, sir,"
Gregory said, relieved he was being allowed to live. He stumbled away, rushing to leave the race course before Rufus changed his mind. Once he was gone, the crowd began to cheer. Many of them had been cheated, beaten, or insulted by the gang, and they hadn't been able to protest. Now they were overjoyed to see the Clifton family deal with the gang once and for all. They all shouted their thanks to Rufus. An old man ran out of the crowd, tears running down his face.
"Thank you," he cried. "This gang drove my son to suicide last year, and now he can finally be at peace."
His words set off a chain reaction, and others came forward to tell their stories. The gang had caused so much suffering, and the people were extremely grateful to the Clifton family for putting an end to their tyranny. The tourists wiped away tears, glad they had escaped the wrath of the gang.
"The Clifton family has punished the wrongdoers and stood up for us,"
Davy called, full of admiration for Rufus.
"Thank you."
"Thank goodness they arrived when they did," Ted said, taking a deep breath to calm down.
"I don't want to imagine what would have happened otherwise."
He had lived a dangerous life, and he knew how bad things could get. Heidi and Alex had been fearless in the face of danger. Everyone looked at Heidi with great respect. But Alex, along with Debbie, had disappeared while the crowd celebrated the gang's downfall. Episode 398. He's just a security guard.
"What are you looking for?"
a woman asked.
"Are they gone?"
Heidi asked, searching for Alex and Debbie in the crowd.
"Debbie is beautiful," she thought. "I've never seen anyone so pretty."
While the crowd had been celebrating, Alex and Debbie had left together, so Heidi couldn't find them. Within a few hours, Mickey's men had scattered, shocking the whole city. Several people let off fireworks throughout the night. Rumor had it that Gregory had offended a mysterious friend of the Cliftons, who seemed to keep a low profile. But it appeared that he was extremely powerful. Chelsea Wood, the police officer in charge of the case, chatted on TV, listing the horse gang's recent crimes. There were a shocking number of them. Chelsea's reputation had always been beyond reproach, and her work investigating the horse gang had resulted in her being promoted. Alex turned off the TV inside. Perhaps now he could finally live in peace. He had no great ambition to be anyone important. All he wanted was to live quietly with Debbie. He continued to work as a security guard, while Debbie resumed her studies at Johns Hopkins University. One day, Alex was having lunch in a restaurant with some of his fellow security guards when his phone rang. When he saw it was Jessup, he answered. "Alex," Jessup said, "I have some people here who want to see you." "Oh? Who?" Alex asked, moving away from the others so they wouldn't overhear too much of his conversation. "Just a couple of people who want to talk," Jessup said. "Can you come to the house and speak to them?" "If they want to see me, can't they come here to see me?" Alex said. He respected Jessup, but he wasn't interested in running around after anyone else. He was enjoying his quiet life. After everything he had been through, Alex had finally realized that a lack of excitement could be a blessing. A short time later, a man and a woman rushed into the restaurant. They looked around for a moment before approaching Alex. Their expensive clothes were a little out of place in the restaurant, and they were both important people. Jessup walked in and followed them over toward Alex. The other diners stared at them, wondering who these people were. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Alex," Jessup said, smiling at him apologetically. "But these two were determined to speak to you. They said it was quite urgent." Several of the security guards looked at Alex in a daze, surprised that Alex knew such rich-looking people. They rarely watched the news, so they didn't know much about Alex or the things he had done. Not wanting to get in the way, they clapped Alex on the shoulder, telling him they would see him later, and then they left. The unknown man grunted as he sat down, clearly unimpressed with Alex. When Alex noticed this, he adopted an arrogant expression. He picked up his fork and began to chew slowly, looking unapproachable. The woman hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Ethan, we came to ask for a favor, so you should be polite." "Why?" Ethan Cox said, snorting his derision. "He's just a security guard. This is ridiculous." The woman smiled apologetically at Alex. "Celia, this clearly isn't the right person," Ethan said. "Let's go." When Alex had ignored him, Ethan had felt slighted, so he stood up to leave. "Ethan, please don't be like this," Celia said, trying to stop him. "We haven't achieved anything yet. Don't screw this up." Jessup sat beside Alex, holding a cup of tea and seemingly unconcerned about whether Ethan would leave. "That smells delicious," Jessup said, looking at Alex's food. "Can I have some of that?" Ethan stopped walking, and Celia sat back down and ordered some food from the waiter. Ethan sighed. How powerful can this security guard be? He wondered. Shaking his head, he walked outside. Alex slowly finished his meal, and then he left the restaurant with Jessup and Celia. Outside, Ethan was leaning against a car, looking annoyed. "Are you finished?" Ethan asked in a provocative tone. "Be polite," Celia reminded him. "Talk to him with respect." "He's only a security guard, and he's younger than me," Ethan said. "What is there to respect?" He was starting to think Alex might be a fraud, and he didn't like him much. Celia wanted to argue, but he stayed quiet. She wasn't sure about Alex, and it was hard to tell what he might be capable of. Ethan was a bit eccentric, but he had a lot of money. Ethan was a master at Thai boxing. He was strong and had a lot of experience in fighting. He was highly skilled and regularly defeated men much bigger than he was. He was used to being treated with respect. The fact that Alex seemed indifferent to him was irritating. "I'll call my supervisor again to see if there's been a mistake," Celia said, a little confused. She had been ordered to talk to Alex, but things weren't going as planned. While she called for confirmation, Alex and Jessup walked ahead of them back toward Johns Hopkins University. Episode 399, The Job Offer. "Ignore them," Jessup said. "Hey, wait up," Ethan called, almost jogging to catch up. "Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" "What?" Alex asked, looking back. He didn't understand what made the other man behave so arrogantly, or why he seemed to think he was entitled to Alex's attention. "Wait," Celia called, running over. "I'm sorry." "Look at him," Ethan interrupted her. "His arms and legs are like twigs. A stiff breeze would knock him over." He looked Alex up and down, making his feelings clear. Alex stood, looking directly at Ethan, waiting for him to continue. "Would you dare to fight me?" Ethan asked, flexing his muscular arm muscles. Alex was tall and slender, while Ethan was much bulkier. In terms of physical strength, there seemed to be no comparison. "Ethan!" Celia exclaimed. "It's not my fault he's weak," Ethan said, smirking at Alex. "I'm just wondering if he was brave enough to face me." "Get out of here," Alex said, scowling. "Oh, he has a temper," Ethan said, laughing. The smile slipped from his face when he looked at Alex's expression, and he shivered. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and it felt as if a storm was imminent. Ethan felt a strong urge to drop to the ground and kneel before Alex. He had never experienced anything like it. His legs grew shaky, and he struggled to stay upright, refusing to give in. As a fighter, he often had to use all his strength to compete, no matter how difficult it was. Sometimes, stubbornness was the only difference between winning and losing. "I'm sorry," Celia said, hoping Alex would back off. "Please forgive Ethan's foolishness." Ethan didn't seem to be in charge of his own body. He couldn't stop shaking, and tears leaked from his eyes. All right already, I'm sorry," Ethan cried, regretting being rude. "I was an idiot. I didn't know you were so powerful. I'm sorry." Alex snorted and let him go. He had already made his point. Ethan had believed himself superior and had acted accordingly. Now he knew differently. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm sorry," Ethan repeated. "I'm nothing compared to you." His attitude had changed dramatically. He was just glad that Alex hadn't actually accepted his invitation to fight. "I'll spare you this time for Mr. Clifton's sake," Alex said. "But next time, you might not get a chance to apologize." He sat down, tipping his head back to look at the sky, dismissing Ethan as a threat. Ethan didn't dare disturb him. He simply stood to the side, waiting to be acknowledged. Celia stood on Alex's other side with the same respectful attitude. Passing students were confused as they looked at them. Why were 3 well-dressed people hanging around a security guard? "If we could get back on topic," Celia said. "Can we speak to you about—" "No," Alex said, cutting her off. "Come back some other time." He was frustrated at their persistence. They had some nerve asking him for something now after being so rude. Did they really expect him to agree? Celia glared at Ethan. She knew this was all his fault for being so arrogant. "I'm truly sorry we offended you," Celia said. "I hope you can forgive Ethan's rudeness." Alex looked at her, saying nothing. "We wanted you to protect someone," Celia said. "The exit that'll take you out of this city is over there," Alex said, not bothering to listen to her. He looked out at the lake, enjoying the scenery. Jessup felt a little uncomfortable. But if Alex wasn't interested, then Jessup would support his decision. Jessup followed Alex's gaze over the lake, wondering what he was staring at. They want Alex to provide protection for someone? He wondered. So they want him to be a bodyguard? "Please give me a chance to finish," Celia pleaded, rubbing at her temples. She was getting a headache. She couldn't abandon her task, so she continued trying to persuade Alex. If she failed, she would be in trouble. "I'm not interested in protecting the rich and famous," Alex said. "Oh no, you misunderstand," Celia said. "We want you to protect a student." "I'm already protecting a lot of students," Alex said, laughing. As a security guard at the university, he was responsible for protecting everyone on campus. "Please," Celia said. "We've already sent 11 bodyguards who are experts in martial arts, but they all died. This student is in a lot of danger." She was determined to do whatever it took to get the job done. "What happened to the martial arts experts sent to protect this student?" Jessup asked. Celia looked gratefully at Jessup. "Their opponents were too fierce, and the student was too valuable a target," she said. "Her father is a top biological researcher, and he's been abducted. Now they want to use his daughter as leverage to persuade him to reveal his research. We're trying to rescue the researcher and protect his daughter, and we need someone powerful to help us. We can't afford to make any mistakes." She took a deep breath and then continued to explain. "This man has made great contributions to our country. Please help us to save his daughter. I know you don't care about working for someone frivolous, but this is different." She stepped forward, holding out a seed. "We would like to give you this gift as thanks for your help," she said. "This seed comes from a hybrid of 2 rare plants, both of which contain restorative properties. It's one of the researcher's discoveries, and he's chosen to give it to you as a sign of respect." Episode 400, An Unexpected Career Change. "Oh?" Alex asked, looking at the seed with interest. Most people wouldn't have understood its value, but Alex had studied biology, so he knew how important it was. The seed was small, but it had the potential to do great things. To save his daughter, the biological expert was willing to part with his most valued possession. This was a very rare seed, so it was a great sacrifice. Celia noted the change in Alex's expression and was filled with hope. "If you agree to help us, then this seed will be yours," she said. "The student will graduate in 3 months, and after that your mission will be complete." Celia attached no conditions. She didn't say that Alex would only receive this seed if his mission was successful. She simply stated that it would be his once the job came to an end. She wanted to show that she had confidence in Alex and viewed him more like a partner than an employee. She had deliberately brought Ethan with her, knowing that he would annoy Alex, because she had hoped it would provoke Alex into displaying some of his power. As expected, Ethan's behavior had led to the verification of Alex's abilities. Unfortunately, Ethan's attitude had discouraged Alex from working with them, and now Celie had to work hard to bring him around. Alex frowned. He was trying to keep a low profile, so he didn't feel that this kind of job would be suitable for him. "No, I can't help you," he said, all signs of interest vanishing. He stood up and prepared to leave. A photo fell out of Celia's bag, and Alex picked it up, glancing casually at it as he went to hand it over. He stopped, staring at the pretty girl in the picture. "Is this the student?" Alex asked curiously. "Yes, do you know her?" Celia asked. "Her name is Heidi." She sensed the change in Alex's attitude and stepped forward, hoping she could still persuade him. "Okay, I'll do it," Alex said. "Oh, that's great," Celia said, grinning at him. "Thank you so much. We'll arrange everything for you. Your cover will be as a physical education teacher at Oak Ridge High School." Once she had explained the details, she placed the seed into a box and left. Oak Ridge High School was a top institution located in a large rural area. The scenery was beautiful, and the school was full of the best equipment and books available. They ran on a specialized curriculum and had a unique way of doing things. The school had a reputation for excellence, and it had been known to produce many talented people over the years. Only the best teachers were hired, and the students all came from good families. Unfortunately, there was one issue that marred the standing of Oak Ridge, and that was Class 6. At Oak Ridge, students were put together in core classes in their first year, and they stayed in that same grouping every year after until they graduated. They took all their classes together, and for better or worse, they knew each other extremely well. Class 6 was one of the classes currently in their final year at the school. This particular class disgraced the entire school, and the principal was unable to do anything about it. His current plan was to wait them out. Sooner or later, the problem students would graduate, and then the issue would resolve itself. The class contained both the best and the worst students in the whole school. There were several troublesome students in Class 6, but 2 of them were particularly awful. During their time at Oak Ridge, almost every day had seen at least one violent act from a student in that class. Teachers and security guards had been beaten, sometimes ending up in hospital. Each day was the same. During class, the students often fought, smoked, and drank, and they paid no attention to the teachers. The staff at the school had tried everything to turn things around, but nothing had worked. Over the last few years, 15 teachers had quit, and all their replacements had left too. 3 teachers were currently lying in the hospital, unwilling to return once they recovered. The principal had wanted to fix things, and he had even called his superiors many times to ask for help. But his request had been denied every time, and nothing had been done about the class. Everyone seemed to prefer to wait until the students simply moved on, and now there were only 3 months left until graduation. The staff all waited impatiently for it to be over, glad it wouldn't be much longer. The students in Class 6 were so difficult to manage because they had all rich, powerful families. Their parents were all politicians and successful businessmen. So whenever they misbehaved, everything was smoothed over, and the students were never punished. The principal couldn't do anything on his own, and the parents never backed him up. "You can't do this," a man yelled, pacing up and down the principal's office. "It's ridiculous. I can't accept this. I won't accept it." He was a good-looking man wearing a suit and leather shoes, and he was agitated. "Billy, calm down," the principal said, not looking up from the document he was reading. "It wasn't my decision. I just do what I'm told." He pushed his glasses further up his nose and leaned back in his chair, folding his hands across his stomach. The principal was an older man. The hair at his temples streaked with gray. His demeanor was calm, and he refused to let Billy ruffle him. Billy was so angry that he could barely control himself. How could Alex just appear from nowhere and leapfrog him to take charge of Class 6? That position should have been Billy's. He had worked hard to become the teaching director at Oak Ridge High School. It was the start of his career, and he intended to climb to the top. He had counted on becoming the head teacher of Class 6. Each year, each of the core classes was assigned a head teacher, an instructor who took responsibility for the class overall, in addition to their duties of teaching their subject. The head teacher was meant to be a resource for the students, someone they could go to if they needed help. The head teacher was also in charge of tracking their progress and keeping them in line if they misbehaved. For obvious reasons, no one had wanted to be the head teacher for Class 6. But Billy had been determined to do it. As their head teacher, he would be able to network with their wealthy parents. But teaching directors were not usually assigned to be head teachers, since they did not teach a class on their own, but rather acted as coordinators for the other teachers. Billy had hoped that the situation with Class 6 would become so unmanageable that the principal would have no choice but to make an exception. But in a cruel twist of fate, the principal had just informed him that Alex, his old enemy, would be taking the position Billy had been coveting. Alex would be arriving at Oak Ridge High School to take charge of the problem class. Episode 401, Back to School. Billy stood in front of the principal's desk and shook with frustration. He had worked way too hard to have Alex swoop in and take his place. He had to stop it. He had to drive Alex away. "Principal, I must protest," he said. "I knew this guy at university. He's just a bum. He's not even a qualified teacher. How could he be allowed to teach classes at our school?" The principal glowered at him, obviously displeased with his aggression and dismissive attitude. "Billy," he said, "you shouldn't have prejudiced against new colleagues. You yourself are newly graduated, but we gave you a job here anyway. Was that a mistake? I don't think so. Bold and unconventional hiring is how Oak Ridge stays fresh." There was some truth to the principal's words, but he was leaving out important facts. He had been ordered to hire Alex, and he had to obey. Billy's feelings on the matter were as unimportant as his own. There was no room for discussion. They stared tensely at each other. While Billy desperately wanted Alex not to be hired, he knew that he could not afford to make an enemy of the principal. The principal, for his part, could not afford to make an enemy of Alex, nor the people who stood behind him. But Alex's arrival had disrupted all of Billy's plans. He had a carefully laid out career path in mind, and it included becoming the head teacher for Class 6. In that position, he could form connections with their wealthy parents and students themselves who would no doubt go on to inherit that wealth. The other teachers seemed oblivious to the benefits of their profession, but Billy knew them very well. Many students at Oak Ridge were from wealthy and influential families, and Class 6 contained an especially high concentration of them. If he could get to know the families and make sure they knew that he had propelled their children into academic excellence, he would win many powerful friends. So far, his plan had worked beautifully. As teaching director, he had little contact with parents, but he had been able to drive off many teachers from Class 6 without seeming to be the cause. And since he wasn't seen as part of the problem, he was seen as part of the solution. The troubling loss of teachers was a double benefit to him. It made him a valued part of the staff, and it left openings for when he wanted to gain more exposure to the parents. He had waited to make his move, and now the time was right. The teacher in charge of Class 6, Mr. Goldberg, had been badly beaten, and there were only 3 months until graduation. Billy would swoop in, raise the kids' grades, and take the credit. The principal had agreed that the job was his. It was a done deal. And then, Alex had shown up. The principal broke the silence. "There's no way, Billy," he said. "I can't change this decision." Realizing that it was useless to keep arguing, Billy stormed out of the principal's office in a bitter rage. On the way out, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself. "Alex," he thought as he recalled their history, "I took your girlfriend once, and I'll take this job. Whatever you do, I'll always come out on top. I'll do whatever it takes. Count on that." He slammed the office door shut behind him and stormed off. When Alex came to school for his introduction, the principal brought all the teachers into the conference room. He told them only that Alex was a new PE teacher and that he was taking over responsibility for Class 6. And then he sat down and opened the floor for questions. One of the older teachers who sat next to Alex looked him over with scornful eyes. He was Leonard Winters, one of the longest-serving and most respected teachers at the school, and Billy had made sure to tell him about Alex. Leonard was repulsed by Alex's lack of experience, and Billy counted on him to help turn the other teachers against him. "And what exactly are your qualifications for this position?" Leonard asked derisively. "And who are you?" Alex responded with a smile. It was clear to him that the question had only been asked to put him down. He decided to respond in a similar fashion. "My name is Leonard Winters. I've been here at Oak Ridge for over 20 years. Before that, I taught at private schools all over the country and even overseas. Many of my former students are among the most successful people in the country." He looked proud, as if the achievements of his students were his own. "I see," Alex said dismissively. Leonard's bragging didn't impress him. "I'm sure you're great at preparing students for wealth and success, but have you ever considered that teachers should also be role models?" Leonard looked confused. He didn't understand what Alex was getting at. "Of course, Mr. Ambrose," he answered. "What are you trying to say?" "I mean that we should teach them how to behave toward others," Alex shot back. "But you're pompous, arrogant, and impolite. It seems to me that you shouldn't be a teacher, and I don't know how you can sit here and talk about education as if you understand it." The atmosphere of the whole conference room changed completely. The air filled with nervous tension, and Leonard and all the teachers stared at Alex in complete disbelief at what he had said. "How dare you?" Leonard exclaimed in complete shock. The idea that a newcomer would ever speak to him in such a way was incomprehensible to him, especially in front of the other teachers. Alex only smiled and put his feet up on the conference room table. "Ridiculous," he muttered as he leaned back with a satisfied look on his face. Episode 402, Teacher's Bet. Leonard trembled with anger. "What did you say to me?" he asked. "I think you heard me," Alex answered with a sly smile. "Unless you're hard of hearing, of course." They stared at each other, and the other teachers sat in dumbstruck silence. Nobody knew what to say or do. The tension in the conference room was reaching a breaking point. Billy slapped the table fiercely and stood up. He saw an opportunity to turn his colleagues against Alex, and he wasn't going to pass it up. "What kind of an attitude is this?" he asked with feigned incredulity. "It's your first day on the job, and this is how you greet your new colleagues?" Alex turned to look at him and smiled. He was completely relaxed, and the pleasure of telling them all off was making him laugh on the inside. "Respect is earned," he said, "since all I see are a bunch of scoundrels. Rather than people who want to do their best for the students, I won't be polite." This is outrageous," Billy stammered. Alex's behavior had taken him completely aback. He didn't know what to do. "Don't waste my time," Alex said. "I'm taking over Class 6, and unless you have the power to stop me, you should shut your useless mouth about it." Billy's face reddened. He remembered how he had been able to shove Alex around. But the person sitting in front of him now was completely different. He searched for something to say, but he could find nothing. For his part, Alex didn't hold a grudge. He remembered Billy all too well, and he had decided not to make a big deal of their reunion. But now it was clear that Billy wasn't going to let things be. The principal had said that Alex had been given Class 6 over one of the staff, and it was now clear who that someone was. The other teachers didn't know what to think. Alex was different from any teacher they had ever known. They couldn't make sense of him. Before the meeting, he had hounded some of them with questions about teaching, and they had thought him uninformed and weak. His interactions with Leonard and Billy had changed their impression, and now they thought him arrogant and rude. Either way, they dreaded the thought of working with him. Billy was fuming. He couldn't allow Alex to treat him like this in front of everyone. He was the young up-and-comer, the rising star everyone thought had figured everything out. It was an impression he had spent every ounce of his energy to build, and now it was at risk of being destroyed. "Who are you calling useless?" he asked impudently. "I was talking to you, obviously," Alex said leisurely. "And I told you to be quiet and not get in my way. Weren't you paying attention?" At this point, the principal rose and stepped in to avoid an altercation. "Everyone here is simply dedicated to delivering the best teaching we can. The seniors in Class 6 are the most boisterous we have. No doubt your colleagues are simply worried about you." "I see," Alex responded. "Well, just give me a month. If I don't handle my students well, I'll resign at that point. But I hope that my fellow teachers will give me a chance, and that they won't interfere with my work. If they do, I won't be playing nice." The teachers looked at each other and sneered. Class 6 had been an unsolvable problem for years, and none of the previous teachers had been able to whip them into shape. Many had been injured trying. And now Alex was telling them he could do it in a month without any prior experience. Many of them were offended, and some of them were amused. They all wanted to see what would happen. "I'll bet he gives up and leaves before lunch today," one of the teachers said. "I'll take that bet," said another. "But I'll raise the stakes. I'll bet the students manage to seriously injure him before today's over." A third teacher stood up, leaned over the table, and looked Alex in the eye. "If you're still here tomorrow, those kids are yours. And all of us will look to you as our teacher as well." He leaned back and laughed. "I don't know about that last bit," Alex answered and laughed. "I don't accept students unless they're decent people." As soon as he said this, more than half of the teachers stood up and glared at him. He simply looked at them. "I'll tell you what," he said. "If anything goes wrong today, I won't be back tomorrow. One of you can replace me. But if nothing goes wrong, you all have to run 50 laps around the school racetrack. What do you say?" "Well, of course," Leonard blurted out instantly. He didn't think there was any risk of Alex winning such a bet. The other teachers nodded and agreed. The principal ended the meeting, and everyone stood up. The teachers cleared out of the room, and Alex stood and watched as they all left. When he thought that he was alone, he started moving toward the door. But as he took his first step, he heard a soft voice behind him call out his name. He turned around. A sweet-looking female teacher stood behind him. They were alone in the conference room. He looked quietly at her. "It's Alex, right?" she said. "I'm Lynn Bowen. I'm a math teacher. I'm afraid you don't know what you're getting into with the Class 6 seniors. You should be careful." Lynn looked a little worried. She looked to be around 30 years old, and Alex could tell that she was a kind-hearted person. "Is that so?" he said and smiled at her. "I appreciate your confidence, but I think you're a bit too impulsive," Lynn continued. "Those kids aren't easy to manage. They're all children of rich and powerful people, and they think they can do what they like. Last week, their previous teacher was admitted to the hospital. He hasn't recovered yet." "It's okay," Alex assured her. "They're just kids. Their energy needs to be properly directed, that's all." "If you say so," she answered. "By the way, I also want to thank you. Many others would too, but they're afraid to do it. Billy's been making our lives difficult since he got here, and Leonard's been helping him suppress our complaints. We're all waiting for a chance to vent our frustrations." Episode 403, Extra Studies. Alex smiled at Lynn. It was clear to him that she was the bravest of them all. No matter how much some of them might dislike Billy, they were clearly afraid that involving Alex might backfire. They had all chosen to avoid the issue. All of them, except her. But Lynn had other reasons for talking to him. She was sincerely worried that he was unprepared for dealing with his students. And she wanted him to succeed. She needed him to. She was sick of dealing with them herself. But if Alex wasn't up to the task, he was in danger of getting hurt. She sighed and gave him a worried look. Then, without saying anything more, she walked past him out of the conference room. Outside by the front entrance to the school, Leonard stood talking to Billy. "So, Mr. Wilde, Leonard said. "What are we going to do about this Alex kid?" Billy had lit a cigarette and puffed at it furiously to calm himself. Both of them were still teeming with anger at Alex's behavior in the conference room. "We'll send what we know about him to his new students," Billy said with a grim smile. "They'll take care of the rest. The way those kids are, he won't make it through his first lesson." He flung his cigarette onto the asphalt in front of him and stomped on it. Then they went back inside. Meanwhile, the seniors of Class 6 were sitting in their classroom. Since all of the teachers had been called away to Alex's introduction, they had been told to study on their own. Few of them were doing so. Many of them were playing games on their phones, while others were sitting in a circle, gossiping among themselves. "Lance, tell us more about this Alex," one of the students in the circle said. Lance Cartwright was the son of an important family, and he was one of the most popular students at Oak Ridge. When he spoke, the other students listened, and right now he was the center of attention. "Well, I can tell you, he's extremely powerful," Lance answered. "The Blood Brothers were after him, and they had rigged an entire building with bombs. Everyone thought Alex was done for. But guess what?" He paused dramatically. The other students in the circle moved closer, and others gathered around him. They were all deeply curious. "I'll tell you," Lance continued. "Right before the bombs went off, Alex jumped from the 15th floor with Jessup Clifton on his back, and without any protective gear. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen, as if he was floating through the air." "You saw it?" one of the other students asked. "From the 15th floor? And carrying an old man? That's impossible. He would have died." "Shut up," Lance snapped. "You don't know Alex." "Of course I saw it. It was incredible. When he jumped out of the window, fire shot out from every window of the building. But he didn't get hurt at all, and he landed safely on the ground." Lance's eyes shone with excitement. It was as if he had placed himself in the scene. "It was like an action movie," he continued, "but in real life. It was so cool that I forgot to take any pictures of it." "And what happened then?" someone asked. The students were fascinated by the mysterious Alex, and they were full of imagination. "After that, not much, I think. The danger was over. But Alex is still out there, and he can do anything. Even if you don't see him, he's still a hero in our midst." "How old is he?" a student asked curiously. "I don't know," Lance said, "but he's young." Heidi was sitting at the other end of the classroom, and she had heard everything that Lance had said. With everything that had happened to her, she had her own reasons to be interested in Alex. She had heard Rufus mention Alex's name when he attacked the gang at the stables. They must have suffered because they had crossed him. "I wonder if he has a girlfriend," a girl said with raised eyebrows. "What's it to you?" a boy cried out with laughter. He was pale and slightly overweight, with an earring in his right ear and messy hair. "Do you think he can't get any girl he wants? You wouldn't have a chance." "Stop arguing," another girl cried. "We want to hear more." Whether it was hero worship or pining for a Prince Charming, Alex was on every one of their minds. Lance had asked his father for a signed picture of him many times. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to get one. "Let's talk about how we beat back all the big martial arts masters at the lake," Lance continued. He spoke with pride as if Alex was his personal friend. how he managed to beat Lee Harshaw and save martial arts. At that time, the whole lake was filled with blood. Lee had beaten all the famous martial arts schools in the country, and nobody could do anything about it. Only Master Alex.
What's his full name? Someone asked.
I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. People like him often have hidden names, and no one dares to snoop around. Jessup Clifton protects and respects Master Alex, and he rules the city.
The students were taken aback. Many of them knew Jessup's name, and they knew what it meant if Alex had his respect.
Lance had been talking so much about Alex that it was all the class ever thought of. Even though they didn't even know his real name, they all worshipped him as Master Alex and fantasized about who he was. They were not alone. Word of Alex's actions had spread across the city, especially among the rich and powerful. What most people did not suspect, however, was that Master Alex was just a quiet little security guard.
"Wait," someone said, as a faint buzzing noise sounded in the classroom.
"Whose phone is that?"
Eric, who had been sitting just outside the circle of listeners, reached into his pocket. He had received several WhatsApp messages. They were from Billy. He scrolled through them and laughed to himself. They contained all that Billy knew about the new teacher that was coming today.
"Well," Eric said with a smile, "apparently, our new teacher used to be poor and living on the street. His name is Alex Ambrose."
Lance walked over and read the messages.
"How do you get all this information about our teachers?" he asked with a frown. "From Billy," Eric answered.
"So the new teacher is coming today," Lance said.
"Let's play a little game with him."
"Hang on," one of the other students interjected.
"You said his name was Alex. Could he be Master Alex?"
"Dream on," Lance cried and slapped his classmate on the side of the head to wake him up.
As if Oak Ridge could get Master Alex to come and work for them. My dad couldn't even get a meeting with him. Nobody can. What do you think?
The students laughed sheepishly. They also knew that it was impossible. Master Alex was a hero with unparalleled martial arts skills. To imagine that he would become their teacher was a hopeless dream. One of the students turned to Eric with a confused look on his face.
"Hey, Eric," he said. "What's the deal with Billy? He sent you information on the last 3 teachers we've had. Why?" "I'm not sure," Eric answered. "I think Billy has an uncle or something who's an important person. I think he's trying to do us all a solid, so that someday we'll help out his uncle. But whatever. The important thing is that we don't need to study. If we just get rid of all our teachers, Billy will help us graduate with top grades. We'll be set for life." Episode 404, Making an Entrance. Eric saw things clearly. As the son of an important figure in Baltimore politics, he had been nurtured and groomed for navigating the city's politics. He was a quick learner and an independent thinker. Great things were expected of him. Lance sneered. He understood that Billy's information could be useful, but his underhanded scheming was revolting. In Lance's mind, wealth and success should be inherited or earned cleanly. Besides, a sharp mind without scruples could be a threat. "Who cares what Billy wants?" another student interrupted. "Tell us more about the new teacher. What kind of teacher is he?" "It seems that he's a PE teacher," Eric said and scoffed. Disgraceful. It was bound to happen, Lance said. After you put old Mr. Goldberg in the hospital, they were bound to get someone strong and fit. Eric shot him an irritated look. That old geezer needed a beating, he said. So what if I fell asleep in class? He disrespected me, and he paid for it. The other students averted their eyes. Eric and Mr. Goldberg had had an especially unfriendly relationship. The class was used to driving teachers away by being troublesome and playing pranks. But Mr. Goldberg had been different. Hiring thugs to assault him had been a step too far, and everyone but Eric seemed to understand that. All right, we get it, one of the girls exclaimed. You're really tough, Eric. Now what should we do about this new guy? I'm not sure, Eric said with a smile, but I think we should give him a nice, warm welcome. The other students leaned in and listened with glee. While they all thought Eric had gone too far with Mr. Goldberg, torturing teachers was still their favorite thing to do. Eric kept scrolling through Billy's messages and suddenly stiffened with excitement. Wow, he exclaimed. I guess Billy must have won the lottery or something. All of the other students leaned further in and tried to glance at his phone. Why? One of them asked. What's the matter? He says that whoever manages to drive away the new guy gets $15,000 in cash, Eric answered. The students couldn't believe what they were hearing, and they grew giddy with excitement. Few of them needed the money, but the thought of the teaching director paying them to get rid of a teacher was immensely intriguing. And besides, it would be money they earned on their own. For the most of them, that would be a first. That settles it, one student exclaimed. We drive the teacher away as quickly as possible, and then we split the money. The others nodded. Lance turned to Eric. Our teaching director certainly knows how to motivate, he said. Tell him that we'll give Mr. Ambrose our warmest welcome, and then we'll refuse to do any work. He'll be gone before the end of the day. Eric tapped a message on his phone and pressed send. All right, he said. Now, does anyone have a suggestion for how to surprise our dear new teacher? Nobody answered. Well, then think of something. The group started murmuring among themselves about what they should do. The room was buzzing with excitement. Eric stood in the middle, like a general inspecting his troops before a battle. Then he saw something in the corner of his eye. He turned and saw Heidi sitting in a corner. She was reading. Still reading, Heidi? He asked. It was very strange to him, especially considering what they were planning. Heidi didn't answer. While she was also very interested in hearing about Master Alex and wondered about the new teacher as much as the rest of them, she wouldn't let it distract her from reading. Her family history wouldn't let her. Her father was a top biotechnology researcher, and she had grown up around books and knowledge. It often made her feel alone in class. She was the only one who liked to study and learn. She would probably be completely isolated if it wasn't for the fact that boys paid attention to her. They doted on her and wanted to talk to her only because of the way she looked, but she didn't care. Mostly, she found it annoying. She looked up from her book. Eric had come a little closer, and he was still glaring at her. Leave me alone, she said. Can't you see that I'm reading? Eric raised his hands and backed away. All right, fine, he replied obediently. As cocky as he was, he didn't want to offend her. Right then, the school bell rang. The self-study session was ending, and the new teacher would arrive soon. In the teacher's lounge, A group of teachers were sitting around a table. They were talking about the situation with the Class 6 seniors. "Do you think Alex will make it through his first class?" one teacher asked curiously. "Who knows?" another answered and took off his reading glasses. "Some of their previous teachers have made it through, but most of them have crawled out." "He's just a child himself," Leonard said as he came over to the table with a cup of tea and a smirk on his face. "He couldn't possibly hope to control them." Just then, Billy entered the room. He said nothing to the teachers, but simply went over to a chair on the other side of the room and sat down. As he lost himself in thought, a huge grin appeared on his face. "You've made your last mistake, Alex," he thought. "You should have stayed away from me. I took your girlfriend once, and this time I'll take even more. Those kids will eat you alive." Meanwhile, Alex was approaching the classroom. His students were sitting inside waiting for him, each one at their proper place behind their desks. They were no longer gossiping or playing games. Instead, they sat like model students waiting for their new teacher. Their textbooks were laid out in front of them, and they were all turned to the correct page. Alex walked up to the door to the classroom. It was slightly open already, and the complete silence on the other side gave him pause. If he had been any other teacher, there would have been nothing unusual about it. But Alex wasn't like any other teacher. His instincts were telling him that something was off. "There is something above the door," he thought. "Maybe a bucket of water." He looked down. "And there's something on the floor. Oil, maybe. And something on top of the oil, like tiny little metal balls." On the other side, the students had heard him approach. They were waiting eagerly for their trap to be sprung. It was an intricate design, and they had used it before to great effect. As soon as the door opened, whoever came in would be drenched with cold water, and the bucket would fall onto their head. The reaction of the victim would be to run, at which point they would slip on the steel marbles and fall into the pool of sticky oil. The setup was planned for maximum humiliation, which would hurt even more than the physical pain. Alex paused outside the door. He couldn't say for sure what was waiting for him on the other side, but the danger was palpable. He smiled scornfully as he took a step back. Then he raised his right leg and kicked the door so violently that it flew off its hinges onto the classroom floor. The water bucket came crashing down, missing him completely. Instead, it fell with a splash and a loud clang onto the floor, which now safely covered the little balls in the oil. Alex stepped in through the doorframe and stood triumphantly on top of the mess below him. The students all gaped at him in stunned silence. Episode 405, A Sticky Subject. Alex walked into the classroom under the perplexed gaze of his new students. Outside in the corridor, many students and staff had come to see what all the commotion was about. At the far end of the corridor stood the principal. He couldn't help but smile. Maybe hiring Alex was a good idea after all, he thought. When Alex came into the classroom and stepped up to the teacher's desk, the stunned silence of the students turned into a buzzing murmur. None of them knew what to do. Alex had ruined the first step of their plan, and they needed a new one. They all looked to Eric, who simply waved at them to be quiet. For him, nothing had changed. The others had seemed to forget that there was a step 2. He turned to one of the girls sitting behind him to his left, and she immediately sprang to action. With an innocent look on her face, she picked up a pastry box from the floor beside her desk and walked up to Alex. As she handed the box to him, she smiled demurely at him and played with her hair. Then she went back to her desk. Eric rose. "Teacher," he began, "my name is Eric. I'm sort of the organizer for our class. We've brought you some gifts to welcome you. I hope you'll like them." He stepped forward and handed Alex a beautiful wooden box. When Alex opened it, he saw that it was filled with imported cigars. He looked up at Eric, who had already gone back to his desk. "Don't worry, teacher," Eric said. "You can eat your cake and have a smoke right here. We don't mind. You could even have a beer if you want. I've got some in my desk." He reached into his desk and pulled out a glass bottle of beer. "Please, help yourself," he said in the most respectful tone he could muster. He gestured to the chair that had been placed beside the teacher's desk. "Sit and have a chat with us." He smiled warmly and went forward to hand the beer to Alex. Alex laughed as he took the beer from Eric's hand and put it on the desk next to the other gifts. He looked down at the chair his students had prepared for him, and then he looked back at Eric with a knowing smile on his face. Eric smiled back. He was relieved. This part of the plan seemed to be working at least. But then, Alex suddenly grabbed him by the arm, put his foot forward to bend Eric's leg at the knee, and pressed him down onto the chair. Eric's smile disappeared instantly as he got stuck in the glue on the seat. While the class looked on in stunned silence, Alex turned calmly back to his gifts. Slowly and methodically, he took a closer look at each of them in turn. Then he threw it all into the trash can. There were insects baked into the cake, the beer smelled of laxatives, and gunpowder had been rolled into the cigars. The entire class stared at him in shock, but one of them had her own reasons. From the back of the classroom in the final row, Heidi had immediately recognized Alex. She could hardly believe her eyes. Her new teacher was the man who had saved her only days before. She had thought about stepping forward to stop the second prank, but the situation was so surreal that she had stopped herself. The idea that Alex would show up as a teacher at her school, let alone as her teacher, was impossible. "Perhaps it's his twin brother or something," she reasoned. "It can't possibly be him." Alex hadn't noticed her. He stood in front of his desk, straightened himself, and spoke out in a deep and authoritative voice. "Listen up," he said. "From now on, this class will do as I say. There won't be any more stupid pranks, and you'll all be responsible for your own studies. Understood?" Without waiting for an answer, he turned and marched out of the room. The students were left looking at him with dumbfounded looks on their faces. "What the hell just happened?" Eric asked as he tried to yank himself free from the glue-covered seat. When he found that it was useless, he stilled himself and sat with a dejected look on his face. "It's no use," Lance said. "I don't know who this guy is, but he's in charge now. He beat us." The other students agreed. They hadn't been able to process what had happened. There had been no roll call, no introduction, and no corny attempt to bond with them. In fact, Alex hadn't acted like a teacher at all. He had said one sentence and left. "Screw that," Eric shot back. "This is a setback. He won this time, but we'll strike back. I'm sure he's real proud of himself now, and he'll let his guard down." The attitude among the class changed instantly in response to Eric's words. They would come back from this. After all, they had only known their new teacher for a few minutes. They couldn't give up just yet. Heidi was conflicted. She wanted to run after the new teacher and find out if it was really Alex. It must be him, she thought. He looked and sounded just like him, and he had the same name. Her heart fluttered. Her mind was made up. She had to talk to him alone. She stood up. "Shut up," she yelled. The classroom immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at her. "What's the matter with you?" Eric asked her with surprise in his voice. He had never seen her act so aggressively. Everyone knew her as a quiet girl who never bothered anyone. And considering her family connections, that was just as well. Nobody dared to cross her anyway. "No one in the class will try anything against Mr. Ambrose again," she exclaimed. "If you do, you'll answer to me." With these words, she kicked her desk away from her and ran out of the classroom to find Alex. Lance and Eric looked at each other. They both tried to keep a straight face, but they knew that everything had changed in an instant. Eric glanced around the room with a hesitant look on his face. His classmates all met his gaze. It was obvious that they were looking to him for guidance. He had to say something. "All right, here's what's gonna happen," Lance said to break the silence. "Nothing. There'll be no more plans. If you have any ideas about what to do to the new teacher, keep them to yourselves." Everyone stared at him. "Why?" one of them dared to ask. Eric sighed in frustration. "Because Heidi said so. Didn't you hear her?" Episode 406, New Teacher or Protector? The students of Class 6 found it hilarious that Eric was willing to back down so quickly. Alex had properly humiliated him by making him sit in his own glue trap, and now Heidi was making him change his plans. They laughed at Eric raucously. Eric took off his glue-marked trousers and sat down in his boxer shorts. He felt and looked ridiculous. Lance wasn't happy. He had agreed to cancel any other attacks on the new teacher to save Eric from embarrassment. And because he, like many of the other boys in the class, was not willing to contradict Heidi. But the truth was that he wasn't at all sure that it was the best course of action. The new head teacher of Class 6, Mr. Ambrose, had certainly had a big impact on the students. After appearing in the classroom for only 5 minutes, he had already affected their plans. The other pranks they had planned to use on him were called off. For the first time in a long time, the class did not feel completely united. They each had their own ideas about how to handle the situation and were suspicious of one another. Heidi, in particular, seemed to have her own plan, having run off after Mr. Ambrose in a hurry. If Class 6 was divided, their head teacher would be able to deal with them all much more easily. It would be more difficult for them to unite and cause the sort of disorder that they had before. Heidi was so popular in the class that it would take everyone a long time to realize that she was the one who had betrayed them. Standing in the office of Oak Ridge High School, Leonard felt very proud of himself. The new teacher only lasted for 5 minutes in Class 6. I'm afraid he's going to have a lot of trouble with him, he gloated. Well, Class 6 are apparently planning to strike back at him. Then he definitely won't be able to continue working at the school. Didn't he say that if there are any accidents in Class 6 today, he'll leave immediately? Billy said smugly. Several of the teachers were also waiting to see how Alex handled Class 6. Most of them had found him to be very arrogant and wouldn't mind watching him fail. He was only in Class 6 for 5 minutes when he came out again. How can he show his face in front of the rest of us? Asked one teacher. I think he's just a kid who's only just graduated. Maybe he doesn't have enough experience for Class 6, suggested another. Those students in Class 6 are savages. It's not right to send in a new graduate. It's like sending a lamb to the slaughter, said another. If you ask me, I know he's failed and can't show his face in front of the rest of us. I think he's run away already, said the first man. Alex found the atmosphere outside the classroom at Oak Ridge High School very uncomfortable. It seemed that everyone was watching him and whispering behind his back. But he dismissed the attitudes of the other teachers, thinking, I'm just here to protect Heidi. Nothing else matters. Heidi knew him, but earlier she had sat at the back of the class and stared at him uncomprehendingly. She had made no effort to speak to him, and he found it a little strange. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl's voice calling out, Alex, please wait for me. He turned round to see a girl rushing up to him breathlessly. Alex asked, Heidi, is that you? She replied, Yes, but I didn't expect to see you again, Alex. I didn't know you were a teacher. Heidi really was a beautiful girl. Although she was a high school student, her figure was incredible, even compared to most young women. She had the face of a porcelain doll and a beautiful smile. The boys all adored her. But Alex wasn't paying attention to her looks. He smiled politely and said, I wasn't, but things have changed unexpectedly. When he saw her expression, he realized that she didn't even know that someone was protecting her. You stood up twice for me the other day. I'll always be grateful to you, Heidi said with a flirtatious smile. Worryingly, Alex saw the same glint of affection in Heidi's eyes that he saw in Debbie's when she gazed adoringly at him. He deliberately changed the subject by asking, What about your parents? Do you get to visit them often? My father is Dr. Benedict Reels, Heidi frowned. I haven't seen him for a month, and I can't get through to him on the phone. I don't know if he's cross with me about something, or maybe he's working too much. Alex knew that Benedict Reels had been kidnapped, but clearly his daughter didn't know anything about it. He felt very sorry for her. He changed the subject again. You can't call me Alex anymore. I'm your teacher now. What would the other students think? He told her. I see, Mr. Ambrose. But can I call you Alex in private? It'll feel too formal to call you Mr. Ambrose when we know each other so well. Heidi took on a flirtatious tone again. No. I'm your teacher now. Alex didn't even smile. He thought, I have to be careful not to give this child the wrong impression. She mustn't read anything into our relationship. Grumpy, Heidi replied as she pouted her lips. But in a blink of an eye, she burst into laughter. Well, are you single or married? You shouldn't be asking me things like that. If you must know, I'm in a relationship. Alex took the opportunity to make sure that Heidi knew he wasn't available. With that beautiful girl you were with the other day? Heidi asked. She regarded Alex as a friend, so felt confident to ask him personal questions. "You should mind your own business," Alex reprimanded her sternly. Then he waved his hand at her and turned to leave. If it wasn't for his responsibility to protect her, he would have avoided her completely. Her behavior was really not appropriate. "Sorry, Mr. Ambrose," Heidi said. "Why are you so cross?" Alex hesitated for a moment, then explained firmly, "I have to tell you that you must be with me all the time from now on. We will eat together, live together, and travel together to school. Over the next 3 months, you mustn't leave my sight at any time. Do you understand?" "What are you talking about? Why?" Heidi was confused. She couldn't understand why he would say something like that. Alex thought for a moment and decided that it was better to explain everything to her. He said, "Your father asked me to take care of you." "Really? I don't believe you. My father has never cared about his family. He's only ever cared about his work," Heidi replied without hesitation. Episode 407, Teenage Feelings. "Why would I lie to you?" Alex said coldly. "The truth is that your father has been kidnapped, and you're also in danger. I'm responsible for protecting you. For the next 3 months, you have to do everything I tell you, or I can't guarantee that I can keep you safe." "What? What's happened to my dad?" Heidi cried out. She started sobbing. He had been told to keep what had happened to Heidi's father a secret, but after some careful consideration, he decided to tell her everything. He didn't want her to jump to any wrong conclusions. He felt that he owed Heidi something and was therefore willing to protect her. However, he wasn't going to get involved in any of her adolescent issues or dramas. As long as she cooperated with him, everything would be fine. Alex's train of thought was interrupted by his phone ringing. He answered it, and the voice on the other end said, "Mr. Ambrose, what you said just now is breaking the terms of our agreement. You can't tell Heidi the truth." Although the words were spoken very politely, they annoyed Alex very much. "Fine. What do you want me to do? You can rescind our agreement immediately, and I'll leave Oak Ridge High School right now," Alex said impatiently. "No, Mr. Ambrose, I'm sorry. You misunderstand me. Please continue." As Alex ended the call, Heidi watched him with wide eyes. "What's going on?" Heidi asked. She wondered, "What's happened to Mr. Ambrose? Is he finally admitting that he's attracted to me? What are you doing? I'm not..." Heidi wanted to reject him, but her heart wasn't in it. Instead, she felt really happy. Heidi really was a very attractive young lady. However, Alex didn't have any romantic thoughts toward her at all. At that moment, all he felt was a trace of anger. The people he was working for had obviously planted a hidden recording device on Heidi and were monitoring everything they said. He was convinced that he was right. How else could they have known so quickly what he had said to Heidi? It was obvious that they had heard the conversation between them. After ending the call, he checked Heidi's body for the monitoring device. As he searched her, he thought about how wrong they were not to want to tell Heidi the truth. Lying to her was certain to cause him problems. How could he persuade her to follow his orders if she didn't know what was going on? And how could he explain what he was doing to everyone else? "Just do your duty," he told himself. "Don't worry about anything else." Heidi was standing in front of Alex with a glow on her cheeks and adoration in her eyes. She couldn't believe how handsome he was. Alex continued to search her dispassionately. After a few seconds, he saw something, and he quickly reached toward her chest, grabbed a pendant from around her neck, and slammed it onto the ground. The monitoring device instantly stopped working. When he pulled the pendant off her, Heidi's first instinct was to try to dodge out of his way, but he acted too quickly for her to avoid him. Shocked, her heart thumped and she refused to look at him. "Tell me how my father got kidnapped. Who kidnapped him?" Heidi demanded, still avoiding any eye contact with him. She knew that her father was at the forefront of cutting-edge biotechnology research, but she didn't know if that was related to how distantly he seemed to be behaving lately. She was desperate to know what had happened. Alex shook his head. He wasn't completely clear about the answers himself, but he was also concerned about how much he should tell her. All he knew was that he was there to protect Heidi. He didn't feel that he needed to know anymore. Heidi looked down at the pendant. It was still very new, and she remembered that her aunt had given it to her at her father's laboratory. She had no idea that everything she did was being watched. "Go back to your class," Alex ordered her sternly. "Okay," Heidi agreed after taking a long breath. She would be happy to get back to class and stop thinking about everything that was happening. Outside the door of Class 6, Billy was waiting for their next act of rebellion. Next to teach the class was home economics teacher Lynn Bowen. When she arrived at the classroom door, she found several teachers waiting for her, including Billy, the teaching director. Lynn had a very low opinion of Billy. She had once spent a night with him and hoped for more, but he rejected her. She quickly learned that he was a womanizer. Afterward, Billy had made the excuse to her that he was drunk and regretted what had happened, but Lynn couldn't forget that night. She nodded to him and the other teachers out of politeness as she walked past them. Billy stopped her and said smugly, "Miss Bowen, I don't think you should go into your classroom. The students are in an uproar. They're planning to hold some kind of strike to protest their dissatisfaction with Alex." "Yes, Will heard about it, so we came here to help deal with it," one of the other teachers agreed. The teachers all pretended to be concerned, but Lynn was disgusted. She knew that Billy and the others were all just there to entertain themselves. She smiled and pushed her way through to the classroom, determined to face whatever was waiting for her inside. "Hey, wait! It'll definitely kick off soon. What'll happen to Alex then?" Leonard said. He didn't like Alex and was enjoying the drama. Billy despised Alex. He said, "I don't understand how he got this job. He must know someone on the school board. Not only is he the head teacher of Class 6, but he's also the new PE teacher. He's a weakling. How can he be qualified to teach PE?" He still based his impression of Alex on when he knew him as a poor student back in New York. He had no idea that Alex's pitiful situation had been forced on him by his family as part of his poverty training. Billy just assumed that he was better than Alex in every way. Episode 408, Calm Before the Storm. They all stood in the corridor outside the classroom, waiting for something with Class 6 to go wrong. Lynn was becoming impatient. She had been waiting for a while, but nothing seemed to be happening. Billy crossed his arms. He was enjoying himself and wasn't in any hurry. Finally, Lynn walked into the room to find the students sitting with their feet up on the desks, snoring, playing with their cell phones, and chatting with their friends. Lynn called for their attention, but they ignored her completely. All she could do was open her book and calmly begin the lesson. She actually felt a little relieved. The discipline in the classroom hadn't improved at all, but at least there was no sign of a strike. She thought, "Billy and Leonard, it looks like your fantasy strike isn't going to happen. Now, perhaps the new teacher, Mr. Ambrose, will be safe." From the corridor, Billy was surprised to hear Lynn giving her lesson in the classroom. That was not what was supposed to happen. Why hadn't the strike started? Wait a bit longer, he told himself. 1 minute passed, and then 2 minutes. 3 minutes passed, and then 5 minutes. Still nothing happened. His vision of the students swarming out, shouting their protestations hadn't come true. 10 minutes later, he heard that Lynn had stopped talking. Now it's going to begin, Billy thought. He listened on excitedly. But nothing happened. Miss Bowen is probably trying to pacify the students. That's never going to work, he commented. After waiting for 15 minutes, everything still seemed normal. He couldn't believe it. What are you doing waiting by the door? Alex's voice suddenly came from behind him. Mr. Ambrose, why don't you wait here with us? Any minute now the show should begin, Leonard said snidely. Then he suddenly felt something hit the back of his head. Ouch! Who hit me? He said as he turned around and found Billy staring at him. Mr. Wilde, why did you hit me? Leonard asked in bewilderment. Of course I didn't hit you, Billy replied quickly. Leonard touched his head and found a small lump. It was very painful to touch. Billy was the only person standing behind him, but he couldn't think of any reason for Billy to hit him. Was it a ghost? It was retribution, Alex said quietly. Leonard rubbed his head and said, Don't get too comfortable. This isn't over. Billy backed Leonard up. Alex, don't think that your position is safe here at Oak Ridge High School. I'll find a way to reveal your true colors to everyone. Alex knew what Billy thought of him, but he wasn't afraid of him. Well, I look forward to seeing what you decide to do, he said. He knew that he could kill Billy with no trouble at all, but restrained his anger. Biting his tongue, he turned to leave. There were several teachers in the corridor, but when they realized that nothing exciting was going to happen, they started to wander away. Only Billy and Leonard waited longer, hoping that the strike would still kick off. Half an hour later, there was still nothing. Standing outside the classroom, their legs started to feel tired. When the bell rang indicating the end of the class, Lynn walked out smiling, and the students of Class 6 followed her out. Billy and Leonard finally had to accept that they were wrong. Nothing was going to happen. Miss Bowen, wait a minute, Leonard said as he caught up with her. Was there anything unusual about Class 6 today? He asked. No. What were you hoping would be unusual? Lynn asked pointedly. Were you hoping there would be something wrong with Class 6 today? Is that an appropriate wish for a teacher and educator of young people? Lynn turned away in disgust and walked away from Leonard and Billy. Damn it, Leonard cursed. Billy hissed. Just wait. Once Alex has been driven away from the school, we'll make sure we get rid of her too. At noon, Leonard and Billy were still stewing over what had happened. In the office later that afternoon, they were still discussing it. Why was Class 6 so calm today when they've been so disruptive lately? Leonard asked. Yes, it's really strange, agreed Billy. You wait. The afternoon's about to start. Now something's bound to happen, said Leonard with certainty. Yes, and an inexperienced novice like Alex will have no chance of controlling them, agreed Billy with a satisfied smile. The group of teachers who wished Alex ill felt very confident. Again, they waited outside the classroom, but everything inside remained calm. At the end of the afternoon classes, Billy went into Class 6 and waited for the students to leave the classroom. It was a crucial moment, because if the day passed and there was still no strike in Class 6, it wouldn't be Alex who made a fool of himself, but himself in front of the rest of the teachers. Finally, Eric and a classmate walked out together. Frustrated, Billy rushed up to Eric and said angrily, Eric, what's the matter with you? Why didn't you strike like you said you were going to? Billy, who the hell do you think you are? Get out of my way or I'll thump you, Eric replied. Billy's face froze. He had spoken in a whisper, but Eric's voice was so loud that everyone around them heard him. The students started chatting excitedly. One said, I can't believe that Eric just dared to talk back to Mr. Wilde. Billy's really mean. Billy felt despondent. The day had been a total disaster. However, at that moment, he heard a voice coming from the classroom. Everyone from Class 6, please go to the running track immediately. We're about to begin. It was Alex addressing the students of Class 6. Billy's face suddenly changed as he realized what was about to happen. There had been no incidents at all in Class 6 that day, which meant that he and the other teachers had lost their bet with Alex. As punishment, all 12 of them who were involved in the bet were going to have to run 50 laps of the racetrack. Each lap was 400 kilometers, so 50 laps were 20 kilometers. It would take them a good couple of hours. Billy couldn't believe that Alex was blatantly encouraging the students to watch them. Please, let's forget all about the bet, he begged Alex. He realized that he had met his match in Alex Ambrose. If you lose, you have to accept your punishment, Alex replied coldly, then walked away. He was starting to find life in high school quite interesting. Eric laughed and told everyone, Guess what? Mr. Wilde and the other teachers made a bet with Mr. Ambrose that something would happen in Class 6 today. They've all lost and have to run 50 laps of the racetrack. Episode 409, Time for Punishment. Let's go! Everyone from Class 6 is going to the running track to watch the teachers, Eric roared. Let's laugh at them all trying to run, he continued and laughed loudly. Eric, you're going too far, Billy yelled. Eric was deliberately provoking him in public. Why don't you run back to your uncle, Billy? Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You deliberately passed on your uncle's information about Mr. Ambrose to us. You're hoping that we'll do what you're too feeble to do yourself and drive him out of the school by acting out. Do you really think I'd let myself be used by you? Eric mercilessly revealed Billy's deviant plotting to everyone. Billy's face drained of color. His secret had been exposed. He ran out of the room before Eric could say anything else. On the running track, more than a dozen teachers had gathered. They looked miserable. The principal approached Alex and said, "Mr. Ambrose, do you really think this is appropriate? After all, we're colleagues. So should we really be having bets with one another?" The principal was neutral in his regard for the teachers, and he had no strong feelings about Alex. Alex shook his head and said, "No, we shouldn't. A teacher should be a benchmark for moral character. If you're not, you'll lose all respect from the students." There was one really desperate teacher. "Hey, Mr. Ambrose, how can you justify making us run and then spout that nonsense?" he shouted. "What nonsense? The bet wasn't my idea, but you all insisted. Now you have to face the consequences. To back out now would set a poor example and demonstrate how weak you are to the students," Alex replied. He felt like he was dealing with a group of infants. Billy took a deep breath. His heart was thumping, but what could he do? He was well aware that if a teacher lost their reputation in front of the students, they would be finished. He and Leonard looked at each other with eyes full of resentment and anguish. Billy knew that although everyone would laugh at him if he ran, it was still better to run than to back out. He really didn't have much choice. He walked to the front of the group of teachers. The teachers were all pointing and laughing at them. "We can't wait to see you run, Mr. Wilde. We want to see your stomach shaking while you're running," shouted one boy. "Oh, I think you're making him angry," said another. "This is going to be so much fun. We never get to see the teachers trying to do sports," said another. "Isn't that Mr. Garvey? Hey, Mr. Garvey, don't let Mr. Winters beat you," yelled another. "Ha ha ha ha!" They all laughed happily. The students from Class 6 couldn't stop laughing at the teachers. Every time they thought they had made the perfect joke about one, they came up with an even better one-liner about another. Alex was watching the teachers and trying not to laugh himself. "The new teacher looks quite athletic," Eric commented. "That doesn't mean we'll be any nicer to him," replied his friend. More and more students came to the track to watch the teachers running. After all, it was unprecedented for so many teachers to be humiliated together. But none of the teachers usually did much exercise, and after running only 400 meters, they were out of breath and sweating. The news spread quickly around the campus, and most of the students came to watch. Even some teachers sacrificed going home early and rushed to the running track. "Go and ask the students in the dormitory if they want to come and watch," someone yelled excitedly. A lot of the students started cheering, and a few were even whistling at the teachers. Most of the students in Class 6 were joining in. They were the most excited of everyone to watch the race. By the time the teachers had run the first lap, most of the students had gathered to watch the dozen teachers performing on the track. The teachers were ashamed and angry, but they had no choice but to keep running. After running for a few laps, their hatred of Alex had increased tenfold. "It's about time we got our own back," shouted one student. "You guys make us run every day. It's time for us to see you getting exhausted in our place." The whole school was overjoyed to watch the teachers' humiliation. Every word that was shouted at teachers was adding insult to injury. Each of them privately wished a hole would open up in the ground and bury them. When they looked over at Alex, their eyes were filled with hatred, and their lungs almost burst with anger. On the edge of the running track, Alex sat on the chair with his feet up and enjoyed a cup of tea. And the principal stood beside Alex. He looked as if he was talking with him about something. Okay, I'll follow your advice, but I still want you to take charge of Class 6. If time permits, of course. The principal's tone was very humble. Alex had just told the principal all about the real situation with Heidi and her father, and the principal was very sorry to hear about what her family was going through. Alex reassured him. You don't have to worry. Class 6 is just a group of typical adolescents. If they're properly guided, they'll be fine. They're all very smart kids. The principal pushed up his glasses and admitted that he appreciated Alex's work with Class 6. He said, I recognize that you're an excellent teacher. I've worked in education for many years, and I recognize a good teacher when I meet one. I believe that you will manage Class 6 perfectly. Then he confessed sincerely. Initially, I only agreed to the arrangement made by my superiors because I had no choice. I admit that I had no confidence in your teaching ability, but I'm happy to say that I've been proved wrong. I am very hopeful for the future of Class 6, and I apologize for my lack of judgment. The fact that Alex had been able to help with Class 6 was of huge value to the principal, and he was extremely grateful to Alex. Alex knew that to successfully manage people, you first needed to control their hearts. Making the teachers run really won Class 6 over, which would help him manage them in the future. He knew that the teachers themselves were furious with him, but that didn't bother him at all. Perhaps they wouldn't be so quick to try to attack him in the future. A particularly tall student walked over to Eric and said, Eric, I really like that teacher. What a character. The student looked strong and athletic and clearly took regular exercise. Maybe it's all a trick. He's trying to win us over, Eric said suspiciously. I don't care what his motives are. He looks like he's interested in sports, so I'm going to see how fit he really is in PE class tomorrow. Let's go for a walk. Just as they stood up to walk away, one of the exhausted teachers running on the track collapsed to the ground. Episode 410, Challenge Accepted. If they don't manage the whole run, I'll make them suffer. The tall student laughed as he looked at the exhausted teachers on the running track. By that time, several of the teachers had fainted. Very few of them were athletic or even took regular walks. Most of the teachers had had enough after only a few laps. However, the principal was acting as the referee, and it was his job to strictly record the number of laps each teacher ran. No one blamed or hated the principal, because they all blamed Alex instead. Alex saw the hate in their eyes, but just laughed. He didn't care what they thought of him. Billy was the next person to collapse on the track. He fainted and fell to the ground unconscious. As he came to, he was utterly humiliated. He thought, my uncle is a very powerful person, and I was also a very important figure at Preston University. Now because of Alex, I've been made into a joke. I'm so insulted. Billy and the other teachers just wanted to crawl away. But before they did that, of course, they wanted to take their anger out on Alex. Their reputations and dignity had been completely destroyed. By the end of the day, all of them were suffering from exhaustion, and all asked the principal for a leave the following day. And the next day, Class 6 arrived at the gym for Alex's first PE class. Usually, PE was their favorite class because the old teacher hadn't cared to monitor their behavior, so the students had been free to do whatever they wanted. They assumed that it'd be the same with Alex. They were already planning how they would spend their time as they walked to class. "Come and have a cigarette with me in the bathroom," said one boy. "Let's play cards," said another. The tall athletic student walked over to the others. "Dylan, what are you going to do in this PE class?" Lance asked him. Eric overheard him and remembered that Dylan had said the previous day that he wanted to challenge the new teacher to a sports contest. "Dylan, are you going to play cards with us today?" Eric asked. "No, can't today. I've got other things to do." His eyes seemed to be searching the stadium. Dylan was a very popular student from Class 6. His scholarly achievements were poor, but his family was rich and powerful, and he was a natural athlete. Tall and well-muscled, at only 17, he could already compete with adults in most sports. In the past, Dylan was one of the few students to take PE class seriously. He usually took the opportunity to practice jumping, long-distance running, and playing basketball. He was generally accepted as the school's most accomplished athlete. And he was not only highly regarded within Oak Ridge High School, but also more widely in Baltimore City. The previous year, he had won first place in the city's long-distance running competition. Many sports teams had invited Dylan to play with them, hoping that he would join them after he graduated. "What's the matter?" Lance asked him curiously, when he noticed that Dylan was clearly searching for someone. "I want to see what that new teacher's made of. I'm going to challenge him to beat me at any sport that he chooses." "Great! That's going to be great fun to watch. There's no way he'll beat you," Lance replied as a group of students gathered around to cheer for Dylan. They all knew what an excellent athlete Dylan was, and were 100% sure that he would excel against the new teacher. At that moment, Alex walked over leisurely. "Everyone, stand up," he ordered the students. His voice was not loud, but it was authoritative. The students of Class 6 all stood in a row. Most of them stood with their heads drooping, feeling lethargic and resentful. "Listen up, everyone. Now make me happy and run 5 laps of the track," Alex said loudly. "Hello, Mr. Ambrose," Dylan said as he stepped arrogantly onto the track. His physique was impressive, and he made Alex look small in comparison. "What do you want?" Alex asked him. "If you're really a PE teacher, you must be good at sports. I want to challenge you," Dylan said with a smirk. "What are you talking about?" Alex asked calmly. "Well, I'm the best sportsman in the school, and I challenge you on behalf of my classmates. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Dylan said loudly. All the Class 6 students became very excited. Alex's face remained relaxed. "Look at that. Mr. Ambrose is too scared," said one student. "Anyone who dares to accept a sports challenge from Dylan is crazy. No one can beat him," declared another. But then Alex said, "Sure." The class exploded into gasps and cheers. "Dylan threw out his hook, and the new teacher took the bait," laughed another. "Dylan has competed against most of the top sports players in Baltimore and has never failed. I think the new head teacher is crazy to accept," said another. People were shaking their heads and watching Alex carefully. Of course, Dylan was also very happy because he thought he had won already. The whole class was on his side. Teacher, you haven't even asked me what the challenge is, he said. It doesn't matter, Alex shrugged. Good. You can't back out now. The one who loses, Dylan started to say. Then he looked thoughtfully at the school gate. If you lose, you have to go back to wherever you came from. How about that? What if you lose? Alex asked. If I lose? There's no chance of that. Everyone will tell you that I always win. I've never tasted failure, Dylan said conceitedly. He continued. Even if you were a professional sportsman, you should be careful when facing me. Everyone knows that I'm a sporting star, whereas you're just some school PE teacher. How can you possibly expect to win against me? Dylan looked very smug. Well, you better get ready for your first taste of failure, Alex replied with a glint in his eyes. Then he remembered that Dylan was really only a kid, and he needed to keep it friendly. So he added, I mean, if I beat you, of course. If you beat me? Okay, whatever you want. Dylan didn't care. He knew he would win. Good, Alex nodded. At that moment, Billy and Leonard approached them. Mr. Ambrose, are you accepting Dylan's challenge? Billy asked happily. He knew what an accomplished athlete Dylan was. Alex was sure to be humiliated. Go away, Alex told him rudely. He couldn't be bothered to deal with his pettiness. How dare you? Billy's face turned the color of beetroot. He was livid as he realized that Alex saw him as a joke. He clearly didn't have a trace of respect for him. Well, you're in for a shock. You clearly don't know how good Dylan is, he said smugly. This would be Alex's humiliation, and he had no intention of missing the opportunity to make the most of it. In the long jump, the world record is 8.94 meters, and Dylan can jump 8.92 meters, he added. The world 800 meters record is 1:40.89, and Dylan can run it at 1:41. Not only has he competed in national competitions, but he also holds the silver medal level from the international championships. Episode 411. Is he Superman? Alex, you were hired to be a PE teacher. Do you know what that means? It means that people expect you to be good at sports. Billy looked at Alex arrogantly. He thought Alex would be scared and looked him up and down, expecting to see his legs shaking and his face turning pale. However, Alex didn't even look at Billy as if he hadn't heard him. He might as well have not existed. Ready? Alex asked Dylan instead. Billy shot daggers at Alex's back as he and Dylan walked to the starting line of the racetrack. We'll see how you feel after Dylan destroys you on the track, he snarled. All the students from Class 6 gathered on the field, ready to watch Alex and Dylan compete. Apart from Heidi, they were all cheering for Dylan. As the crowd grew, Dylan became more excited. He stood up and turned around to face them, waving his hands and grabbing everyone's attention. How about the 800 meters? You think Mr. Alex can manage that? He teased. They hooted and hollered in response, jeering at Alex loudly. The noise attracted the attention of the other students on the field, and soon a large group of students had gathered to watch. Why would a teacher want to compete against Dylan in the 800 meters? Does he want to embarrass himself in front of everybody? A student cried. Poor teacher. Obviously Dylan's gonna win. Well, I guess we'll see if that's true. Eric took out a timer and positioned himself on the side of the track. "Ready?" he called. Dylan quickly settled onto the ground in a running start position. 3, 2, 1. Then he darted out, quick as an arrow. As was expected, he sped around the track, running like a rabbit that was being chased. It was obvious that he was a strong runner. There was no way an average PE teacher could outrun him. But he had never encountered a man like Alex before. This man, with all his skill and experience, could actually do more than any of them could begin to imagine. The students stared at him in confusion. He was still standing at the starting line, and Dylan was already on the other side of the track. "Teacher, why aren't you running? Teacher, are you worried about being embarrassed?" Alex wasn't listening to them, though, busy watching his opponent as he raced around. "He's so slow," he thought. While the others were impressed with Dylan's speed, to Alex, it looked like he was running in slow motion. "Enough of this. I'll be right back," Alex said, chuckling quietly. The students were shocked and looked back and forth between Alex, who still hadn't started to run yet, and Dylan, who sped like a whirlwind around the track. "I told him to run first so that I wouldn't embarrass him." Alex shook his arms and legs to loosen them up, jumping up and down a few times to warm up his muscles. Then, in the blink of an eye, he sped off. By this time, Dylan had already circled the track and only had one lap remaining in the race. He hadn't broken a sweat yet and was still running hard. He wanted to beat Alex by as much time as possible. He was thinking about how nice it would feel to cross the finish line to his classmates' cheers, when he felt a strong gust of wind swish past him. "What was that?" He faltered slightly, almost tripping over his feet. He could only slightly make out the sight of Alex speeding by. The crowd's eyes lit up as they watched Alex zoom past, a shadowy blur of speed and power. Dylan continued running as fast as he could. He didn't care that Alex had managed to overtake him. He was still ahead and was finishing up his last lap. There was no way that Alex could run fast enough to win. He rounded the final bend of the track and came to the final stretch. All thoughts of Alex had left his mind, and he began to sprint to the finish line. He only had 100 meters left to run when he felt a familiar gust building up behind him. Turning his head ever so slightly, he was dismayed and shocked to see the shadowy blur creep up behind him again. To make matters worse, this time, the figure waved at him, then dashed past. "Come on, Dylan," he mumbled under his breath. He had to win. He pushed himself as hard as he could, his legs burning and tightening as he sprinted down the track. But no matter how hard Dylan tried, he couldn't catch up. Alan was close to the finish line when Dylan simply gave up. He ran to Eric, who was still standing on the side of the racetrack, and grabbed the timer out of his hand. They watched together as Alex crossed the line and stared in shock at the time displayed on the screen. "What the hell?" Dylan gasped. 59 seconds? How's that possible? Eric was frozen, his eyes opening so widely they looked like they were coming out of his head. That was less than a minute. It's a new world record. Not only was Dylan staring blankly at Alex, but everyone else on the field was stunned as well. They all felt like they were dreaming That was incredible, Billy thought. Where did that come from? I wasn't even that fast when I was younger. He blinked quickly, then rubbed his eyes hard. He's like Superman, the students exclaimed loudly, looking at each other and trying to make sense of what they had just seen. Superman? Alex laughed. Don't be silly. Come on, what's next? He walked over casually and patted Dylan on the shoulder. You've got to be kidding. Dylan shrugged off his shock and was in high spirits again. We'll do long jump next. You're a good runner, but you can't beat me in long jump. He was particularly determined to win this round. Losing the race to Alex had been the first time he had been beaten by anyone in Baltimore. Alex had run faster than he had ever done, and he accepted that he would never be able to run at that pace in his life. Of course, he didn't know that Alex was a man who could scale dozens of high-rise buildings in one jump, or that he could run faster than bullets and had fought against bombs. This time, Dylan didn't dare underestimate his opponent and walked seriously to the long jump pit, followed by his classmates. Do you want to go first this time? He asked. He wasn't nervous, but stayed very quiet. I know how far you can jump. It would be better for you to go first, so you don't get overwhelmed when you see how good I am, Alex said leisurely. What he said was the truth, but no one knew who Alex really was or anything about his skills. As they listened to him, a wave of displeasure spread through the crowd, as they thought he was very arrogant. Are you provoking me, or are you just trying to intimidate me? Dylan asked, turning to face him. Because it won't work. If you want me to go first, then I will. Good, Alex shrugged. Don't go crazy, though. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. I'll wait for you here. Dylan angrily walked a few paces down the runway, stopping halfway down to stretch and loosen his body. He faced the pit and rocked back and forth, heel toe, heel toe. Then he took off with all his strength. He took long, quick strides, thundering past the crowd until he reached the jump board. He pushed off the board and soared through the air before landing in the sand. 8.3 meters, Eric announced. The crowd cheered, the applause deafening. Dylan, you broke the world record. You're the world champion, his friend Lance yelled as he jumped up and down excitedly. Dylan stood up from the ground, so happy that he didn't even bother to brush the sand off his shorts and legs. He looked proudly at the cheering crowd and turned toward Alex, a conceited look on his face. Alex remained calm and lighthearted. He simply looked at the long jump pit, his hands behind his back. He even wanted to laugh. Then he strolled to the jumping board, his hands still clasped behind him. Don't tell me you can beat that. Dylan stared at Alex. Okay, I won't, Alex teased. But I can. What? Dylan was so mad that his veins started to bulge out of his neck. I won't even need a running start. In fact, I'll leave my hands behind my back and jump on one leg. Once again, Alex left the students shocked and confused at his confidence. This man is crazy, they mumbled. He can't be human. Yet the students listened quietly, almost believing him. After all, they had just seen him in the 800-meter race. You'll jump on one leg, with your hands behind your back and legs standing upright? Dylan laughed at Alex. A few unconvinced spectators joined in. Then, Alex did it. With just a little push, his entire body flew up into the air, moving past the end of the long jump pit. Is he flying? The students were amazed. Do you see that? He's gonna jump out of the country. Even Billy froze, his mouth wide open as he watched Alex land on the other side of the field, far away from the sandpit. Alex hadn't even jumped as far as he could have, because he was afraid of frightening everyone. He could have jumped out of the campus if he wanted. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Dylan was completely petrified. Episode 412, A New Ally. It was a long time before everyone had collected themselves again. Teacher, really? Are you sure you're human? Asked one of the students. Well, what do you think? Alex smiled mischievously. Then he returned to his usual seriousness. I want you all to learn something from this. Pride comes before a fall. And if you lose at something, accept defeat. Don't be a sore loser. Now, everyone stand in a line. The students hesitated a little. We don't have time to waste, Alex snapped, glancing at his class sternly. Move it. Everyone in Class 6 began to move, obediently standing in line. For once, they were actually behaving better than the students in Class 1. All right, class, today we're going to start with squats. Let's go. The field echoed with the students' complaints. Yesterday, they laughed at the teachers who were forced to run. Now, it was their turn to make fools of themselves. Billy, if you're not too tired and think you can handle it, you can join us. You need to improve your fitness, considering you fainted yesterday. Look at you. You look worn out. Alex turned and said to him, How dare you, Alex? Don't be so arrogant. Billy glared at him. He hadn't expected the competition between Alex and Dylan to end this way. Alex's eyes widened in surprise at his outburst. He was just trying to help and wasn't expecting Billy to be so angry. What a jerk, Billy thought. Huffing an exasperated sigh, he immediately vowed to do everything in his power to drive Alex away, then turned and stomped off. Oh well, have a good day then, Alex calmly replied, and turned back to his class. The students were getting tired from their squats, but they did not stop. Before Alex arrived at Oak Ridge High School, Class 6 had always been the primary concern of all the teachers. The students were an unruly group and had been impossible to control. That's why it was such a surprise for the teachers when they looked out the window of the staff room and saw that the students were actually listening to Alex. Why, how did he get Class 6 to be so obedient today? They're all doing jumps and squats, one teacher announced. The other teachers crowded around the window. Really? What the hell is going on? Asked one in disbelief. They're all so serious, said another in shock. And obedient. Each teacher was just as confused as the other as they stared out at the field. This was unprecedented. No matter what happened, or who was teaching Class 6, they had never been a cooperative group. After what felt like 1,000 squats and jumping jacks, Alex finally allowed the students to go back to the classroom. Their legs were burning, and they slowly and painfully limped back into the school building, taking various breaks to catch their breath and leaning on each other for support. They mumbled and grumbled quietly to each other. Among them, Dylan was the most serious, processing everything he had seen and learned that day. After the jumping jacks, he found Alex. He had a newfound respect for his teacher, and he looked forward to learning more from him. The two chatted and laughed, watching all of the students as they stumbled back to class, dazed at seeing Dylan and Alex getting along. It was as if Dylan had betrayed them by showing such respect and favor to their new teacher. "Well, that's it," Alex was finishing up saying. "If you practice enough, that regime will certainly help your long jump technique in the future. And if you need any help, you can come to me and ask. However, if you go back to class and you don't listen and cause trouble, then I won't help you." "Thank you, teacher. Thank you." Dylan was very excited and strode back to class. He appeared to have completely changed. From then on, he took notes in the lessons, his posture was straighter, and he listened to every word that his teacher said. He was very energetic for the rest of the day. After he had asked Alex for advice, he felt like his world had opened up and his thinking had become infinitely broader. Many of his previous sports problems had been easily solved with a few pointers from Alex. Dylan had never experienced such rapid improvement. He had reason to believe that his future in sports would be bright and full of success. The other students, however, didn't have this type of relationship with Alex and didn't understand how and why Dylan was different. After a couple of classes, the other students looked at him strangely, worried that he was unwell. One of them came over to see if he had a fever, stretching their hand toward his forehead, but he brushed it off and jumped on top of his chair. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I support Mr. Alex now. Don't ask me to help with any schemes you come up with that'll harm him, because I won't do it." After his speech, Dylan sat down. The whole classroom was silent. After a while, someone asked, "Hey, Dylan, are you okay? How could you change your mind after he beat you?" Dylan, you're giving up? What did he give you?" chimed in another student. Dylan shook his head and opened his book, ignoring the surprised looks of the others. "Well, that's fantastic." Lance, who was sitting beside him, sneered. Eric walked over to join him. "Now he has Dylan on his side," he said lowly. "If it goes on like this, it'll be very bad for us. I think we need to think outside of the box if we want to get rid of Alex. We should go directly to the boss." "Wait a minute. We don't have to go that far yet," Lance hissed back. Eric rubbed his aching legs and said, "Our classmates are changing their minds about him. Look at what happened today. Dylan's one of his lackeys now, and no one fought back when he made us do those stupid squats and jumps. The best way to get rid of Alex is to get my boss to come to the school and beat him." "Let's not get too hasty," Lance replied. "There are easier solutions. If you want to take a man down, you have to start at his weak spot. Don't look at the people that have only been hanging around Alex for these last couple of days. Look at the clothes he's wearing." "His clothes?" Eric muttered. "Yes, he dresses like a poor man, and he can't help it. His salary is low, so he may have to save his money for food and bills." Eric rubbed his legs again. "What does that have to do with anything?" he scolded fiercely. "It's very simple. Alex's salary is about $800 or $900 a month. Once he's paid for food and clothing, he basically has nothing left. In fact, since he's new and still on probation, his salary may even be lower. There are 32 students in our class now. What if we ask Mr. Alex to buy us all a meal in the canteen?" Lance said. "One meal for one person would cost about $15. "Actually, after removing Heidi and Dylan, there are just 30 people." Alex shook his head and sighed. "And it would only cost half his salary for him to buy meals for all of us. He can still afford it." "Yes, but if he doesn't buy any meals, the entire class will turn against him," Lance countered. "It's his job to take care of us after all. If he allows helpless students to starve, there's no way anyone will support him." So, the question is, if he can afford to buy us all a meal, will he? Eric scratched his head. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, it's worth a shot, Lance grinned. Oak Ridge High School was an elite school, and its canteen was different from those of other institutions. There were 2 different floors, which offered various types of meals for different prices. For example, on the 2nd floor, the minimum price for a school meal was $15. Even Alex had to admit the food was very nice. And although it could be quite expensive, everyone could still afford to eat regularly. As he walked into the canteen, a few students walked by and greeted him. He simply nodded in reply, carrying a tray with a salad and a sandwich to an empty seat in the busy room. Hello, teacher. He stopped and turned to face Eric, who was staring at him with big doe-like eyes. Mr. Alex, please help me, he said pitifully. Several students from Class 6 came to stand behind him. What's wrong? Alex sat down, glancing regrettably at his tray. He was really hungry. Well, we don't have any money. Can you buy us a meal, Mr. Alex? Eric moaned, so caught up in his ruse that he burst into tears. Episode 413, Food for Thought. Alex looked at Eric's face. He could see that Eric was pretending, but he didn't care. He was just asking for food. All right, go ahead. I'll pay for your meal after dinner, Alex said. Mr. Alex, we've been starving for days. We want something good on the 2nd floor, Eric pushed, gesturing at his classmates beside him. Fine, go ahead, he said. The group behind Eric laughed, and suddenly, the remaining students from Class 6 stepped forward and gathered around Alex. Mr. Alex, what about the rest of us? One of them asked. How can you offer to pay for their dinner and not ours? Yes, we've run out of money for meals too, another student pitched in, and all the exercise from this morning's lesson has left us feeling so exhausted. Mr. Alex, everyone deserves to eat. It wouldn't be fair if only a few of us got a nice meal. Can't you pay for the others too? Eric asked. Alex put down his fork and glanced at the students, who were supposed to be from rich, aristocratic families. Why does someone always have to disturb me when all I want to do is sit by myself and eat? He looked at all their faces and noted that Heidi and Dylan, as well as the other 6 classes, were not there. All of you have no money? Alex asked suddenly. All the students nodded. I see. Well, students of Class 6, don't pressure Mr. Alex. You don't know him very well yet. A voice broke through. A space cleared to reveal Billy, who couldn't pass up an opportunity to mock and humiliate Alex. When he was in college, he never knew where his next meal was coming from, and he had to apply for the minimum living allowance. Don't be hard on the poor man. He barely has any money to spare. I'll buy dinner for you all. Alex watched Billy's performance quietly, allowing him to continue. You don't even know why Alex's girlfriend broke up with him when they were in university. It was because he didn't have any money. He was so poor that he couldn't even afford to support his girlfriend. Are you rich? Alex raised his eyebrows, surprised at how much Billy remembered of his past. Of course. I have more money than you, at least, Billy said haughtily. Alex's poverty was his weakness. He had wanted to see how long Alex could last in a school like this, surrounded by people from affluent families. In the end, the only thing that mattered was money. Okay, I'm going to pay for all the students in Class 6 to have a good meal. what are you going to do?" Alex asked.
"As long as you dare to buy Class 6 dinner, I'll pay for all the students on the first floor to have dinner too," Billy said in a loud voice, drawing the attention of people in the canteen. Poor fool, daring to challenge me in front of everyone, Billy thought. Let's see him put his money where his mouth is.
Billy turned and looked around the dining hall. He estimated that there were about 700 or 800 people eating on the first floor. 100 people would cost a little over $1,000. For him, that wouldn't really be a problem. As long as he had the opportunity to beat Alex, he would spend as much money as he had to. It would definitely be worth it.
"Shall we make this a little more interesting?"
Billy was bold now, as he finally had the means to crush Alex.
"How?"
Alex asked.
"If you can afford 3 meals for your students, I'll pay for everyone on the first floor to have 3 meals. If you pay for 10 meals, I'll pay for 10 meals. If you pay for 100 meals, I'll buy 100. How about that?"
Billy asked scornfully. Of course, he knew that Alex wouldn't be able to buy any meals. He remembered Alex from their time in university. He had no money and no family background. There was no way he would be able to afford to buy meals for his students. "I'm going to defeat you, Alex, and let you know I'm not one to be underestimated." Billy was sure there was nothing Alex could do. He was the very man who had stolen Alex's girlfriend and had been able to travel around the world with all the money he could want at his disposal. He was startled out of his gloating by Alex's next words.
"All right, call the kitchen manager," he said cheerfully. "Let's go upstairs now."
Before Billy had time to react, Eric and Lance had loudly spread the news. They didn't care who won or lost, or if a fight broke out. In fact, the bigger the fight, the better. They just wanted free food.
"Hurry up!"
they beckoned to the others. Billy collected himself and straightened his shoulders. He looked proud. This was the perfect chance to get rid of Alex.
"I'll play along and let you pretend you have money. The truth will be revealed soon. Then you'll have to give Class 6 to me."
Everyone went up to the second floor, and the manager met Alex and Billy at the counter.
"So I'll buy a few meals for Class 6, and you'll buy a few for the other students?"
Alex asked Billy.
"Of course. Do you think I would go back on my word in front of so many people?"
Billy sneered.
"However, if you beg me for mercy, I can consider letting this go, so you don't embarrass yourself here as you did in university."
He was confident that Alex would begin to get nervous after buying 5 meals and admit defeat sooner rather than later. Alex smirked and turned to the manager. "Well, sir, you're here now, and you've heard all about what we're doing." The manager nodded. "Then I would like to officially announce that the students of Class 6 can order any meal on the second floor, 3 meals a day, for 3 months, and I will settle all their accounts."
Billy laughed scornfully. "Alex, don't be so brash. You don't want this to backfire. You better check your wallet again before you make a decision like that."
Alex didn't react to Billy's words.
"Do you understand me?"
"There's no way Alex can pay for these meals. He'll probably have to sell the clothes off his back to have enough money to settle the accounts." Billy chuckled at the thought. "How much is it, sir?" Alex was asking the manager. "That'll be $106,000, the manager said after quickly calculating. Billy laughed.
$106,000? You have that much?
He might as well have asked Alex if he was the President of the United States. However, in a flourish, Alex pulled out a credit card and slammed it onto the counter. "Swipe the card," Alex demanded and sneered at Billy. Billy was stunned, but he wouldn't let Alex win.
"You dare to pretend,"
he immediately retorted.
You took out a bank card and think you can fool everybody? Are you trying to scare me? He scoffed.
Swipe it. The manager picked up the card and ran it through the register. A small receipt squeaked out. Billy quickly snatched the paper up, reading it up and down carefully. Really? The transaction went through? Billy still refused to believe it. He clearly remembered when Alex couldn't even afford to eat. He couldn't imagine where the money could have come from. Isn't he still working to pay back his student loans? Didn't he have to work as a security guard just to get by? Billy was a little confused. Mr. Wilde? Lance suddenly asked. Mr. Wilde, don't be alarmed. It's your turn. The manager will run up your bill now. See how much it'll cost for 800 people. Everyone waited in silence as the manager calculated the cost. All right, he said after a pause, looking at Billy. That will be $3 million. Episode 414, Backfire. $3 million? Billy thought with his eyes widened. Billy wasn't prepared for this revelation. Paying a couple $100,000 would have been a piece of cake, but $3 million was a large sum of money. Could he take it back? Billy had a rare feeling of regret. $3 million was the amount of money you put toward an investment, not given away as a free gift. It's your turn now, Alex challenged. What's wrong, Mr. Wilde? Do you want to take it back? Lance mocked. Billy had been stupid. He had been sure that Alex had no money, so he had challenged him. The situation had completely changed after learning the truth. $3 million. He could ultimately afford the meals, but it would mean spending more than half of his assets. He thought about his real estate and the gold and silver jewelry that could be sold for cash so he could have the money, and immediately regretted his actions. Idiot, he huffed under his breath. He needed to hurry now before it was too late and he would be expected to pay for the food. Do you think I'm stupid enough to throw away $3 million? He blushed as the entire canteen began to buzz, straining to hear and see what was going to happen next. Alex watched him in silence. Lance jumped onto one of the tables, pointed at Billy and cursed. Mr. Wilde, what the hell are you doing? You're such a jerk. You called for everyone's attention just so we would have to watch you play tricks? Billy's face, which had been red with embarrassment, was now as white as a sheet. After all, he was an adult and a teacher. He should have known better. He especially didn't want to look bad in front of these students. Yeah, Mr. Wilde, Eric joined in. My father told me that a real man keeps his word. You challenged Mr. Alex in front of everyone. Now he's held up his end of the deal. What about you? Are you a man? He may not have sworn at Billy, but his words were still just as harsh. Yeah, if you don't keep your word, what kind of man are you? A student in another class was also disgusted. You should be ashamed of yourself. You've just been talking nonsense. A boy in class 6, whose family had a net worth of $2 billion, angrily scolded him. Give the money back to Mr. Alex and teach the director a lesson. Other teachers might not do anything, but if I were Mr. Alex, I would knock you out. The students in class 6 were growing excited. They didn't care about the food anymore. They wanted a fight. All they needed and were waiting for was for someone to cause public outrage. they had been given their opportunity. The entire second floor hummed in anticipation. That was when Leonard decided he couldn't stand on the sidelines anymore. He ran up to the counter and spoke for Billy, who was losing his control and power over the room. "Be quiet!" Leonard yelled. "Be quiet! That is not how you talk to teachers." "Now, Mr. Wilde," he lowered his voice slightly, "there's something urgent I need to speak to you about. Please follow me." Alex laughed, but he didn't stop them. But the students wouldn't let them escape so easily. Before anyone could stop him, Lance picked up a chair and threw it directly at Leonard and Billy's backs. The chair fell with a bang just behind them, nearly hitting some of the other students on their heads and knocking Leonard on the back of his legs. "Ugh!" Leonard fell over on his hands and knees, and Billy turned his head and screamed. "Who did that? Stand up!" Class 6 had gotten their fight. Billy stood with his fists curled, his eyes glaring at all the students. He was so consumed by his rage that he didn't notice a tray full of food being thrown at him, spilling soup and water all over his clothes. Next came some dinner rolls, slimy pasta and sauce, burgers and hot dogs, eggs, tomatoes, cucumbers. All the food in the canteen went flying after them as Billy and Leonard scurried away, their tails between their legs like cowardly dogs. "What a liar!" screamed a student. "What a disgrace to our school! How could we have a director like that? He's evil!" yelled some other students. "We're more trustworthy than he is, and we're younger," said another while throwing a hot dog. All kinds of scolding bounced through the canteen, and the news spread all over the campus in an instant. "Mr. Alex, that was really disgusting." Lance was angry, but his expression changed after thinking for a moment. "Mr. Alex," he started, worried, "do you also regret spending your money?" "Do I seem like that kind of person?" Alex grinned, picking up a fruit tray from the table and eating a few pieces. "You can eat here on the second floor. 3 free meals a day for 3 months. But in the future, you should pay attention and try to save your money so you can afford your own lunch." With that, Alex put the fruit plate down and left the canteen, followed by a small group of students from Class 6. "Lance, what should we do?" Eric asked anxiously. If Alex won over more students, they would never be able to get rid of him. "I don't know," Lance sighed. "It wouldn't look good to go against him now." "We should do what I suggested earlier. I'll just call the boss and get him to beat Mr. Alex up. Then everything will be solved," Eric said, taking out his mobile phone. "Well, do as you like," Lance replied, unconvinced. The situation had grown complicated now, and he wasn't sure about their plan anymore. On the other side of campus, Billy's mind was reeling. He couldn't stay at Oak Ridge after this. "Alex has ruined everything!" he yelled at the air, clenching his jaw tightly while Leonard groaned and rubbed his sore legs. Students pointed at them as they walked past, and although they couldn't hear what was being said, the disdain in their eyes was clear to see. "Damn it, I can't take this!" Billy kicked the garbage can on its side, scaring the passing students. "He's crazy," they whispered amongst themselves, giving Billy a bewildered look. He still heard them, though. He was so angry that he rushed forward to try and fight them, but Leonard yanked him away. In just 2 days, Billy and Leonard had become the jokes of Oak Ridge High School, and it was all Alex's fault. "Director Wilde, Alex is gaining popularity and more responsibility in the school. Leonard turned to Billy, acting as a military advisor. He had a serious look on his face, but his eyes were wild and frantic. If we can't ruin his reputation publicly, then we'll have to take him down secretly. We'll have to hit him in his weak spot. And that spot is Class 6. If he loses the trust of his students and their parents, he'll be removed as their head teacher. Go on, Billy said gloomily. There is a Felicity Wright in Class 6. She's one of the older students, Leonard continued, smiling sinisterly. She goes to the girls' dormitory every day to harass the other students for protection fees. What if we were to catch her in the act? Class 6 is for students with problems, so they need extra attention and care. If anything happens with her, and Alex isn't there to reprimand her, it'll be his fault. Episode 415. It's a setup. That sounds good. Do it! In the past, we didn't dare touch any of the students in Class 6, but now things have changed. We'll catch Felicity first, but we won't tell her parents. We'll just set Alex up and let him take the fall for it, Billy said bitterly. We'll show him how inadequate he is as head teacher and drive him out, Leonard growled in a low voice. Exactly. We'll do it tonight. Billy and Leonard shook hands in agreement and walked off. That evening, when the independent study class was coming to an end, Eric's mobile phone buzzed. He heard the message that had come through and waved his phone in front of Lance's face. The boss will be here with his people soon, he said excitedly. Alex won't know what hit him. Lance smiled. That was fast. But how are they going to get into the school? Didn't I ask you to leave the gate open? Eric squinted his eyes in confusion. You're so stupid. Go out of school and do it yourself. Someone will report to Alex, and he'll have to go out and deal with the problem. Then we can do whatever we want. Great. The important thing is that when Alex's accident happens, no one will ever suspect us. Eric laughed. Finally, class ended, and the students filed out of the room. Alex had packed up his desk and stood up, ready to follow after them when his phone rang. It was Lynn. Mr. Alex, the students in Class 6 are causing trouble outside the school. Come out and see. Okay, I'm coming right now. Alex frowned. It seemed very odd, but he went downstairs anyway. When he got to the gate, he saw Eric, who was being reprimanded by Billy. Solely focused on making sure that no one else was in trouble, Alex didn't realize that Eric was holding a baseball bat in his hand, poised and ready for a fight. As soon as Alex appeared, Eric pointed the bat at Alex. Mr. Alex, look at your student, Billy called. He had planned to take Felicity this evening, but the security guard had called to inform him that his car was being smashed by a student. He had quickly run out, only to see his car's windshield had been broken, the glass shards scattered over the seats and hood. 2 of his tires were punctured, and Eric had also urinated in the car. When Billy had come down, Eric had simply been hanging around in front of the car, as if waiting for someone to catch him. Billy wanted to strangle Eric, but he knew he had to leave the disciplinary actions to Alex. Okay, Mr. Wilde, I understand the situation. You can go now, and I'll talk to him, Alex said. Billy was so angry that the bulging veins in his head looked like they were going to pop. I haven't said anything to him, he assured Alex. Since you're his teacher, you should really... He was interrupted by his mobile phone ringing. He sighed when he saw the caller ID. then looked back at Alex. Catching Felicity in the act tonight was key. Otherwise, Billy would have finished his conversation with Alex. "You're the head of Class 6, so I'll leave you to it. I hope you can give me a satisfactory result," he muttered and quickly ran to the dormitories. Alex looked at Eric, who pretended to feel guilty by lowering his head. He was certain that Alex would severely punish him. What teacher wouldn't? Alex was sure to get a harsh scolding. In his experience, teachers loved to scold. But he heard nothing. If Alex had been his boss, he would have given Eric a good beating. Why isn't he saying anything? "You can go." Even though he said it calmly, his words still made Eric jump. He couldn't believe it. He had been preparing for yelling or stern words that would describe how disappointed Alex was in him. He thought Alex would ramble about how he expected better from him and so on. He was even prepared for the tactics that teachers would use sometimes, like reverse psychology. Anything that could trick and manipulate students into good behavior. But Alex said nothing. "Aren't you gonna yell at me?" Eric questioned. "What would I yell at you for? What's the big deal?" Alex was confused. What was Eric talking about? Alex had fought many battles and even killed people. This kind of prank didn't really seem like a big issue in his eyes. "Didn't you just say you would talk to me?" Eric asked. "Oh, I almost forgot. All I can say is, if you're going to smash a man's windshield, don't hang around so long afterwards that you get caught. Do you understand?" Eric couldn't believe it. This man was ridiculous. Alex wasn't going to criticize and discipline him, and the boss still hadn't arrived. If he wanted this plan to work, he would need to stall and keep Alex talking. "Don't you want to know why I smashed Mr. Wilde's car when there are so many cars here to choose from?" Eric said eagerly. To be frank, Alex wasn't interested, but he felt that he needed to stay and listen. "Sure, tell me." "Because he's always teasing the students, especially the girls. I've seen him do it to several..." Alex's phone rang, and he answered. Lynn's voice tumbling through. "Mr. Alex, there's something wrong with the students in Class 6. This time it's in the girls' dormitory. I'll meet you in the principal's office." Then his work phone also began to ring, the number of the principal's office flashing on the screen. Alex paused, staring at the two phones with a baffled expression on his face. This job is becoming a nightmare, he thought, as he turned to go to the office. "Mr. Alex, you can't leave yet," Eric cried. He needed Alex to stay here because his boss was about to arrive. "Huh? Look, we'll finish this conversation later, okay? I need to deal with a few other things right now. You can go back to your room." Alex finished and rushed to the principal's office. As soon as he had left, Eric's phone also began ringing. "Boss, you're here?" Eric quickly ran out to the gate. A man in long black clothes stepped out of the car parked outside. Even though it was nighttime, he wore sunglasses. There was a large group of people standing behind him. "Where's the man you were talking about?" his boss asked coldly. "He's just left, sir," Eric said, pointing in Alex's direction. "And the money?" the boss asked. "I don't have it all yet." Eric's sentence was cut off as his boss slapped him across the face. "I don't work for free," he sneered. Eric lowered his head and took out a wad of cash, a total of $2,000 from his jacket pocket. The boss counted the bills and looked at Eric again, his teeth clenched. "You expect us to work for this?" He He slapped Eric's face again, this time so hard that Eric imagined he could see stars floating before his eyes. "But boss," he stammered, "we didn't agree on a price." He pushed Eric back. "Don't you understand the rules? I bring all these people here and you think this is enough?" Even with the sunglasses on, Eric could feel his eyes piercing through him. "How much do you want, boss?" Eric asked, holding his burning cheek. 50,000. His voice was quiet now, but menacing. "Well, boss, I can transfer the rest to you tomorrow." Eric lowered his head and did not dare say more in order to avoid being hit. "Fine. Get him in the back." His boss ordered in disgust, and a couple of men picked Eric up and threw him into the car. The boss climbed in after him, sitting across from him. They sat in silence until he spoke again. "Forget the money, actually. You don't have to pay me back if you can get some of those girls in your class to come out here and go with some of the men to the club." "But boss, what do you need them for?" Eric was confused. How are the girls going to help them fight Alex? "You little..." The man raised his hand, getting ready to hit Eric again, but he held himself back. Violence wouldn't help him get what he wanted right now. "You see, we have a slight problem. Some of the girls who used to work at the club have left. We just need a few more to come over and take their places until we can get some permanent replacements. The girls just have to stand and look pretty for our customers. You can rest assured they won't have to do anything else." "Really?" Eric asked. "Nothing else, sir?" "What? You worried I'm going to hurt them? What can I do? I'm watching this place for you." The boss smiled, making a show of putting his hand on his heart. "I give you my word. Nothing will happen to your little friends." Episode 416, These Petty Quarrels. "I can't do it tonight," Eric said. "I have a class." "Then wait until the weekend," the man said, sneering at him. "But you'd better do as you're told." "Yes, of course," Eric agreed. "Once it's done, your debt is paid," the man said. "But don't even think about betraying me. You know what happens to anyone who tries." "I understand," Eric said, swallowing hard. "The more girls you bring, the better," the man said. "So get on with it." He nodded at his men, who let Eric out of the car. He watched as Eric left. Recently, several high-flying businessmen had insisted on having young women around. So now, they had to find a way to provide for them. Of course, after Eric had brought the women, he would meet with an unfortunate accident. Alex rushed into the principal's office. Several female students waited inside, some of them sobbing and looking frightened. Their faces had scratches and bruises, and it was obvious someone had hurt them. A girl with blue hair stood in front of them, smirking as though she didn't have a care in the world. She wore fingerless black leather gloves and enormous earrings, and had a blue dragon tattoo snaking its way down her neck. Her face was thick with makeup, and her lipstick was bright blue. The other girls were clearly upset, but the tattooed girl showed nothing but disdain for them. Alex's eyes swept the room, and several of the girls looked back at him. "What's wrong now?" Alex asked, sighing. He wished he had never come to Oak Ridge High School. It provided neither exciting life-or-death struggles nor a quiet, carefree existence. Instead, it was the same petty fighting over and over again. He was tired of having to deal with such trivial matters. He had been through too many important things to waste his time on this nonsense. "What's wrong?" Billy echoed, sneering at him. "Isn't this important to you? Don't you care about these students? The police are on their way. And if we don't get this sorted out, Felicity will be arrested. And if that happens, it'll ruin the school's reputation, and then we'll all be in trouble." Billy sounded as though he cared, but Alex knew he was only using the situation to make things difficult for him. "This is a serious crime," Leonard Winters said. Everyone knew Felicity was a bully, but the teachers were afraid of her family. Billy had always turned a blind eye to her behavior and had refused to acknowledge there was a problem. Felicity's father was a seriously rich man, so Billy didn't dare reprimand his daughter. But this time, Billy was determined to take advantage of the incident to cause trouble for Alex. If he made enough fuss, then Alex would be forced to do something, and it was bound to end in disaster. "Don't you think you're overreacting?" Alex asked. "No, and I've already called the police," Billy said, grinning triumphantly. "So you can't just ignore this." "Oh?" Alex asked. "Then I guess there's no need for you to stick around. The police will handle it once they get here, so you can go now." "Of course I need to stick around," Billy protested. "I'm the teaching director, so I need to make sure something is being done about her." He pointed at Felicity. "Instead of going home at night, Felicity has been visiting the girls' dormitory, demanding that students give her money." "Mr. Wilde, as the teaching director, you should know how to be respectful," Alex scolded him. "Didn't anyone ever teach you that it's rude to point at people?" Billy gritted his teeth, glaring at Alex. "You're protecting the wrong person," Leonard said. "Felicity's been bullying her classmates, beating them up, and extorting money from them. She's not the victim here. What about these other poor girls?" Alex tried hard not to laugh. He knew Felicity had to be dealt with properly, but he couldn't believe these two teachers had the nerve to lecture him about it. "Felicity, come with me," he said, gesturing at the girl. "You can't let her go," Billy warned him. "She's committed a crime, so if you help her, that'll make you an accomplice." He smirked, enjoying causing trouble. "Who says I'm going to let her go?" Alex asked. "I just think we should separate these girls until we sort this out." He took Felicity to another room, and then he came back to speak to the other girls. "How much did Felicity steal from you?" he asked. The girls continued to cry, seemingly too upset to answer him. Billy had spoken to them earlier and had told them to exaggerate their distress. "What, does it matter?" Billy asked, crossing his arms. "Are you planning to solve this by just paying them back?" "You can't do that," Leonard said, scowling at Alex. "You can't just cover things up. That's shameless." "Yeah, well, that's Alex for you," Billy said. Alex drew back his fist and punched Billy, catching him off guard and knocking him over. "You can't hit the teaching director," Leonard cried. "Sure I can. I did it like this," Alex said, smacking Leonard in the face. Leonard howled as he dropped to the floor. Alex hadn't even hit him that hard, and Leonard was more shocked than hurt. Several teachers heard the commotion and came running in. "What's going on?" one of them asked. "Mr. Wilde? Mr. Winters?" Billy got to his feet. "Alex hit us," he said. "Don't let him leave. The police are on their way." The teachers gaped at Alex. Was it true? Had Alex really hit them? Episode 417, The Transformation. Alex had no intention of leaving. "I'm not finished with you, Alex," Billy yelled, gingerly rubbing his jaw. "I'll be reporting you to the principal." He had intended to get Alex in trouble. So now that Alex had hit him, he had something else to complain about. "Oh, shut up," Alex snapped at him. "We both know you're only using Felicity to embarrass me. It's pathetic." He looked at Billy with disgust. The police finally arrived, and the leading officer looked around the room, taking everything in. "Mr. Alex, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Who are you?" Alex asked, not recognizing the officer. "I know Chelsea Wood," the officer said. "We went to school together, and then we both graduated from the police academy at the same time. She's my boss now. My name is Adrian Wolfren." Adrian gazed at Alex with admiration. Some time ago, a bomb had gone off in the Clifton family's offices. Adrian had been there when Alex had caught the sniper waiting to shoot Jessup Clifton, and he knew all about Alex's exploits that day. "Hello, Officer Wolfren," Alex said, smiling at him. Adrian grew excited. "Would you like to join me for dinner one day?" he asked. "I have a 13-year-old son who is always talking about you, and he'd love to meet you." He was worried Alex would refuse, so he was surprised when Alex simply said, "Sure." "Great, thank you," Adrian said. "Okay, guys, let's go." He made a gesture to the other two police officers, and then he turned around, preparing to leave. "Wait!" Billy yelled, unable to believe what he was seeing. How did this police officer know Alex? Adrian turned back. "Is there a problem?" he asked, looking a little unhappy. "You haven't arrested anyone yet," Billy said, refusing to give up. "He hit me, and then he hit Leonard." Adrian frowned. He thought Billy was exceptionally annoying. He sighed and looked over at Alex, and then he looked back at Billy and Leonard. "Okay, then the two of you will need to come to the station," he said. Two police officers stepped forward and led Billy and Leonard to the door. "You can't go around hitting people," Adrian warned Alex. "This time I'll give you a verbal warning, but if it happens again, I won't be able to be so lenient." Alex nodded. "Let's go," Adrian said. He hadn't even asked about the incident with Felicity. "What's going on?" Billy asked, looking dazed. Alex had hit him, so why was Billy the one being taken away? The other officers put Billy and Leonard in the police car. The two men looked out the windows, their eyes wide as they saw the other teachers staring at them. Alex went to check on Felicity. "How much money have you stolen from the other girls?" he asked. He intended to make her pay back the money and apologize, figuring that was an appropriate solution to the problem. But Felicity merely scowled at him. "That's none of your business," she said, pushing by him and running out of the room. Alex went back to the principal's office. Then he took out his wallet, withdrew some cash, and tried to hand it to the girls. "No, that's not necessary," said one of the girls, her voice timid. "Take it," he insisted. "Felicity's behavior was appalling, and there's no reason you should be out of pocket. Rest assured, she will be apologizing to you in front of the entire school. We have an assembly coming up soon. We can take care of it then." "Felicity? Apologize?" the girl repeated, her mouth dropping open. "No way." Her expression of disbelief was mirrored on the faces of the other girls. They were all familiar with Felicity, and they knew she would never do it. "She will apologize," Alex insisted, "for this and for everything else she has done." "Okay," the girls said doubtfully. Then they left, still shaking their heads. "Felicity's tough to deal with," one of the teachers told Alex. "Her father is seriously rich, and nobody wants to upset him. If you ask her to apologize, she'll probably quit school, and then her father will be angry." "I said I'll make her apologize, so I'll make sure she does," Alex said firmly. "In public, at the assembly, as I said. If I fail, then I'll resign." He walked out of the office, determined to find Felicity. The school had a responsibility to Felicity, and he wanted to understand why she had behaved so badly. There must be something going on that they weren't aware of. The daughter of such a rich man should not need to take money from other students. It just didn't make sense. Felicity hadn't been walking very quickly, so Alex soon caught up. He stayed out of sight and remained quiet as he followed her. Felicity made her way to a run-down part of town, where some of the street lamps were out, leaving the street gloomy. The buildings were old, and some of them looked like they should have been condemned long ago. Alex frowned. What was the daughter of a wealthy man doing here? Felicity ducked into a cramped, dark alleyway, and then she went into one of the small houses. In the kitchen, she stuck her head under the faucet, wetting her hair and making it appear dark rather than blue. She washed her face, removed her heavy makeup, and took out her earrings. Then she scrubbed off the fake dragon tattoo on her neck and changed into her school uniform. Within minutes, Felicity had turned from a rebel into the girl next door. She looked like any other high school student. Once she had finished, she climbed the stairs, ignoring the smell of dampness that pervaded the house. At the top, she paused for a moment, and then she opened the door and walked in. Alex quietly followed her and stopped outside the door. Felicity had left it ajar, and he peeked through the gap. "Mom, I'm home," Felicity called out softly. Alex was stunned at the difference in her. She seemed to be two completely different people. Despite the dim light, Alex could make out a messy room with an ill-looking woman lying in a bed. Was that Felicity's mother? The woman coughed. "Felicity?" she asked, her voice weak. "How was school? Are you still doing well?" She struggled to sit up, but Felicity stopped her. "Mom, I'm doing fine," she said. "You don't have to worry. Just take care of yourself." Felicity went to a small cabinet and took out some medicine. Episode 418, The Mysterious Poisoning. "Mom, you forgot to take your medicine again," Felicity said, opening several boxes of pills. Alex wondered how they could afford so much medication. "I'm sorry, honey," her mother said, sighing. "It's not fair that you have to look after me. At your age, you should be out having fun." "Don't be silly, Mom," Felicity said, pouring a glass of water. "We'll have plenty of fun once you're better." She helped her mother to sit up and take the medication. "Oh, by the way, Dad sent me $300, she said, placing the money on the table. "So I can go and get you some more medicine tomorrow." "It's nice of your father to send the money," her mother said. "But I wish he would come and see me. He hasn't visited once." "You know how busy he is," Felicity said, giving her a gentle smile. "He can't get away, so he told me to take care of you." Alex watched as Felicity's mother reached out to touch the money on the table. She groped around, struggling to find it, and Alex realized the woman was blind. Felicity helped her mother to lie down, and then she picked up an empty jug and walked to the door, intending to go to the kitchen for more water. "Is that why you steal from the other students?" Alex asked when Felicity stepped out of the room. Felicity jumped, clearly startled. "You followed me?" she asked, glaring at him. "Yes, I followed you," he admitted. "I want to help you." Despite Felicity's attitude, he felt sorry for her. "Help? What can you do to help?" she said, scowling. "Will you pay for my mother's medicine? Do you even have that much money?" She glanced back at the door, making sure her mother hadn't overheard. "The problem isn't money," Alex said. "Just answer one question for me. After your mother took those drugs, did she get worse?" Felicity was stunned. "How did you know that?" she asked. "And what does that mean? What are you trying to say?" "From looking at her, I believe she's showing signs of chronic poisoning," Alex said. "The medicine won't help her. It'll just make things worse by increasing the strain on her internal organs." He paused for a moment and then continued. "So there's no need to steal money to buy medicine that won't make her better." Felicity's eyes flashed. "Why should I believe you?" she asked. Alex sighed. "Because I know a lot about poisons," he said. "I have experience in dealing with such things." He shook his head. "But if you choose not to believe me, then your mother will die because of your ignorance. If you don't want my help, I'll leave." He couldn't force her to let him help. Felicity looked into his eyes, starting to believe that he knew what he was talking about. There was just something different about him, and she didn't understand how he had found her so quickly. Clearly, he wasn't an ordinary man, so maybe he could help her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. What if she believed in him and it turned out to be the wrong choice? "I'll show you who I am," Alex said. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and summoned his inner power, letting the temperature in the room drop significantly. Felicity rubbed at her arms, shivering as she stared at him. What was going on? She thought. Alex opened his eyes and looked at her. Then he released more of his power, chilling the room even further. His breath was visible in the frigid air, and the hairs on his arms stood up. "What are you doing?" Felicity asked. "Is that you? Are you doing that?" "Yes," he said, lifting his hand and touching the empty jug she was carrying. Felicity's eyes widened as she saw the little droplets of water at the bottom of the jug freeze over. She had been right. Alex was not a normal person. "I can achieve much with my inner power," he said, "and I've healed people who are much sicker than your mother." Felicity nodded, and then they went inside and walked over to the bed. When he looked closer, Alex was even more convinced the woman had been poisoned. Felicity's mother couldn't see who was there. Confused, she tried to sit up and talk, but Alex gently placed his hand on her forehead, and she fell asleep. Alex motioned to Felicity to step back, and then he placed his hand on her mother's head, channeling his power into her to force out the poison. Half an hour later, Alex straightened up, having finished healing Felicity's mother. The woman made an odd gurgling sound, and her face contorted. "Get a bowl," Alex said. Felicity grabbed a small bowl and rushed over to her mother, helping her up and holding the bowl under her chin. Her mother coughed up a mouthful of a bright blue liquid. Alex looked at it and frowned. "It looks like snake venom, but then why would it act so slowly? That's so strange." Felicity was stunned for a moment, but then her expression grew sad. "It's okay," Alex reassured her. "As long as you look after your mother, she'll gradually recover." "You're sure?" she asked. Alex winked at her. "Trust your teacher," he said. Then he looked around. Why is the daughter of such a rich man living in a neighborhood like this? And why did you need to steal the money for your mom's medication? Felicity blushed. "My dad divorced my mom," she said. "I asked him for money for my mom's medical treatment, but he never gives me enough. So I had to take money from the other students. If I hadn't, my mom would have died." A tear slipped down her face. Alex listened quietly. Something odd was going on here. The poisoning didn't make sense, and Felicity's father's attitude seemed a little off, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. "I understand," he said to Felicity. "But you can't steal from the other students anymore. You need to do things the right way." "Okay," Felicity said. Episode 419. Is that perfume? Alex returned to the school without telling Felicity she needed to apologize to the other students. He knew Felicity was clever enough to work it out for herself. The next morning, Alex arrived at his office to find Felicity waiting at the door. On this occasion, she was dressed like all the other students. Without her customary scowl and threatening posturing, she was actually quite pretty. Felicity seemed calm. After all, she didn't really care about school. The only thing that mattered was her mother's health. Alex had cured her mother, which was something Felicity hadn't been able to do. So as long as her mother was okay, she was willing to do whatever Alex told her. This was the same attitude that had led to Felicity extorting money from her classmates to help her mother. Alex invited her into his office. "Good morning, Felicity," he said. "What can I do for you?" "I just wanted to thank you," she said. For helping my mom." "You're welcome," he said. "Now, I've told the teachers and the students that you'll make a public apology for what you did. Will you do that?" "Okay." Felicity nodded, agreeing without hesitation. "That's great," Alex smiled at her. A knock came at the door. "Mr. Ambrose, are you in?" Lynn Bowen's voice came from outside the door. Alex looked at Felicity, knowing it didn't look good that he had a female student alone in his office so early in the morning. "Hide," Alex whispered. Felicity rushed to hide behind a filing cabinet. Alex opened his door. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "It's about Felicity," Lynn said, her expression worried. "I don't see how you can make her apologize to the school. You really shouldn't promise these things when you won't be able to deliver on them. You don't want to lose your job because of something like this." "I'll be fine, but thank you," Alex said, touched by her concern. Lynn opened her mouth to speak, but then she paused, sniffing at the air. "Why does it smell like perfume in here?" she asked, frowning. "It's probably yours," he suggested. hoping she would accept that explanation. "My perfume doesn't smell like that," she said. Then she shrugged, realizing there was no point in arguing. "Mr. Ambrose, you have to be careful. Some of the teachers will use even the smallest failure against you." Having done her duty by warning him, she turned and left. Felicity stepped out from behind the filing cabinet. She didn't comment on Lynn's interruption. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm not sure you really care about this job," she said. "But if you intend to do something about Class 6, then you'll have to deal with Lance." "Isn't he that stupid kid?" Alex asked. "He's not stupid," Felicity said, rolling her eyes. Only Alex would dare to say such a thing about Lance Cartwright. "Okay, well, you'd better get going," Alex said. "You need to decide what you're going to say in your apology." Felicity walked to the door, but then she turned back and asked, "Sir, do you have a girlfriend?" "Yes," he said, not elaborating. "What about me?" Felicity asked. "Wouldn't you like to date me?" "You?" Alex asked, shaking his head. "No, you're a minor, and I'm far too old for you." "I'm almost an adult," Felicity insisted, biting her lip. "Not close enough," Alex said, his tone firm. "I don't date minors." "Maybe when I'm older then," Felicity said. With that, she turned and left. Once Felicity had gone, Alex strolled over to the main building and saw Billy walking across the street. Billy looked a bit rough. He had dark circles under his eyes, and it didn't look like he had slept much. "Ah, if it isn't our teaching director," Alex said, smirking. Billy had spent the night answering questions at the police station. When he and Leonard had arrived, there had been no one available to deal with them, so they had been forced to sit there and wait on a hard bench. "Shut up," Billy said, practically snarling at him. "We'll see how arrogant you are after today's school assembly." Alex was confused. He had told everyone the assembly would be the next day, so why did Billy think otherwise? He didn't know that Billy had called the principal earlier that morning and asked to bring the assembly forward. Now it was scheduled for this morning. "I had the day changed," Billy said, sneering at him. "Let's see how you handle it now." Alex knew Billy was hoping the lack of extra time would cause Alex to fail. Alex had already promised that if Felicity didn't apologize, then he would resign. "You look tired, Billy," Alex said, chuckling. "Why don't you go and rest?" Billy snorted and stomped off. A short time later, the principal announced the school assembly over the intercom, and all the students filed into the auditorium. Billy walked over to Alex, looking at the students. "Have you packed yet?" he asked. "I'm looking forward to your resignation." "Whatever, Billy," Alex shrugged. "Well, you can't have seen Felicity since last night," Billy said, "so there's no way you could have persuaded her to apologize." They fell silent as the principal walked over to the rostrum and began to speak about the events of the previous night. He covered everything, including the fact the police were involved. The whole school was shocked. "Now it's your turn," Billy said, grinning at Alex. "Get up there and resign in front of everyone." Episode 420, Who's in Charge? Alex walked on stage and patted the microphone, checking it was on. "Hello," he said. "First of all, I'm dismayed by what happened here. and I would like to offer an apology to those girls who were hurt. Last night I promised those girls that Felicity would apologize to them in public. So Felicity, would you please come up here?" The students gasped in shock. Did Mr. Ambrose really think that Felicity would apologize? They began to whisper to each other. "Felicity is not going to apologize. Is he crazy? Has he met Felicity? There's no way she'll do it," gossiped a group of girls amongst themselves. "Why is the principal going along with this? He must know it's not going to happen. Even he wouldn't be able to make Felicity apologize," yelled a boy. Several students and teachers laughed, convinced that Alex was making a fool of himself. The principal nervously rubbed the back of his neck. He hoped Alex could pull this off, but he was not really convinced. As usual, the students in Class 6 began to stir up trouble. "Hey, Felicity, where's your apology? We're waiting," one of them yelled, bursting into laughter. "Come on, Felicity," another joined in. "Tell him to get lost and let's see him resign." The students of Class 6 knew Felicity well, and they didn't think for one moment that Felicity would do as she was told. After all, they wouldn't have obeyed either. Felicity had always been stubborn, and she had never been forced into anything she didn't want to do, and everyone knew that. Billy grinned as he stared at Alex. "Gotcha this time," he thought. But then Felicity stood up. Class 6 stopped laughing, and Billy's smile slipped as he became aware of the change in atmosphere. "Felicity, are you really going to do it?" someone called. "Felicity, what are you doing?" Eric asked, grabbing her sleeve and trying to get her to sit back down. Felicity shook him off and walked confidently to the stage, her head held high. When she reached Lance, she stopped for a moment. "Lance, you'd better be careful," she said. "Mr. Ambrose is no ordinary teacher, and your usual tricks won't work on him." With that, she walked to the stage and went to stand at the rostrum. All the teachers and students muttered to each other, unable to believe what they were seeing. Felicity apologizing was as likely as the sun deciding to rise in the west, and yet, here she was. Billy's jaw dropped. "No way," he said. "No, that's not possible. Felicity never apologizes, so why would she agree now?" Shit, he thought. If she goes through with this, Alex will be a nightmare to deal with. Billy looked at the paper in Felicity's hand and realized it was really happening. Felicity glanced down at her speech, and then she looked back at the students. "Dear students," she said, "I'm really sorry for what I've done." She continued to speak for a while, recounting all her bad behavior, leaving nothing out. She displayed remorse and appeared to be sincere as she apologized for all the trouble she had caused. "Finally," she said, "I want to thank Mr. Ambrose for helping me to see the error of my ways and giving me hope that I can start over. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. I promise to do better from now on." Felicity turned and left the stage. The whole room was silent, and the students in Class 6 stared at Felicity, their mouths hanging open. Billy was stunned, and he couldn't understand what had just happened. He shook his head, trying to clear it, but it didn't help. "I can't believe she did that," one girl said. "Felicity?" Lance asked. "Did Mr. Ambrose solve your problem?" Unlike the others, Lance knew about Felicity's mother, and he had kept her secret for a long time. Felicity simply nodded. "Damn it," Lance said. "We can't let him defeat us. We have to do something about him." He clenched his fists and looked at Eric, who was still in shock. One of the teachers approached Alex. "Mr. Ambrose, you dealt with that so well," she said. "And I'm sure you've turned that girl's life around." "You're a dark horse," said another teacher. "When you arrived, I was sure you'd fail, but I was wrong. You really know what you're doing." One by one, the teachers came forward to heap praise on Alex. Only Billy and Leonard stayed back, glaring at him. "Well, teaching director?" Alex taunted him, raising an eyebrow. "Don't let it go to your head," Billy said, walking away. Alex was in a great mood. This teaching job wasn't so hard after all. Before long, Class 6 started acting up again. Lance picked a fight with a substitute teacher in his English class, and he beat the teacher severely. The teacher left, and everyone acted as though nothing had happened. Nobody wanted to deal with the matter. Alex tracked down Lance. "Why did you attack that teacher?" he asked. "What teacher?" Lance asked, shrugging. "You know perfectly well what I'm talking about," Alex said. "Why did you do it?" Lance looked right at him. "Now you know who's really in charge of Class 6, and it's not you."